everyone, and welcome to the final week of the regular season here in the summer split of LCK. I'm your host, Daniel Degon Gonzalez, and we've got ourselves a little pre-show to get you set for the final playoff push for 4 teams with 3 spots left. But I'm not alone. Joining me is Ox and Brendan Valdanalist Valdez. Welcome, guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty hyped. I feel like we don't always get a situation where so many teams are still in the playoff contention this late and so many big matchups between them going into our last week.
It really feels like every day this week has something important, something that's going to matter for where we end this season. So we've had seasons where nothing matters in the last week, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, super lucked out as we take a look at the standings after a upset-filled week. Week 8 just topsy-turvy. Gen.G finally lost a game. T1 losing to Nongshim. It was crazy, crazy stuff here last week.
Yeah, it felt like so many different matchups went in ways you wouldn't expect last week. I feel like KT being Gen.G, obviously the big one, but it was kind of all over the place, but it is lined up in a way where our top 2 obviously locked in, D+ very close to getting that, but that 4-team pack still up in the air.
Yeah, it's really all about the 4-team pack. And then there are the bottom 3, which are just trying to fight for their pride and try to get as many wins as possible. Pays at the top of the POG standings. Not too surprising. He had that one week where he got like 4 POGs and really just took off. And there's still a chance that he gets overtaken here in the last week, but pretty unlikely with a 2 POG lead.
Yeah, and the fact that Gen.G win everything except last week when Gen.G got upset by KT. Everyone on the global side and on the Korean side picked them to win. That's when KT strike and take victory, which is also kind of what happened earlier because we had mostly KT picks and then Kwangdong Freaks won. Chronicler at 8-10 was our week 8 winner.
I just feel like it's one of those things where KT makes it so difficult, but predictions in general, what sort of person would predict Kwangdong Freaks to beat KT, but then KT to beat Gen.G? And that's what happened. I know that's what happened, and it still sounds so crazy to me. It's just a KT enigma. We just never know what they're going to do.
Right. Which is interesting because they are one of the teams pushing for playoffs. So we take a look at the highlights from some of our playoff contenders from last week. 4th place, it's T1. They are 98% the way in. Highly likely they make it, but there is a world where they don't make it, and their gameplay has been a little rough lately.
Yeah, the issue for T1 is not that they're not going to make playoffs. I mean, they're basically in. It's really, really difficult for them to not make it into playoffs. It's really just about their form, which you kind of hit on, right? It's not been the best. They did lose to Nongshim, and they're really just trying to have as many good wins before they make it into playoffs. Like, they might make it in with 2 losses. That could still happen this week, but that obviously wouldn't look good for them moving into playoffs.
And they're a team who obviously have had scenarios where they've come into playoffs, it's looked a bit rough, and they've really ramped up their form. I feel like often they're a team who reflect when maybe their read on the meta isn't ideal or things haven't been working for them. I think that's kind of the place we're in now where some of the picks they've been taking just haven't really gelled well. We saw like Guma bringing out the Zaya, and it really wasn't that effective. I just think there's still a lot of figuring out that T1 need to do, so if they manage to lock in a win, lock in playoffs, that's fantastic, but also just kind of working out what is working best for them in the current patch. And here, if we're looking at a likely route to make it towards playoffs for KT, I think it's very likely they beat DRX. I think it's likely that Kwangdong Freaks beat DRX, but if Kwangdong Freaks lose to T1, then even if KT lose to D+, KT would make playoffs and have one more series win than them. Let's just look at what we think are like the likely routes to playoffs for these teams. And I think for KT, this one is the most obvious.
Yeah, and for KT, you never know what you're going to get, right? Losing to Kwangdong Freaks, winning against Gen.G, you don't know. Maybe they lose to DRX and then they beat DK. That could also happen, and that could also give them a way into playoffs. As you were mentioning, this is really just the likely route to make it in. KT are still in a pretty good spot, at least comparatively to Kwangdong Freaks especially, who have the lowest chance. But it really just depends on KT's form on the day to see if they're going to win at least one series and make it in.
The more you say that, the fact about them losing to DRX and beating D+, that would just be such a KT thing to do. And then we look over here at BNK FairX. Similarly for them, kind of conditional on Kwangdong Freaks losing against T1. The expectation is Kwangdong Freaks will beat DRX, but if they lose against T1 and then BNK FairX beat T1, that will put them a series win ahead of Kwangdong Freaks, and that will lock them into playoffs. I think T1 form's been a bit shaky, but definitely the easier opponent compared to Honlife Esports. So BNK FairX kind of hoping they take out T1, and then T1 also managed to take out Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, definitely the toughest route here for all of our teams, given the fact that, DRX is on the table for those other two squads. Not the case here for BNK FearX. Their playoff starts right now. You drop a game, and it's going to be very, very difficult for them to find a way back on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a world for BNK where they lose to both Homolife Esports and T1, and then they're kind of requiring Quantum Freaks to drop both of their series, or it could get very close because actually Quantum Freaks' game score is pretty good. I think they're 3 games ahead of BNK, but BNK have a series on them. So for BNK, you really got to win both of your series.
This is kind of highlighting the fact that if BNK FearX do lose both of their series and Quantum Freaks beat DRX with any score, they will end up ahead in terms of game score. There's no way that BNK FearX could lose both those series and end up ahead in game score in this situation, which is why it's so hard for BNK FearX. Quantum Freaks beating DRX is all they need to do if BNK FearX lose against both those teams. So, even in a scenario both these teams kind of drop the ball, as long as they can beat one of the bottom teams, they'll be in, which is why BNK FearX really need a win, probably against T1, but if they get against Homolife Esports instead of that, that's obviously still going to work.
And then there's also a world where Quantum Freaks win both of their series, and BNK, they win one, but they lose the other, and then Quantum Freaks could also make it in. So, Quantum Freaks still have potentially some way to make it in of their own hands. It would require BNK though to lose one series, so it's just so close, and that's really what we're trying to highlight here.
Yeah, well, obviously there's loads of different variations of how it can happen, but for those 3 teams, the teams playing against DRX have a bit of an easier time. It's obviously going to be hard for everyone, but I think BNK FearX, the pressure is most on them, but they've also been in fantastic form.
Yeah, since round 2, we showed the highlights of Clear on the top side of the map. He's ranked #1 across the board, across all major stats, but they had such a bad start that now they're trying to make up for it now. Let's take a look at some of the picks that were popular here on 14-15, as we just got a good look at it last week. No one had 100% draft presence, which is generally good. Aurora Ayaya has now found their way on up into 3rd, and that Maokai still had a high winning percentage earlier, not getting that much ban, still 9-2 last week.
I think the thing I really want to point out is Maokai compared to Sejuani, because we often see these junglers traded off, and one of them has a 23% win rate, one of them is up in the 80s, and it's just that massive difference. And I think teams making those trades really need to re-examine whether it's worth it. I think Maokai works in both dive and peel compositions. The sapling value is massive. The ult value is massive. Sejuani, a lot of the times we see it picked, it's not paired with a melee champion to really thrive off that passive. And teams are like, oh, it's fine. No, it's a tank. She has engage. But a lot of the time, there's people in position to block the ults. And then also 80 carries taking cleanse means you're not actually getting that engage value. So I think the priority for Sejuani should fall off, or at least teams should start banning Maokai more.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of Vi. I feel like Maokai has a lot of great matchups. You mentioned the Sejuani. Just as a tank, it feels like really the all-star of week 8 rather, and I think we're going to be seeing even more Maokai. We saw Corky way at the top. He actually had only a 33% win rate, so we'll see where he sits at, as he was the most pick anyway.
Here are some of the highest picks, or the newest picks from 14-15, with Yone, Yasuo, Aurora, and Miss Fortune, with Aurora starting out at 2-4 and then rifled off multiple wins to bounce back on up.
Yeah, I think part of the factor was we saw teams maybe not fully accustomed to Aurora, but also the amount, it was being first picked and you're given over a lot of power and draft to make that first pick. I still think it's worth it, but that's why sometimes it backfire. But that champion's just so strong. The ult potential in team fights is massive. We saw Bulldog go 100 CS down, still carry with it. And I think the meta's kind of started to shift. We saw these double 80 carry compositions. We've seen a lot of teams playing dive comps. BNK FearX, big early adopters of that. But I think that's why Yone and Aurora and Yasuo really fit into those style of compositions.
Lots of diving happening, especially by our new, but I guess old, Woody Bank Gold King. He did it yet again for the 8th time. It's aiming, getting it done here.
He can't keep getting away with it. Or actually, he can. 8 times now for aiming. I mean, this guy he gets the most gold. He's not even on Genji. It doesn't matter. He is the guy for D plus Kia. And, even with Showmaker and Lucid, the two of those guys getting a lot of work done in the mid-jungle duo, it doesn't matter because they give the rest of the gold all over to aiming. And most of the time, I'd say 90% of the time, he is a reliable carry.
Yep, and I think as well, D+ having some battles in their series this week, particularly against BNK was definitely a longer series where it really came down to the wire, and aiming, making that massive defense at the end, definitely a defining moment. And also, Stick of the Dragon, that doesn't count too much towards the Gold King, but it was pretty cool nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a nice little play there. Again, he is the Gold King for the year. We'll get the gold bar courtesy of Uri Bank. But that's not the only award that we have. We also have our OPGG Player of the Week, calculated by the OP score, but voted upon by the panelists here in the LCK. And this week, it's the man in the top lane for D+. Kingen had a huge, huge week.
I think ultimately this comes down to Kingen have some really clutch performances. He wasn't clean throughout all of his performances this week. There was an Aurora game, he definitely looked a bit rough. But there was also an Aurora game where he completely carried, and we talked about it being a bit of a rough week for D+ at times. They did come through in the end, but the series against BNK was definitely not a surefire thing. But like Kingen's Gragas, I think really stood out to me as being a massive pick. Some really clutch engages came through from that.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's just a veteran, and especially when it comes down to some of these really insanely close matches, he's always reliable. He's always there to get the job done, even when the rest of the team is kind of falling behind. So I don't mind this vote here, but I do, as you can see here, expect a wide variety of votes, as last week was totally insane. Me and Chronicle were in for BDD. He was very clutch for KT. They did take down Gen.G. I think that factored into it. But at the end of the day, a lot of focus from the Korean side on Kingen.
Rapta. We were a Raptor vote.
We're in sync. Yeah, I think it's good votes, but also it's kind of a symptom. Last week, almost everyone was voting for Gen.G players, apart from Atlas with the Morgan vote. This week, Gen.G went down. A lot of series are back and forth. A lot of teams had globes, but then also maybe some rougher moments. Like even, BDD beating Gen.G was massive, but also they ended up losing to Quantum Freaks. And I feel like that's why we've had such a spread of votes. People definitely shone, but it was kind of all over the place in terms of results.
Again, last week was so brilliant, so beautiful, as it was messy with all those upsets. Let's take a look at the schedule here to see if we have upsets coming up for week number 9. KT versus DRX and Kwangdong Freaks versus T1 kick us off and have the most implications, but every match, almost every match, has implications.
Every single day, there's a match that matters. I mean, for one of the teams at least, and oftentimes for multiple, right? Starting off with today, KT versus DRX. KT need to win. T1 and Quantum Freaks need to win. They need to beat each other. Who's going to win that? I don't know, and it's pretty much the same every single day.
And the beautiful thing is the final day, it's not playoff implications, but we get the battle of our two giants, Nongshim and Bro.
That's right. It's the Super Bowl of Nongshim Soup. Let's see who will win that one between the Bros and Nongshim. I got the Bros because Giga Chad throughout, including against D+, I just have to, I'm down that river.
Something that was brought up to me in rehearsal by Valdez, thank you, is that Chronic was 1 point ahead of me, and I have 2 predictions different from him. So if my T1 BNK FearX and my Home Life Gen.G predictions both go right, I will come first. And now normally, I'm not really too, predictions are a bit of fun, it's about the night. But as soon as I think I can win, it's all, everything's on that list, all high stakes, I want to take him down.
Which is why I went for 5 flips this week, 5 upsets, just to try to catch up, not because I thought they were going to win. We'll see if maybe I can catch up.
Brendan Flip Valdez and Ox, competitive Ox. We'll have a lot to cover here on the space throughout the week. All right, y'all, it is going to be that final push for playoffs. It all starts now with our matches here on Wednesday. Let's get into it.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding.
파이팅! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final week of the regular season of LCK 2024 Summer. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Chronicler here as we're ready to delve into two matches that both mean a heck of a lot for a lot of teams, namely 3 of them. One team here playing for a little bit more of pride and, of course, to see whether they can end on the right foot here. And that team is, of course, DRX. They're going to be starting off against KT. And if you think that that isn't winnable for DRX, you would be wrong. We all predicted that KT were going to win, and that means that they're going to lose today. So congratulations to DRX. We're going to skip the game. We're going to go straight into T1 versus Quana.
Because you might think that, 17 game score difference might be enough. It was way more between KT and Gen.G, and we all know how that one ended.
Yeah.
KT are, again, truly an enigma. This is not necessarily a must-win for them. The space very nicely explained how many different permutations there are of all the ways that teams can make playoffs.
I love the BDD quote so much. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, guys. Don't worry about it. We just played as usual. Even I can't figure out our team.
Again, beat Hanwha, beat Gen.G, 2-0'd by Brion, 2-0'd by Kwang. If that isn't KT, I don't know what is. I think it's perfect. It's very, very funny. And I really hope that they maintain that form here today, because DRX could use a win. And our playoffs race gets infinitely more hilarious if they lose here and then beat DK, because it keeps it tense till the Saturday showdown, Atlas.
Certainly does. Teddy is coming back as well. Wasn't feeling so good last week and is going to be hopping back in. I think Paddock actually had a decent showing, but the team didn't quite look the same without their human nexus in the bottom side. And so we'll see how he is going to do, whether they can have a bit of a resurgence. And it's always fun to see Teddy versus Deft. And Deft's going to be alongside this man right here. 23 assists away from 4,000. That is a whole lot. Getting ready to surpass Gorilla here as well, moving up towards 3rd place here on our list. Of course, Lehen's recently celebrating 5,000, so I don't think he's going to be catching him anytime soon. But still, a huge milestone here for Beryl.
Kind of insane as well to think how long Beryl has been around, how much of an enigmatic figure he's been in that way. I think him being on KT just makes so much sense that I can't believe it hasn't happened before.
Yep. And he's not really an enigma if you accept the fact that he doesn't make sense. Then it's all completely fine.
But I think you can still call him a mystery. Accepting that he's a mystery doesn't make him any less of a mystery, in my opinion. But I think it's a discussion.
You can predict if you know that it's going to be not what you predict.
Exactly.
As long as there's only 2 options.
Keep looping, Atlas.
Yeah, let's see how it is going to go. Let's see which part of the roller coaster this team is going to be on. They will make their way out first. That means that KT does have side selection going into this match against DRX, the team that they were able to dispatch without side selection in round 1. That's only more things going towards KT for this series, or only more guarantees that DRX is going to be able to take them down. You can see as well the adorable alpaca emote. All of our LCK teams now have emotes in-game, which is super adorable. I actually really like the expression on the alpaca as well. And now we've got like double alpaca emotes.
It's sheepish. The other one is very sassy. It's like that, good job.
The other one's like, yeah, good job, jerk.
Yeah.
It's sort of that one, whereas this one's like, wait, what? I like it. I like it a lot. You can really express a large array of emotions to your teammates.
Especially as a KT fan. I imagine you're going through a lot of exactly.
Yeah, this is the best thing about it, is that you can just use whichever one in any context, and the less sense it makes, the better it is. It's absolutely gorgeous. DRX, they're making their way out now. We'll see whether they can end their season with a bang, of course. 2 matches to go. There will be another one coming up, but neither of them are looking all that good for DRX here, as of course they're going to be taking on Kwangdong Freaks later in the week. You can see little dragon with a cocktail is pretty adorable.
It's good summer vibes, and unfortunately for DRX, they have not had good summer vibes. I think that in spring, this team did feel like it was able to lean a little bit more on the bot lane to find success. And unfortunately, some of that has come with a pretty sharp drop-off in topside performance in particular. We also now have Seta back, we have Rascal back, and I don't think Frog is ready for the LCK, but unfortunately I also don't think that Rascal is anymore. And that's why the key player matchup here is Deft versus Teddy, which, you know, depending on the day, could look any... Deft has straight up lost lane really hard 2v2 to Polo and Envy.
Yeah.
Only to then get it together with Barrel and play Callista Ashe and do a really good job against the...
Pays and Lehen.
Well, they were lane swapped away from, right? There were some circumstances, but...
That's something that KT also hadn't been very good at, though. They there was lane swap scenarios that they should have taken, and they just straight up decided not to. Some very, very interesting decisions made in a lot of these games, but the lane swap definitely working out and sort of adds that to their wheelhouse. Now, Rascal, this isn't a good news story. This guy has done nothing but lose while he's been playing. Frog has the highest win rate as far as top laners are concerned, with more than 0. It's
not great,
It's not great. We'll see whether we can get a win for Rascal. That's all we need to do. And honestly, up against KT, it's either take a win off KT or Quantum Freaks. Like, this is winnable. This is big time winnable.
Yeah, this is just a 50-50, as it always is. Kwangdong really depends what form Kwangdong is going to be in. We obviously discussed in great detail the fact that they are a team that has clearly a lot of stuff going on right now. That final match against BNK was somewhat sad, as they just kind of crumbled under the pressure, as has happened many a time before for Kwangdong. That was obviously also the main story of their 2023 season. For KT, no team out of those 4, Kwangdong, BNK, KT, T1, is guaranteed. T1 is looking obviously the best because of the game score, because of the fact that they're a series ad, but every single game matters. So even just a game win for DRX here could end up being the difference maker as to whether or not KT make it. And KT obviously did make playoff last time around, still looking good when it comes to getting to the regional finals, even if they don't make playoffs. But let's be honest, we want to see this team in playoffs because they're funny.
Yeah.
And they just do stuff that shouldn't happen, Atlas.
And also, like, the DRX of 2022 vibes are there. And you've got to see how far they can make it when we actually get to 5v5s, because that's where that team thrived, right? And so we'll just have to see whether they're going to get there. I don't know whether it's going to like, maybe they just crash and burn round 1 of the playoffs and we're like, oh, really? All of that drama?
Yeah,
it would be like the most KT thing. And then, theoretically, they come back in the Worlds Gauntlet and get themselves to Worlds that way or something.
I feel like as we were like in the middle of the season, it felt like this was kind of an overdone narrative when it comes to KT. But then they got 2-0 by Bro and won against GNG, so we're back on the train.
Yeah, and the train isn't back on the tracks. We just elected to go back into a train that is currently careening out of control.
Oh, look at that.
That's what's happening. Yone going to be banned.
Dan.
Yep, we're going to dive straight into the draft here as Satab loses his Yone to start this one off. We'll see what the red side bans are going to look like. Of course, this is our second week on 14-15. Things a little bit settled, and it feels like Vi has been very much a priority ban. And I think Pyoshik going to have his Maokai looked at, because the other tree has been permabanned against him, but he's just been picking Maokai and winning.
Yeah, I think Maokai in general should just be getting looked at. The problem obviously here is going to be, do you want to give them Rumble? Probably not. Do you want to give them Maokai? Also probably not. I do think that the Rumble, even though it is still really strong, and I can't believe I'm saying this, it feels like it doesn't feel as we are guaranteed to lose the game as it did before. So I agree. Perfect has obviously had, like the rest of the team, a bit of up and downs, but I do think that he is generally a very consistent player outside of some specific positioning when it comes to being on the weak versus strong side of the map. But we have seen the Cannon come up as a pretty decent answer into the Rumble. The main obvious issue here, as the Cannon will probably get locked in there, is that Rascal individually just hasn't looked good. Unfortunately, this is a player where 2 years ago, when he was on KT, we were so sad that he didn't make playoffs because he individually was trying to drag that team kicking and screaming into playoffs, and that is just not the form that we've seen him in throughout the entirety of this year. As the Rakan gets locked in here for Plata. Plata, unfortunately, after I think a really great spring, another example of a player that has seemingly lost so much of his edge, and we see this often with teams that have just been kind of on the receiving end of beatings for the entirety of the year.
Yeah, we'll see where Sponge is going to go here. As it isn't a jungle lock-in. They're still going to take away the cannon, make sure that they get that one in position. And now Pureshik gets to go towards this Sejuani. I was wondering whether they were going to priority lock that one away, just with the Maokai Band, sort of the only other tank that you can go towards. And so KT, they delve down the tier list, and Pureshik going to lock in the highest thing on the tier list in the jungle. Same thing for BDD in the mid lane. After Perfect does exactly the same thing on the top side. We'll see whether the tier list does create a decent team composition when we get to bot and support. As Zeri is going to be taken away. So Teddy on a hyper carry. Certainly if you're a Teddy fan, you'll feel pretty good about that one. So that is the core that they have already. Still looking for a mid lane and jungle. And so we're going to see a whole bunch of jungle bans coming in here from KT, I'd assume.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. If they were going to just ban Kalista to deny both Beryl playing some of the more esoteric picks and then the Kalista Ashe that we obviously saw, but they're going to start with Ashe. I think they might still ban Kalista. It's going to be the Senna instead. So not as afraid of some of the more traditional setups, and what is the strongest one that's remaining would be Kalista Renata, which obviously into Rakan, like it makes your life a little bit awkward, but I don't think that is necessarily as punishing as some of the other engage supports where it really becomes nigh unplayable. Senna also takes away a lot of the creativity that is there. And really interesting, between the Yone, the Vi, and then I was about to say the LeBlanc, but even adding Yasuo to that, very clearly KT respecting a mid-jungle 2v2. And that makes sense because Sejuani, Corki, they're great champions, but that's not a strong 2v2. So we'll have to see what ends up making it through here. And I kind of love this. I kind of love this. One of the biggest issues that we've seen with Kennen specifically is that teams have gotten used to playing against him as well. The flanks, they get sussed out, and he gets exhausted, and he just doesn't do a whole lot. Well, that's going to be a lot harder when the lights are turned off.
Yeah, I actually really like that. Deft, I think it's pretty obvious that he's going to head towards a Kalista pickup here. And we know that KT do like to fight for lane as much as possible. We'll see whether it is going to be the Renata or whether Beryl just locks in Rel so that they can really get these team fights under the right conditions. I don't think you're going to have too much pressure on you if you're up against the Rakan Zeri, although it is a respectable lane. I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. But Nico is another option, and he's going to lock that one away instead. And I feel like you're a little bit more all-in with that one.
It's also to counteract, and we haven't even talked about the fact that this Zeri might be a mid-flex, but it's also to deny the Nocturne Nico, which could have been locked in there for Satab. So then they would have had the combo that we saw really, I think it was spring this year. Where it kept coming in. We'll have to see what goes where. My assumption is it's Zeri mid, and we have the Ezreal in the bot lane. Ezreal is a lot safer compared to the Zeri. Zeri obviously suffers from range and does actually have to walk into effective range of the Nico and the Kalista. What this does mean, though, is that the engage of KT, I think, is a little lackluster. Like, obviously, Beryl can hit big ultimates, but as you were saying, the trade-off was kind of, do you want to go for something crazy like this? Renata was another one. Or do you want to go for something like the Rel, which is a lot more consistent? How well you can keep people on the equalizer is going to be very aligned on can Beryl hit a big ultimate. And now look at the amount of mobility on the enemy team. And that might be tough. That said, DRX do need to be well coordinated for this comp to work, and they have not really been that.
Yeah, and they also, like, there are compositions that can handle a few ticks of the equalizer. This isn't one of them.
No.
If the equalizer even is remotely close, I think that half the team is just going to melt. Because there is no true tank on this squad, I think that it's going to be hard to play Rakan with so much of this AoE as well. But I think it all comes down to how well KT can actually play out this laning phase. I think we've come to trust BDD on his Corki. Perfect has been pretty great, to be honest, on the top side of the map, but we'll see how he is going to do on the pivotal Rumble first pick here as DRX. They do have the counter pick opportunities in a lot of different areas. There's a lot of shenanigans with the Zeri being flexed towards the mid lane and the return of the Nocturne. See whether Sponge can get it done. Let's jump into the rip for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Did anyone else hear that? The little bit of a shriek?
That was a bit of a shriek. I also think that the KT fans have a sense of desperation that's very, very valid. That's good.
I don't trust. What was the little squeal, though? Because that wasn't desperation. It was more just like, we love you anyway. You know, that's what it sort of felt like to me from the DRX fans. Because, of course, you know, ever since especially 2022 when they came back after winning Worlds, they did pick up a whole bunch of fans, even though that entire roster did leave. A lot of residual love for this squad.
Oh,
so that they can get themselves together. What are we oohing about?
the Swapperoonie that's coming through here, which is a good way to both deny the, particularly the early levels of the the Nico and the Kalista, and then on the flip side, making Rascal's life a little bit easier. When they're going to spot this, also when you are the one setting up the lane swap, obviously, as we've mentioned many times, you are going to take a hit in terms of your power when it comes to the plates, because you're trying to hit a turret that is a lot more beefy, but because they haven't spotted it right up until this point, Sponge will probably be able to snipe away a good part of the jungle, so we have to see how Pioshik is going to respond to this, because normally what happens is you only get the part of the jungle that you are lane swapping towards, so him being able to clear and then maybe cross over to Pioshik's top side could be really, really big here. And there we see Beryl now making his way over.
Oh, he stole it. Okay.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, that's not very happy times here for Sponge. Doesn't get the healing from taking down the Gromp there as well. And he is going to move immediately towards that top side just because he didn't want to risk there being a very frustrating fake Corki that did actually move over. So he might have just straight up died.
Guys,
if he got greedy.
You cannot do this. I guess they set it up for Sponge?
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do. So Sponge takes down his Raptor camp and then walks over this ward. But Rascal sacrifices most of his health bar, as does Pleta, just to try and triage what has happened here in the jungle. Deft and Perfect / Beryl are going to get to work on this this bottom lane outer turret. That is, in fact, the real Perfect.
So
I get a bit confused.
It's fine. And Nico tricks players and casters like this. Is still going to be a win for Sponge, don't get me wrong. He's still got the blue buff, but it's not going to be as big of a win as it could have been, right? Could have been up to 2 camps. Is also slightly behind due to him investing time, and then the buff going to get taken away. And as mentioned, as expected, KT is going to pull ahead when it comes to the plates. And you see here, Pioshik is in fact waiting to see if Rascal is just going to TP back. This wave is not getting caught. Same on the flip side here, right? As Teddy and Pleta also have set up the wave. Also have been able to do a good amount of damage here, but it just isn't really comparable. And particularly with Nocturne, Sponge wants to get to 6 as soon as humanly possible, right? So that's the main priority. Rascal is still roaming. Perfect has actually been able to pick up a good amount of shared XP. Isn't the case for Rascal. So probably maybe hits it off of some shared XP on this bit wave, but not just yet.
No, not quite. We're seeing that the Corki hasn't been doing necessarily so well, even though it's still been picked a whole lot. Doesn't really feel like that stat matters all that much. I think we've seen enough of the Corkis that are successful to know that it's still a worthwhile pick. It's just picked every single game. And so some of these losses have been in a row. As Perfect, is going to be 2 levels above Rascal, so he's not allowed to head towards this wave that is so far away from his turret.
So the one upside for Rascal is that he still has TP.
There you go.
Yeah, the bad thing is it doesn't really matter because he won't be able to get any XP. So
yeah,
we'll see how top lane goes. Rumble does kind of auto push as long as Rascal, you know, gets at least some trades going, but that is going to be a pretty substantial health investment. Also, do note there is 1 plate left in the bottom half of the map. That's not a lot of plate.
Yeah, I would say that it's on the single digits of plates.
There we go. Well, the wave is going to be crashing, and it doesn't look like they're setting up a dive, so Rascal will be, I imagine, like 1.5, 2 levels behind. But right now, his life obviously isn't very far.
Yeah, hasn't been able to pick up a minion just yet. When he gets his first one, we will celebrate. But that hasn't happened just yet. We're having a look now, and this wave will be able to conga line in. My god, a level 2
Ignite.
cannon really just does not like taking harpoons to the face. And is able to get one. There we go. 2 creeps to his name.
He got the cannon. Okay.
There we go. Massive.
It's going to be a plate going over to Perfect here, but as mentioned, Rascal is about to hit 3 and
wait, if this dive actually worked, Rascal's game would be over. Well, he does have teleport,
he does
like
have
you
TP,
said. So actually, no, he would be not completely it wouldn't be completely and utterly doomed. It would just be mainly really bad.
It would be. As we do see the early dragon to come through, obviously an insane amount of pressure here towards the top side of the map generated by Perfect.
Oh,
And
no.
Rascal is also not doing too great on the creeps department. Sponge, though, he's the one guy that has really benefited from what has been going on. So they basically sacrificed Rascal to try and make sure that Sponge is going to hit 6 as soon as possible. And then that first ult, as we always talk about, is going to be the big thing. And do know Perfect has been pushed up pretty aggressively. Sponge is going to give away immediately that this has been going on, and he isn't 6 yet. But should be able to at least get the Gromp, which will give him 6.
He is massively ahead when it comes to experience
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. So he is super close to 6, and Koshik hasn't even hit level 5 yet. So this is going to be a really, really dangerous Nocturne. With the Tiamat already completed, means that he's able to only accelerate this lead even further. So there's that level 6 like you were talking about.
Perfect knows this. Should know this.
Well, Rascal is still level 4, but that's a very, very dangerous Sponge. And so Perfect is just dead, and that is First Blood going over to Rascal. That's going to help him out.
Yeah, and there's no TP on Perfect either. Actually, really, really rough mistake there. Again, you know he's on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
And obviously, maybe you don't expect him to hit 6 off of that one camp. But realistically, you knew Sponge was ahead. You knew he was on the top half of the map. And this is a Nocturne, even against the cannon that's behind. Cannon still has good setup. And this is exactly what Rascal needed to get back into the game. And you see here as well, you can play it slower, right? You don't need to be that far up. I think Perfect really wanting to push the lead as far as possible. Because, like, looking at his wave state, I don't think that he needed to go in. There's sometimes scenarios where, like, I'm going to die, and I'm going to get a good reset on the wave, and then maybe it's worth it. But I don't think this was one of those scenarios. And Rascal, still behind, still not 6, but does now, at least in terms of gold, look a bit better.
Well, Pletter is in a little bit of danger here, as Deft is going to get some slows with the Rend. He's going to be pushing DRX back here towards the bottom side. Wave state is going to be stacking back up and pushing back towards DRX relatively soon. As Deft misses a couple of creeps, but he should be absolutely fine. Going for a bit of a hard shove. DRX can just wait for this minion wave to get here. No harm, no foul. And Rascal is still burning. Perfect did go back and get the Merc Treads, which is going to make Huni somewhere feel very upset. That is fine, means that the Marks of the Storm aren't going to be quite as dangerous. And he is still 20 CS up. True Shot Barrage to come down to thin out this wave. There's still that one plate as far as this turret is concerned. And I think that KT really do want to try and take down this turret as soon as possible so they can start moving around this bottom lane as soon as they can. So far, still kind of locked down here. And Teddy with that wave clear from the ulti, sort of helping him out, as we could see. So wave going to stack up, and as you can see here, they are able to get through this one. So Sponge will be able to steal away another blue buff.
Oh, he is ult as well. Now, I do want to say, Sponge, ideally probably looking for a play in mid, because you want to get as many Ultimate Hunter stacks as possible. Already got the one on Perfect, to which I'm not 100% sure, but he went Domination secondary and he's Nocturne, so I'm going to make the safe assumption.
He did get it, yeah.
There you go, yeah. So, going to be trying to find as many kills as possible on the rep. So the bad thing for this, obviously the gold lead is now a lot bigger. Or for DRX rather, the good thing is that now Teddy can just keep the wave in a safe space. He's Azrael, so he does have a lot of safety in that side lane. The main issue now for DRX is going to be how does KT move Deft and Barrel around the map. Barrel is, I assume, going to be close towards that level 6. That's when the Nico becomes a really, really big deal. A lot is going to come down to which extent DRX can use this dive combo and actually sync it up, because their team fights Atlas have not been great, and KT,
we don't know.
It depends on the day. So far, so good.
Yeah. All right, CTab, he's moved up towards the top side. BDD is going to match him, and we do have the 80 carries in the mid lane. So it's now a Kennen in the very, very long lane. Just some more sacrificing here of poor Rascal. But currently, there is no one down there, so he's going to have a little bit of time to himself. We'll see whether he can get himself towards a crash. As Pureshik up here towards his top side, as BDD continuing to play very aggressively. Currently a couple of waves in the lead over CTab when it comes to the farm.
Yeah, issue here is that there's not a lot of great setup coming through from the Zeri. Mostly just damage, no W, but it's about to be ready, and it's tough. If they can get Plata in the play as well, that might be enough, but Plata got spotted on the wards that were there in the topside jungle. 6 grubs would be really big here, but looks like KT, while that was happening, was Sponge looking for this play, was able to sneak away too. Still going to hit the threshold for the mites, but not going to feel nearly as good as it could have otherwise been.
Yep. And so Sponge going to be able to take down this last one. Means that he's going to be able to continue his experience domination over the jungle. Certainly good news there for DRX. But Pioshik has actually done a decent job sort of keeping up after what was a little bit of a slow journey towards level 6.
It really is a dire game to be a Sejuani, though, because the only one that can help you get your passive is Rumble.
Yeah.
Obviously doesn't have very strong autos. I guess
What if Beryl turns into Rumble?
Yeah, true.
That
works. Yeah, that works.
So you've got like 1.5. Wait, does it count as half? Maybe it's like 1.2.
Yeah, I don't know how many times Beryl is going to want to do that either.
Yeah.
Usually, I think we've mostly seen him become Corki, Callista, maybe he wants to go for. But it's mostly been just BDD.
Well, that is going to be a reveal on the Ocean Soul. A little bit of a shame. We did have a Chemtech Drake up first. But there is a fair bit of poke kind of on both sides. Like if, say, DRX get themselves a few Oceans, that way if Perfect starts off with an Equalizer and there isn't enough follow-up to fully commit to a fight, then they're not going to get softened up in a massive way. There is the way to just sort of heal yourself back up. So we'll sort of change how theoretically KT are going to play this one out. But if KT continues stacking up these dragons, then the conversation is going to be more about, can we get to an Elder extraordinarily early in this game? Because the first Drake was taken down pretty quickly after it spawned, so we could be pretty early as far as the Elder is concerned if DRX just don't care about this dragon.
Feels appropriate as well for both these two teams. And both these two compositions want to be the aggressor. By a pretty insane margin, right? On one hand, you have KT wanting to basically throw Beryl in or find an engage with Pioshik, then layer the Equalizer, and Deft and BDD shred everyone that has some degree of health bar left. On the flip side, the DRX members, I think, are highly mobile, but as you mentioned, they are also squishy. So if you do get CC'd, I think DRX, their comp crumbles pretty quickly versus Pioshik, who did pick up the Locket, so he's going to at least help a little bit out in that regard. But then DRX, the Nocturne ult usage in particular, for me, is going to be what makes or break this. That and how well Rascal and Plata can use that chaos, because DRX, as a 5-man dive unit, I think is even more impressive than what KT have, right? Like, Def needs to be at least a little bit careful. Same for BDD. Setep will just be throwing himself into 4 or 5 people, depending on the angle that his top and support are going to find.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a little bit of self-sacrifice, I think, by a few of the DRX players, namely Pletter and Sponge, to get these fights started. But like you were saying, if Rascal can play around it well, then there is a big opportunity. I'm
really worried we're going to get like one really cool fight that is just immediately blown open by one of the teams, where they just hit the shot, and then that's just going to be it. Because both these teams from behind Atlas, they're not great.
No, it's not quite going to work. Right now, no team is really behind. It's 1,000 gold the lead for KT, but it doesn't really matter. Equalizer going to come down as Rascal steps off it, but he's still going to get caught by that Harpoon. It does have to vacate.
That's a bit of walking. Might be enough for them to try and make a play on this Herald.
Could be an opportunity. See whether KT are going to be able to still utilize their numbers advantage as Rascal's going back. Yeah, exactly. That is a decent flank angle, and he does have the Leandries completed here as well. So Rascal, big spike, and with that that teleport and the fact that he still has his ulti is a big deal. So KT still going to start this one up because, of course, they're KT. Beryl still does have that level 6, so can be very pivotal.
Without Equalizer, I think that DRX should feel confident to take this.
Well, still going to be a Glacial Prison connecting here onto Sponge. There's the flash forward. They find the Pop Blossom. Sponge is going to get taken down first, but he does get the ulti out. Still the Teddy's going to get exhausted. That is going to be Rend popped, and Setap solo, the flash forward, and Def just cleans it up. It's a triple for the Callista, and I guess they just didn't need the Equalizer.
Yep, not looking great there for DRX. Rascal even invests the TP, but it doesn't matter. Summoners used, but it's KT that are able to pull the trigger there. Wonderfully done by Pioshik, and Sponge. Oh, really caught off guard on that one. Spell Shield could have made that whole play not work out, but wasn't able to get the timing right. And then basically everything snowballed from there. The Nocturne able to be used defensively. Rascal also... I think it was catching the bot wave, so the TP timing was also not ideal, right? Ideally, you'd have him TP in the moment that this happens, but look at Bioshik here, using the vision. And I gotta say, I think there was enough time to spell shield that. That could have been the difference maker. And then the TP comes in, but at that point the fight is already lost. Teddy gets exhausted, so him being amidst multiple people just ends up in his death. And then Deft lives his best Kalista life, hopping forward after that flash.
Yep. And there's the round of applause. And I get a little bit caught up in the team fight because I saw the exhaust go down. I'm like, where is the cannon? Where is Rascal? And he was just too late and sort of like went in and then lightning rushed his way out. He's like, I guess you guys are dead.
Yeah. On one hand, Rascal's TP timings have not been great, but I also understand you want to use the TP when the Nocturnal comes down.
Yeah.
Because, right, that's the whole point of the combo, is that they can't respond to the TP that they can't see. But I wish they would have been more proactive about it, because whoever is going to be proactive is probably going to look better. And now KT, huge gold lead as this Drake fight commences.
Yep, they have an equalizer this time as Perfect waiting on a flank angle here as Beryl moving on over, wants to find his angle, does have his Pop Blossom back up and available as there's the equalizer, but it steals the Drake! Oh, okay. Well, now Pop Blossom's going to come on through just to try and get rid of this cannon. Rascal going down extremely low, but Beryl is going to pop as well. There goes the Nocturne. Satab's getting chased down by Def, who is so incredibly fed at this point in the game. They'll grab themselves Soul Point. They'll win a team fight, and KT are off to the races.
Oh, back-to-back disasters in the fight. KT showing a continued level of dominance here. Just a lot cleaner with it than DRX. As we take a look here, obviously the Dragon Steel, very unfortunate. That can happen.
Oh, okay. So it was a smite combo, I guess, with Bioshik as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's also Bioshik being there threatens the 50-50, so there is more pressure.
Yeah.
But then here, Bioshik not overdiving, able to get out. Yeah, they sacrificed Beryl, but he got the job done. He kept the cannon out of the fight. And then again, as long as the health bars are full for Deft, for BDD, makes their jobs very, very easily. KT looking miles ahead, sitting on soul points, currently almost getting close to what, like 5k advantage here. And for DRX, they might get one more Hail Mary fight, but it's got to be an incredible one where they basically take BDD and Deft out right from the get-go, and Deft still has Cleanse. His Flash is about to come up. BDD still has Flash, and Beryl has Exhaust, so that's much easier said than done, Atlas.
Yeah, and it's also a Terminus that has been completed now as Beryl is making his way down the lane, seeing whether he can find Satat. There's a Pop Blossom, and it's going to get a dash. Still, sometimes you got to go for it, you know?
Yeah, it's no harm.
Flash is
there's not really any
no
objective that I think is going to come for. And to be fair, if he has to flash for that, I don't think... They were pretty far up the lane already, so I don't know if he would have gone for it. Actually, it's Beryl. I take it back. He probably would have.
Yeah, he would have flashed if it was possible. Still, I don't know whether it would have necessarily been the best idea. Sometimes when you're playing Nico, you just have to go for it. You know, that's the main thing. BDD is going to be able to tell Beryl about taking Mega Cones and stuff like that and how fun that was. Thankfully, it is not a Chemtech Rift. Because we saw some catastrophic plays.
Yeah.
Trying to utilize that one. Pop Blossoming the air.
I want to highlight as well, really, I like how KT are dealing with this Nocturne. So what you're seeing now is that DRX are attempting to set up picks inside, right? Where, again, Sponge has level 2 on the ultimate now, so he's hovering around his side lane to try and just get a kill on the Perfect, get some more gold into Rascal. But the problem is that they know, so this should be a tough one.
Yeah, the equalizer is going to come down. Great positioning here from Perfect as he does get stunned up and will be taken down. But man, it was closer than it could have otherwise been. Still, it is successful here for DRX. They're going to alleviate some of the pressure.
That's nice. Not going to be enough by itself. Not going to get an additional Ultimate Hunter stack and Perfect again. Not really respecting the Nocturne, but not going to be the end of the world. I wonder if they actually want to commit to this. And it looks like they are. Sponge doesn't have his ultimate right now, and neither does Rascal.
It's going to be hard to get over this wall. He does have the flash available. Beryl is almost just dead. True Shot Barrage to come out and try to take him down. The Baron is going to be forgotten for now. And I think, yeah, turning off it sounds like a good idea. No equalizer for Perfect, who does have the teleport and is immediately going to use that to get towards the bottom lane here, as Rascal will now have TP advantage.
And this is another example. Sponge not getting spotted on any wards, so Perfect feels comfortable walking up. As we can see, it's still a rumble, so almost toast Sponge, but Rascal, as soon as he sees his jungler's getting low, invests the ultimate there. Again, I think two times in a row, Perfect. This is what we talk about when we still see that Perfect is an inexperienced player, right? You know the Nocturne was spotted on that half of the map. They had a pretty decent level of control, and he wasn't seen in the jungle. Obviously could have been on the back, but and it doesn't end up being too consequential, so not the end of the world. And now in the 40 seconds, Drake fight coming up, and looking at the lack of item spikes here. Yes, Satem and Teddy are strong, but Rascal doesn't have a second item yet. Sponge doesn't have a second item yet. Plata hasn't even finished his first item rather. We'll have to see if DRX are going to be able to find the gold from this 4K deficit, because yes, Ocean, not the most amazing, but I still imagine you don't want to give it over.
I think they probably try and fight for it. We'll see whether they actually can, up in 15 seconds time approximately, as Beryl is just playing bouncer here, using that shape splitter to make sure that he stays safe. And I think that it's actually kind of smart that the man in the most dangerous, I'm going to have to hold that thought here, as Pleta thinking about going in. Beryl is still extremely squishy, does eat some honey fruit to try and get himself back up to health. Now they've started off this Drake.
We gotta go.
Raj is going to connect there on to Def. Paranoia is going to connect, but the Pop Blossom, it finds two as well. Sponge is completely out of the fight, but now they dash in. The ulti from Satap is gigantic. And now Pureshik and Perfect, the last man standing. Perfect trying to get himself out here. Pureshik is on basically no health, and that is a gorgeous skate in from Satab. That's going to be bounty gold going over to DRX. A triple kill for the Zeri, and maybe even a Baron.
And we knew it was too clean, Atlas. This made way too much sense up until this point. And it's Rascal, who after having had such a rough split, ends up being the difference. Like a lot of gold onto that cannon. They immediately blow up Pleta. Sponge is off in the jungle, fighting Perfect. But I do want to note, it actually ends up being successful. Initially, I didn't think that was going to be the case, because Perfect immediately goes for an ult on top of himself, and that means that one of the biggest tools isn't there, and then Rascal, with that flash, the follow-up from Satap, ends up being the big difference maker.
And at the same time, I'm pretty sure there was no exhaust on that cannon, and the Fate's Call came in, so even if it was available, I don't think that Beryl could have actually used it. So it was just beautifully timed here by Rascal in general. Finds the angle. I think also maybe the exhaust was used just to try and pop those targets that were in front of them. So just suboptimal there for KT. It isn't going to be the Baron going down. Rascal is back towards his bottom lane, but didn't have to invest the teleport, as of course he was bot side of the map already before that fight. And one Ocean, not going to be the end of the world, but look at the gold. It is now back within touching distance between these two teams, and KT, they cannot afford another one of those team fights. As looking at this Baron once again, Def just going to start that one up. Pleta trying to get some vision back in this Baron pit. Yeah, exactly right. There are a bunch of them. And the cannon biding his time for now. Paranoia up and available. We'll see whether it does get used as they take the Rift Scuttler. Pureshik down to 50%. And is just going to get himself out of there.
The moment they get the Scuttle, they're like, no, abort.
Yep.
They see the two wards, they're like, no can do. If that cannon, even without flash, obviously a lot harder to get in reliably, but if he has two flank TP wards, I'm pretty sure he would have.
Yep. Speaking of TP, it's going to be back up and available here for Perfect pretty soon, so we can go back towards this bottom side, clear out this wave, and get back to work. But 20 CS now the lead for Rascal. And so what the last play really gave was Rascal a whole bunch of money. So 4-1 and 2 now. He's got his Shadow Flame as well as his Leandries, and probably a whole bunch of extra money after pushing about 4 waves here towards this bottom side at the same time. So he's going to go back to base. And this Lightning Rat, I think, has just evolved into Raichu, you know?
That's good, right?
Well, I mean, it depends.
In the lore, I know that they were like...
Maybe he found a light ball on the ground, which is the item that makes Pikachu into a Pokemon that's actually... Like,
yeah, no,
really
I was more so referring to the fact that obviously Pikachu wanted to stay
I mean, that's not every Pikachu.
Well, no, just the big one.
We might be talking about Lieutenant Surge's Pikachu before it evolved into Raichu, and that Pokemon was very happy.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know.
Yeah.
I think in Rascal's case, he did actually want to evolve, and he's very happy about it.
Yeah, I think he's pretty psyched. The base stat increase is certainly good. We'll see which iteration it is. Raichu was actually a pretty decent Pokemon, I believe, a few generations ago. No, well, it all depends on which movesets are available and things like this, whether you're allowed event versions of the Pokemon at the same time. So we'll just have to see. Might not be the one that does
One
it.
day,
I believe
Atlas,
it was Endeavor.
You and I will really dive into this.
Yep, we certainly can.
Over the pleasure of maybe some bro and bro. We are casting bro Nongshim at the end of the week. Again! That's going to be fun. Right now, though, we do see the dragon about to spawn in about a minute, but we've gotten to the point of the game where there is more than enough damage available to actually get it for either team. I do want to note as well, look at that setup going for the shield bow. Normally, I'm not the biggest enjoyer of early shield bows on Zeri, but in this case, you know he's going to be diving into 3 people. So I think it does make a lot of sense as the ward will get spotted.
Yeah, Letter taking a little bit of damage here, but Satab will clear out the wave on the top side. And DRX, after now they've taken down a couple of turrets. Certainly, like it's under 1,000. Like it's kind of crazy. And that ward that did pop down towards the blue buff is still there. Control ward now on the red here for Rascal.
Oh, do imagine that one is going to get spotted. Third spike done here for Teddy as well. Sponge going to ensure that they don't have the setup. But this is the dangerous thing for DRX. And the one thing they need to avoid here is over-invest towards a relatively worthless Ocean Drake and then get immediately traded on with the Baron. But like, look at the wards. Look, there's 3 wards here. Even a ward there towards the top side, although that one obviously is very far away. So they're not going to be able to deny Rascal entry into the fight.
Well, Beryl is going to be able to find this control ward that Rascal did just put down. Kyoshik just trying to brute force his way into the river and take 2 here for KT. We'll see whether that exhaust is actually going to be utilized on the cannon this time around. I think that is going to be a big difference maker in this fight. It's whether KT can get this fight happening on their terms. As Beryl on an angle, looking like a Sejuani. They are kind of aware that that is not the one. Is going to transform here. Fair bit of damage there onto Pletter, as we can see. Now the extended beam's coming in. Rascal going for that flank angle. And Kyoshik, not exactly the target. The exhaust hasn't gone down yet. The equalizer comes in. Perfect is going to be taken out, but they didn't kill BDD. They didn't kill Def. And KT will punish. This time around, it's not even close. As Teddy, he'll go down in the end, and that is going to be a kill going over to Beryl. That's the ace. That's going to be Soul. It could be Baron. It might even be Game.
And this time around, the crucial members are not found. The dive not quite coordinated enough. As we're going to take another look here, the idea, obviously, I like it, but it is a little bit awkward to actually get on top of the members. And look, BDD just bulks out. Deft, Cleanse, Flash, and the combo there, the equalizer, toasting some of the members.
Oh,
and the fact that they get the CC on top of that equalizer ends up being the difference maker. And Teddy, unfortunately, not actually getting all the way over the wall. Ends up making...
I really like how, as well, Beryl holds exhaust for Teddy. He's like, slicing Maelstrom. No, just outplay it, guys.
And they did.
And yeah, exactly. It worked out very, very well. I just think it's kind of curious that he just elected not to press the button on the little Pikachu guy. As Rascal, back to it, up towards his top side, but the Baron was taken while we were watching that replay. We're now moving back towards a 4,000 gold lead. It is 1,300 on the Rebel Baron power play, but that is likely to increase over the next 2.5 minutes, as that's an Ocean Soul as well. So you can just come in, you can take some Mystic Shot poke and stuff like that if you want to. As Satab, he's going to get teleported on. That is going to be the ulti to come through. The Paranoia comes down, but Satab, he's going to have to flash over this wall. He's burning, but he isn't going to go down just yet, as Beryl's going to transform into Bristle and Sejuani. And Satab doesn't have a lot of ability to keep himself alive, as he tries to lifesteal off the wave without too many lifesteal items.
Yeah,
that is going to be the end of him.
With BT, like, maybe you find a way, but he didn't. And now, KT going to continue to push. This is kind of what we were worried about. If you pull the trigger, you don't actually get the fight that you're looking for, gets very dire very quickly. Sponge also using the ultimate there to try and keep his body safe. Didn't work. I know they don't have the ultimate to maybe set up another desperate flank. They do have some wards behind, but they just can't use them.
And Deft is a tank now as well. He's got 4 items. One of them is a Wit's End and that Terminus on top.
NBT.
NBT, like it's kind of nutty. He said, Rage Blade? Nah, I'm not about that. I have to jump too fast. I'm just going to build as many pseudo tank items.
And Ocean Soul.
Yeah, no, he's not really going to be dying anytime soon. One Nexus turret remains here for DRX. As KT still with a minute left on this Baron. They are just going to move on over and take down this mid inhibitor turret. They'll take the mid inhibitor as well. Get another wave in amongst this to try and continue their siege. The big ones starting to really hurt here as the Glacial Prison going to get Arcane shifted out of there by Teddy. That was very good. But now Rascal needs to spend some time on the fountain. He's not going to be there to try and defend this as the Paranoia comes out yet again. Pleta looks for the back line, but he's just going to get burnt to a crisp. And then the snare comes in from Beryl. Rascal can't find anyone with the ulti. It's a double for BDD as the exhaust down on Teddy once again. Make that one a triple. Is this another penta? It's not, because Perfect is going to take away the 4th one. Sponge is going to deny the kill, and there goes the Nexus. Only 11 assists left here for Beryl as they take down game number 1. We'll see whether they can get them in game number 2. So important, though, for KT to win this game, especially if they can win against DRX 2-0 here today as far as making sure they're getting towards playoffs.
A big win here for KT, regardless of how the series is going to end up. After that one, I think we can, you know, we did a little ride on the roller coaster, but nothing too crazy. And to me, the bot lane was the crucial point. On one end, I think Beryl with his knockups, his team fighting, his decision of when to use exhaust was amazing. But I know that his damage numbers don't look that high, but I gotta give credit to Def. I think this is a really hard game to play as a Kalista.
I'd agree.
And he ended up with a pretty immaculate KD. A lot of lost hits in that, but I think that we saw how important DRX found him and how much damage was tried or thrown into him, trying to take him down. We'll see which of those two is going to get it. Even Yoshi got a great game. I think for Perfect, a bit less, but it didn't end up mattering. His equalizers in the fights, still what they needed to be.
It was absolutely great. I think Beryl as well probably going to get a few votes because he played Nico, and that is pretty cool. It's now time, though, for us to go to a short break. When we get back, D-Gun and the gang are going to break that one down, and we'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
중에 강화 될 때 이거 오케이 나오면 나 공 한번 볼게 공 볼게 까비 나 타워 캐넨 그 타워 칠게 우리 타워부터 나 또 했어 야 끊었어 야 뒤에 막혀 있어 뒤에 봐줄게 좀 들고 있을게 내가 알아서 봐 에이 이제 높을 더 바꿔 나 펜타 주라 얘 tek탔다 나비
About it, and now the goal basically equalized at LCK. If they can get this Drake though, at least they can get soul points.
Yeah, soul point going to be very important. Extended beam not quite going to find KT here.
I think it's looking good. Yeah, they should be able to get this. Although on deal.
Yeah, he can possibly get in here. Nature's Grasp is going to be tanked by Beryl. Everyone sort of lines up for it. The extended wave not really working out as they do get the ulti down. But Perpy's now looking to barbecue them. The Aurora goes down, but she does kill Deft as well as Quandong Freaks just get full control. And you can understand exactly why. Teleport's going to come in. That ultimate still not up for Dudu as the stun's going to come down, but the ulti's buffered from Bulldog. The ulti goes to Narnia from Pyochik, and down goes the Corki, and so much of the damage is done. It's just Battle Kitty tearing them apart and Bulldog.
Go for the dive. Don't have too much damage as
That's
awesome.
ulti coming in for Rascal here. Pretty telegraphed on the gang. He's just going to try and hold these as best he can. Does find the barrel. Flashes underneath and Rascal is dead once again. We just need to see some patience from Doran. Right now in the banana brush, but he can move on over. There's the curtain call. That might be the time for Doran to come over as Splitter. He gets flashed over the top of the exhaust. Still comes in, but Rascal's dead. Somehow Sponge dies to the lightning rat as well. With his control of the dragon area going over to BK, just flashbacks, they're the ones that manage to pick up the drops. The flash forward from Andal, he sees Raptor, and he puts down the crescent guard. Bulldog puts him into a circle, but he's the one that builds it first. The knock-up Scorched Lance goes down, and the dragon is going to get distracted. Andal falls into disaster. The Quandong Freaks are on the floor, and BK are on the board.
And normally, you get grubs, they get dragons. That's how it goes. That's the trade. But BK DRX are tired of trading.
Huge play from Mihail, who now has his Starbar set. Kingan's out of the fight for now.
Yeah, he could just, zone Kingen away. They do not really have Kingen for now, but now the Maokai ultimate is going to be coming in. Sylvie does dodge it. He is on top of this. It is just a flip, and it goes to Lucid. That's the fight out there for Sylvie once again. We get a big sweep on the initiates, but this two-shot barrage into the Aurora is just disgusting. And now the damage is coming through. Fisher will fall. Danilo will fall. And DK are looking for more Kingen.
디플러스기야 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다.
아니 입이 잡고 옆에 그 다음에 이리 잡고 다시 승리로 돌아 이게
팬들을 극한의 하락과 상승으로 몰아넣는 짜릿한 승리를 만들어냈단 말이에요.
강팀을 잡긴 했는데 또 다음 경기 위험하다고 생각해가지고
보성이야 우리건 마지막 경기도 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠다.
우리만 잘하면은 못 이길 팀 없다고 생각해서 꼭 이기자.
오늘 꽉 가자!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space as KT take the long route through it, but they get it done here against DRX and take a step closer towards solidifying their playoff hopes. Digon here alongside Ox and the Valdanalist, as it was a very, very good effort here by DRX, but Valdez, you immediately, as soon as we saw the draft, you're like, yep, we're highlighting that.
Yeah, I mean, don't ban Leona and leave Rumble up. It turns out that they had a plan in store, which was we're just going to draft only dive and, flex the Zarya mid. We're going to have Ezreal for a little bit more scaling and damage. And they actually executed it pretty well, which I was surprised about. They actually found Perfect a lot in the side lane. They were able to punish him a decent amount. But by the end of it all, you were still giving one of the best champions over to Perfect, who is great on this champ. And I just don't think it was a good idea in the first place.
Yeah, and I think as well this early Rakan pickup really sets you up to have a weak lane. They end up going Ezreal Rakan into Kalista Nico, which really bad time. I think they made a great decision in terms of the swap. And other than the Gromp being stolen, it was pretty good execution on the swap. But the end result was still, it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but they still ended up losing that tower bot as the first tower. They're still getting pressured out in lane. And the Kalista Nico ended up being super effective in the fight. So I just think, Rakan is really strong if you get him out of laning phase, really powerful in team fights, but I think he has some vulnerabilities. Drafting him this early definitely, I think, is a mistake. And also, into picks like Rumble, into picks like Nico, the Corki as well, there's so much AoE and he's so squishy, quite easy to just get blown up in fights.
I know you're saying it a lot about the Rakan here, but what did you think about the Nocturne pick? Because we don't really get to see too much Nocturne this split.
I think honestly it makes sense with how teams have been moving towards dive compositions. I think it'd be really powerful in sort of putting more emphasis on that. The fact you can lean into side lanes for picks, we saw that being done. I think the Nocturne is something I didn't have an issue with and makes sense.
All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights here as KT take this early fight around the Rift, Harold.
Yeah, the thing about this fight is that you don't really have much vision of where the Nico's coming from, so Beryl is just able to get this insane angle, the two kind of squishy targets on top of the Rift Herald, including Sponge, and that just opens up everything with this fantasticalistic Nico engage.
I think, honestly, Beryl had such a good game, and it felt like so often you'd see him ulting, getting big value with a stun, and then Def would immediately pull him out, launch him again for the knock-up. You can see these two are just working so well in tandem.
Yeah, which is very needed for them because we've seen inconsistency from the KT squad down on the bottom side of the map. They talked about it on the broadcast. Not the case here in game number one. We take a look at the second highlight, and this is after DRX take control of the game. They have a big fight, go take Baron, or try to take Baron, not able to. Then they're in a position to win this one here. They engage first.
Yeah, DRX actually had that really nice fight you were mentioning, and this one, not so bad either. I mean, Rascal was actually pretty good on the Kennen in this game, a fantastic flank and a fantastic flank ward, but the issue is that after the dive comes in, they immediately get burnt to a crisp. Again, that Rumble coming in huge dividends by the end of the game.
Yeah, Def had a massive flash over the wall there, managed to kite out the Rakan W as well, and once again, Beryl getting decent ult value, but the knockup from the Kalista hitting two pivotal targets. It felt like every time he got thrown in, it's not just one knockup, he's getting two. And the knockup gets pretty long later in the game, so able to turn that around and just really heads up play from KT there.
Yeah, lots of value from the Fates calls. We take a look at the POG from game number one. For KT, and it's Beryl, you could have gone the boom boom damage. You guys can't see it right now, but Ox with the little celebration, get the nice shout out here for the Nico player.
Yeah, I mean, I think Beryl had a fantastic game, and we're going to see similar highlights to the ones we've just shown, but consistently getting the big ults, pulled back in, straight back, hits both the 80 carries here, just really consistently finding those big angles on the Nico in the major fights.
Yeah, Beryl definitely deserves it this time around. I think that Deft also had a fantastic game, a lot of really mechanical, great plays from him, and it was really just all about the bottom lane, right? The two of them just incredible stuff. Beryl got it done, and he lined up the pins, and Deft knocked him down, as only me and Chronicler went for Deft, actually. We had 2 votes for the jungle as well, and 2 votes for mid.
That was actually surprising. I thought there would be more there for Deft, but not the case. No one voting for Perfect. What are you pondering here, Ox?
Yeah, I think the mid votes are kind of weird. I think, I know that BDD played bad, but I think Deft and Beryl were really strong. Yeah. Well, Beryl definitely deserved the win. And I think Deft did good too. That's what I'll say on the subject.
All right, well, game number one, KT taking care of business. One more win, and they take yet another step towards playoffs. Let's see if they're able to do it as we send it on over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Digon. And I think it was as we were walking away from the desk, we were like, this is the most obvious mid lane pick for Media KEKW that you can possibly get to in your life. And there we go. They don't let us down. Right media, middle media, always there to make sure that everyone is laughing aplenty in the chat. And that's what we love them for. It's beautiful. It's perfect. And Beryl, very well deserved, going to pick that one up on the Nico. I agree with what Orc said. I think that Def certainly deserves a bit of a shout there as well. But the Nico was the cool pick. Makes a lot of sense to me. But now we're going to be moving into game number 2. We're going to have a little bit of a side selection mix-up and see whether DRX now with a little bit more ban flexibility. Oh no, never mind. They're just going to choose red side. Over to you, Chronicler. Take it away.
Whenever someone says take it away, Chronicler, to me, you know I'm in for a bad time. And I'm here as well. I imagine they're going to swap out at least the Leona ban, as the space was highlighting. We didn't really delve into it too much, but especially in retrospect was a big mistake. What else are they going to swap? Because I do agree. I think
they just listened to Valdez. They're like, we'll ban the trees in a rumble.
You were saying?
I take it all back. It's once again Vi. We're going to have an Aurora ban, and then it's going to be Maokai. Or is it not Maokai? It is Maokai. So it's the same.
They're going to pick Rumble. Yeah.
Over to you, Chronicler.
Stop throwing it over me. Stop letting me deal with this. Okay. This is, again, this is fine. We can deal with this. Yes, Rumble is still insanely strong.
Nocturne going to be priority picked, and Rakan again.
Take it away, Atlas.
I'm not saying. Oh, okay, there we go. Sejuani and the Corki going to be locked in here by KT, as once again they are treading down the priority list when it comes to champions that are really strong. That is once again going to be the Kennen locked in. Last time around, of course, it was a Nocturne pick on 4.
No.
What?
No, they're just doing the same thing, Atlas.
Yeah.
They're banning Kalista this time, right? Guys?
I assume they might ban Kalista this time, guys.
Please. Okay, Zeri's banned.
Yep, so we're going to have a different thing happening somewhat. I don't know whether it's going to be better, but it will be different. There is the Kalista.
What I imagine is what happened in DRX scrims is just that this free core unit has been how they've gotten at least some relative success. I'm going to try it out again here. Now, the Senna is obviously open. You can't go Rakan Senna. That's not a thing. So the Kai'Sa going to get taken away. Makes perfect sense. Kai'Sa is a tailor-made fit for compositions like this. You lock Ezreal. That one's kind of obvious. And then Seitab can end up going for Yasuo this time around. And you just run the same comp, but with Yasuo instead of Zeri, which I think is fine.
I don't think Xayah is fine.
No, it's not.
Not a huge fan of that, especially picked into Ezreal.
You are playing in the dive, but I always feel like, in general, there is a certain amount of dive where it doesn't really work anymore. Then secondly, you're playing into Ezreal, as you highlight. Yeah, I like this way more. And thirdly, Xayah is just not good right now. She's just not strong.
Yeah.
She just doesn't do a whole lot. And it's going to be Senna or Nier for the counter engage.
I really like it.
Yeah, I do think it's really strong, and it pairs up much nicer with the Rumble specifically. This comp is way more susceptible to getting dove, though. Oh my god. Do it. Do it. It doesn't make any sense with the comp, but do it!
Yeah! All right. I almost wrote in BDD instead of Smolder there because, of course, BDD did debut the mid lane Smolder when they took down Gen G. An iconic match, of course. And it was picked into the Corki as well, I'm pretty sure. So Seitab going to try his hand at it, and we'll see how it is going to go. Once again, double AD carry, 0 tank, a lot of dive, and a lot of try to turn the lights off to turn the electricity on for Rascal. The idea of the comp has not changed. We've just moved a Zeri out and put a small dragon in.
So the Smolder doesn't really work with the dive play, outside of you press your R, but that doesn't really do too much. But it is good into Ornn Sejuani, so that part at least is nice.
Yeah.
Also, I am down to find any Corki counter, because I am very sick of that Yordle and his plane. He's been terrorizing us for way too long. It's great rendition of the emote.
Wonderful handwriting as well.
It's really nicely done.
It's a deft hand right there.
It's also the first time I've seen double exclamation mark with a smiley. Like, did you see the tech there, where like it's 2 exclamation marks and then the dots on the exclamation marks are the eyes of the smiley? That's cool.
That's efficiency right there. You love to see it. As DRX fans, Sponge fans out here as well, we'll see whether this Nocturne is going to work out better this time around. KT roster, a little bit of a change up when it comes to the draft, especially on that bottom side as Center On is coming in. In a lot of people's minds, though, it's an upgrade. And DRX going to be moving out the Zeri and get a different champion that can fly through walls, and that is going to be the Smolder this time around. We'll see how it works. We jump into the Rift, game number 2. All right, everyone in Twitch chat, I just want to let you know that right now would be the time to go all in on DRX, because this is about the stage where we're thinking that KT are going to win the most. And so that means it is very likely that they're going to lose this game. So thank me later after the mid Smolder is going to go 2-0 here in the LCK. That would be wild, wouldn't it, Chronicler?
It seems almost too obvious. And it really is when it comes to any KT game. It's spotting the red herrings. When is it too obvious? When is it not obvious enough? Everyone predicted KT. They just beat Genji. So are we at the point where we're then expecting them to lose to DRX, which in turn means that they won't? Who knows?
Oh, yeah. It's like, how deep does the rabbit hole go?
Yeah,
that's a very good question.
We're not really meant to know. And the main thing that we are going to be looking at is how does the lane swap go this time around. Again, reminder, last time, not that great. This time, right from the get-go, looking a lot better.
Yeah,
again? Oh my god. He is Alcove Gaming for the XP.
This is actually incredibly intelligent.
Wait, that's so good.
Yeah, he's going to be able to find all of the experience from the melees. And yeah, you can see it right there. Already halfway towards level 2.
Oh
and
my
Beryl
god.
hasn't even checked it out yet.
No, they're not gonna. I don't think they will. That is so funny.
That's really smart.
Well, so he's going to be able to pick up, like, at least the larger part of that wave. He does need to... Oh, God. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He's spotted, but he does have Lightning Rush.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's just going to take a little bit of damage. Should be totally fine. Yeah, gets level 2. And that is beautifully done. We'll be able to help him out in that laning phase.
Man, what a heist.
Yeah, really well played. Still, Perfect now on a ward. Gonna just pay a visit over towards Satab. Unfortunately, Perfect wasn't able to alcove game quite as hard as Rascal, and is now going to find said Rascal. He only has one ability. As it turns out, Perfect's ability is just a bit better. So Rascal is not going to be able to stick around for too long. But still, a little bit of a better start here for DRX. We'll see how it is going to go. You can see well on track as the clearing is coming on through. And now a teleport in from Beryl.
Okay, this looks good initially. We'll have to see, because I imagine that DRX are calling for a dive onto this Ornn. But Beryl, even if he dies, if he gets this wave, it's not a bad trade. And yeah, it's going to invested.
Yeah, double TP. And actually, it's kind of amazing, because they have the 2 TP. So it's 2 people under the turret, and so it's a little bit more difficult as Teddy is getting burnt down. There's 2 individual 1v1s happening here towards his top side. And it's 2 teleports, yes. But no one dies, and they pick up all of the experience.
Really interested to see where this actually settles. Pioshik did get a slight lead when it comes to the jungle tempo. He's already on his back. Where Sponge, you saw, was actually considering as...
is good.
Ooh, Beryl, a little dicey there, but ends up being fine. They are also keeping Deft in this 1v1, which is a little risky, but Beryl's on his way, is walking over now, and Deft was able, or will be able to get level 3 off of this wave, as we see. Hits it here. So not in the worst of spots.
Be able to hold this. Never mind, not going to be able to do that, but Beryl comes down for all of the experience, as Pleta somehow gets skewered by that harpoon.
Man, look at
suboptimal.
You see how little damage that Demolish proc did?
Yeah.
So sad. That's the value of the early protection on the turret, but it does mean that normally you implicitly accept when you lane swap away from your bot lane that you are going to lose when it comes to gold. And that's not really the case. So I think DRX are pretty happy how this swap worked out. Rascal was also in an infinitely better spot when it comes to experience. The only downside is that last time Sponge was able to get a, what was it, like 3K or camp rather lead early on and was really heavily accelerated towards that level 6. That's not the case this time around.
Yeah, this time it is a little bit more help for Rascal and a little bit more balance. There's a bit of a flap here for Satab. And it's a little bit of a danger, like playing the Smolder into the one guy that's also played Smolder in the mid lane. And so it's not as much of a catch him off guard, more like I saw you do this and it worked, so let's see whether we can find an angle as well. Searing Charge is going to get a flash out of Pleta, but still, Freeze does come on in, and Pleta is just going to go down. That is first blood. Going over to Deft here on the center. Oh dear, DRX, not great news.
Really, really rough there for Pleta. Gets caught off guard. Rakan is one of those characters where it's hard to lock him down, but when you do, goes down in seconds. Nicely done there by the KT bot lane. Early kill going over to Deft. Who's going to be feeling great. He also has a little bit more farm than normally you would because he was in that lane alone for a decent amount of time.
Ooh, Mum's going to come down. Pleta in the mid lane, but BDD with a fast bomb. Be able to get some work done here as Perfect spots the fact that DRX are starting this one off. One grub is going to go on over, and now Perfect gonna have to flash away. That is a great interruption, but I think Perfect is still dead. Deft moves over. They need to kill Sponge here to try and even this one up, and I think they should be able to do so. The auto attack does come on through as BDD just going to take his Corgi and look to see whether he can take down this spooky ghost. Is it going to be an execute? That is the question, and has he just managed to get a rocket back, and there's the flash just to make sure that he can get that 300 gold.
That's not too bad. BDD had flash, so he was always going to get the kill. It's just a question of whether or not he would have to use it. So Sponge gets that. Sponge flashing in there was definitely very optimistic. If Rascal has 6, I think that's a play you can make work, but not really necessary otherwise, I do think. Do want to note that Satab actually going, I don't remember BDD doing this as well, but going for the Manamune.
Yeah, no, I don't think BDD did go for that one.
So yeah, Sponge going really, really aggressive here, and if you have Satab with ult, then that play might work, but it doesn't. He's kind of alone. Wastes a lot of time, but it's only BDD's time. And again, BDD still gets the kill, so he's still very happy with the amount of time that he spent. It's going to be still a win for KT. They pick up 2 of the grubs. They get a kill onto their Corki. And yes, Sponge gets a kill as well. Will be level 6 now, so still not too bad. But BDD has been pretty dependable when he gets these leads in mid.
Well, Perfect. Now back towards his top side. Rascal going to be pushing this wave in. About 1 wave behind, and actually that is going to accelerate as Perfect eats this one. He's actually going to try and put on some pressure here, but I think that just making sure that he holds a monopoly on these creeps is going to be a good idea. 43 CS to the 34 here of Rascal right now. Satab in this mid lane, like you were talking about, does have that tier stacking up. And BDD just slowly but surely making it towards a Cull completion and a Trinity Force. And I think that BDD just happy to play this one out as slowly as Satab wants. I know that it is somewhat dangerous against all of the scaling that you do have on the Little Dragon. But I think that KT do have a lot of tools at trying to take care of it. What with, you know, Pyoshik and Beryl being massive tanks in this front line with so much extra CC. And of course, Smolder pretty good taking down tanks. But the thing is, if he's locked up, he does tend to explode.
Yeah, I want to highlight as well that when KT was able to utilize the Smolder mid, there was a lot more frontliners bot lane.
All right, yeah, Call of the Forge Ghost does come down, and that is going to be both of them knocked up. Searing Charge doesn't quite work, but Pleta is just dead. Beryl flashes out of the way, and oh man, that was a clean dive.
No notes on that one. Teddy, I thought at least would have been able to E. I'm not sure if he wasn't able to make it work.
All right, let's see whether they can do it again here as Perfect doesn't have flash. He doesn't have a hope, as even the ulti from Deft not going to be able to save him. And Satab just have to be a little bit careful here as that rocket is going to miss. Pleta looking for an angle. Grand Entrance does come on through. Mom gets angry as well, and BDD could be in trouble. He's trying to stand his ground, but the Ignite's ticking, and there's the flash. Satab going to be able to take down the Corki.
Definitely did need to flash.
Yeah.
I think it was okay. Invested nonetheless. That is 2 big kills going over to the DRX side. And Pleta was also still level 4. As we take another look, I'm like, did he get... I think Teddy got interrupted in his E animation, or he didn't have E. And I honestly think if he flashes, it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
So, not too bad then, perfect here. Again, realistically, his wave split this time around is a lot worse, but if Sponge is an ulting bot, he is topside when that play happens. And then here, Plata, level 4, but actually really nice recuperation from the early dive. BDD obviously used his W offensively. And then here, he's burning down. And then, unfortunate flash from Satap that he does as BDD dies.
Yeah, it was not exactly what you needed to do.
No.
That's fine. Sometimes you're just like, you deserve my flash if you're going to die.
Oh, you've earned it? You've combat? I get it.
That's what it is. It's all about honor here in the LCK. As BDD and Deft just parked in the mid lane for the moment. Pyoshik going to start off these grubs. Possible 5 on the table here, as there is not really a Nocturne in the area, as Piercing Darkness is going to connect. It's nice that we're getting some Senna here before she is massively changed. Because, you know, I know a lot of people were kind of frustrated by the Senna meta, but I think that it's kind of cool having a champion that's so incredibly different. And Deft has been pretty good on this one as well. It was, of course, employed in Spring to take down Genji that other time they managed to beat them.
That did happen 2 times this year, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
OTP.
Yeah, the Ram's going to come up. The flanking barrel is going to look for the knock-up. That's going to be Sponge locking down the Dragon. He uses the paranoia to get himself out as Perfect is going to die. Beautifully played. Can they get themselves out of here, though, is the question, as Mum comes down. The flash forward from Deft is going to get a snare onto Satab, but that's a beautiful quickness into that backline. Dawning Shadow, and they lock down the Lightning Rat. Satab gets exhausted as well. A very, very tired little Dragon, and that is a double kill for Pyoshik.
Oh, Satab, if only you had flash, could have made it out. Love the turn there from DRX. Actually, really well done, utilizing Perfect as a get-out-of-jail free card for a Sponge. Not the best trade, but you did get the Dragon. And this time around, this Soul, my god, neither team should be allowed to have this one. Absolutely nuts on either Ezreal or Smolder or
Corki.
Senna and Corki. Yeah, not really fair, whoever ends up getting this one. As we take a look here. So actually secures it this time around. And then sees a way out Atlas. Ends up making it work.
That was beautifully done. Picture in picture, we have Satab dying again. So poor little Dragon. No Mom to come down this time. And just 30 seconds of gray screen for Satab.
Tough. Not great.
Yeah.
Not what you want.
Cons column.
Devs, particularly when it is these type of stacking champions, are so much more punishing than normal. Because you just want to make sure that you catch it on every single wave, because it snowballs so quickly, right? The earlier you hit certain thresholds, the faster you're going to be able to push, the safer you're going to be. So dying early on actually is very detrimental.
And also you want to be stacking the tier as well, so he's gone sort of all in. I think it was Trinity Force that was picked up first by BDD when he played this, as this was beautifully set up here by Beryl. That's what we sort of missed. And Pyoshik just turns up, exists, and this is utilization of some really nice permafrost.
Yeah, Satab is like, yeah, I'm dead. Let me try and get my creeps in peace. Kind of wondering if Satab is just going tier for the mana in lane, just so he can spam more Qs, and then, because obviously in mid lane, you think that you might be a little bit more of a pickle when it, particularly against a champion like Corki, who is able to shove really well.
Yep.
And then just go like maybe Shojin.
Yeah, I mean, Shojin is likely to be coming in next.
Like, you can go Shojin Leandris as well.
Yep.
Well, we'll have to see. This time he'll be fine.
Yeah, he is just going to flap over the wall. And Beryl won't have his ramp for the next little while. He does have his warm-ups already completed, as Mum's going to come down to try and save the turret, and it's not going to work. That is 4 grubs on the side of KT, put to good work there. Now Perfect.
Stop bully!
Yeah, he is going to ult the wave. And tries to flash his way out. Sponge was not the one tanking though, but everyone's going to turn up, the entire gang. Beryl kind of wishing that he had the ulti, but maybe they can still get something done here, as Rascal does have Teddy waiting in the wings. There might be an overextension here for KT, but the ulti from Pyoshik from downtown. Dawning Shadow says, welcome back, Teddy. Unfortunately, your screen is gray. And now Pyoshik looking for even more here, sort of walking up regardless of the existence of the rest of his team. Going to give Sponge the okay, as he's the one that's able to take care of the Krugs. Satab just wants stacks. He's in the bottom lane But it should be Rift Herald going over to KT as a result of this play.
Pioshik, the Avenger, shows up just in time, at the ready, lock it in hand. KT taking a big win there, especially off of the earlier play where they got the bot side turret. Zaydab's going to be stacking. DRX obviously still has a decent amount of power, but I gotta say, when it comes to particularly how you utilize the Smolder, frontline to me is so important because you want to kind of be able to absorb the initial blow and then go from there. As the double TP actually really cutely done here. It just doesn't look like initially is enough. Rascal gets the CC off, and they don't have the ultimate for Barrow, and then they want to turn onto the Ornn here. And then this combo from Pioshik, the ultimate coming through from the Senna as well. And like that shield plus Locket means that no one is going down. Overextension from DRX ends up getting punished pretty substantially, Atlas.
Yeah, and now you've got Pioshik 4-0-3. He's got 2 items now completed, some brown bags, but a pretty cool green shirt and that shield. And this Sejuani is a huge deal. We've got 18 seconds on the first Hextech Dragon, and they just managed to pick up the Rift Herald. So Pioshik now looking for another angle here. They get the Arcane Shift out of Teddy. Def not going to quite find Satab there, but he's going to be flapping away from that one. Flashes available for both of these 80 carries on DRX's side. As Perfect will turn up towards the top side, does have his Equalizer back off cooldown right now.
There's a flank ward for Rascal if they do want to look towards that. There it is!
Yeah, Paranoia is going to come down. He's looking for that backline, but the Ram is going to be employed. Rascal gets in there, but the Exhaust is going to be used this time. Def gets the shield. They take down the cannon. And the opening salvo, not enough here from DRX.
Oh, that was tragic. If Teddy finds the ultimate on either BDD or Def, they die. Could have been the difference maker, but it was just a little bit too telegraphed there.
Well, Equalizer's up here as we'll see what Perfect is going to be able to do with it. Actually holds on. Wanting to probably use this around a potential dragon fight. Keep some of these key ultimates available. And they have Dawning Shadow and Equalizer both up as Beryl's building things in the middle of the lane. Kind of love that. As he's got a Fimbulwinter now completed as well.
Oh, look at that. Like that. I really hope Beryl. He's generally great with items. Builds Abyssal.
Yeah.
The item is insanely strong as... Oh, Sponge is in the area.
The lurking Corgi. Always the scariest. Sponge in position. BDD comes down and yeah, that's a big one. That's going to hurt. As Perfect is actually going back. We did notice that there was a Sponge up here. BDD doesn't have Flash, but that is still going to be the Drake going down in favor of KT. 4-0-4, cares not found here for Pioshik.
Yeah, again, look at the health bars of Deft and BDD here, because this was very close to working. So Rascal comes in. The exhaust is rather late here. Does come through initially, and then if that ult hits, like BDD and Deft, if you somehow line them up, they could both end up going down. Not the case, and even without Perfect there, the response from KT into this cannon has been consistently so solid between this game and last. Now Edge of Night done for Deft, so he's going to be even harder to get onto. Did get the sums.
Yeah.
Can DRX find a fight while that is going on? I'm not so sure.
And the thing is, Rascal had to use his Flash to get into the fight as well, and so that is going to be a tool that they won't have. But having double Flashes down on both Deft and BDD is going to be a big deal for the next little while if DRX can find an angle for a kill. The thing is, that Drake was then taken for free here by KT, given the amount of space that they were given. And so they don't really have to fight for the next little while. So Deft and BDD can just play a bit safely. As Pleto looking to get himself out of there. Beryl going to give himself a headache. And they are just going to continue shoving. Deft does have to be a little careful because he is somewhat squishy, as we can see there. Mom gets mad. And it is mainly the wave that she is mad at, as Rascal's still looking for it. I actually really respect this. They do have base gates to get themselves out of the way. The Hextech gate's working out very nicely. Not base gates, they're those things in the side of the wall. But the Hextech gate's going to be utilized. And that can be really, really handy for a cannon. Even if you don't have teleport and things like this, which he does not.
Even the person that's like most out of the game for KT isn't actually, like if Perfect just layers an ult on top of Barrel's ult, that's fine. It doesn't really need to do a lot more than that. And for the flip side, like DRX, I know that in theory you look at the Smolder and you go, man, he does skill well individually, but then you look at the front to back of KT in a mid to late game team fight and the fact that Deft is mega accelerated, and actually got a good amount of experience due to being solo lane early and is sitting on 2 kills and approaching rapid fire, and it looks tough. So what I'm saying is DRX are definitely going to get an ace.
Yeah.
And then get Nash.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like as far as the signs are concerned.
Right?
But sometimes these signs don't necessarily mean anything. As Perfect just going to be taking down this wave on the top side. That outer turret has survived for a very long time, and in fact only one turret's been taken here for DRX. KT should be able to get this one on this wave as there is the Ram to come in. Actually picks the grand exit there from Pleta, but they did enough. They managed to take down this outer turret in mid lane, and KT, they're not going to push any further.
Oh, Satap doesn't have his stacks just yet, but we are getting close to that.
Ow.
Yeah, almost at 200, 198 right now. But there you see the threat, KT. Even if they just throw out their ultimates, that alone is going to be enough to force DRX off of turrets, especially with this lead that's already there. It's only going to get worse if we do indeed get to a soul point and an eventual Hextech soul. Let's take a look. Satap.
Yeah, Satap and Teddy doing a lot of damage this game. I think it does make a fair bit of sense because there are 2 tanks on the side of KT. And so you best hope that DRX are doing more damage than KT, because there is just more effective health on KT by a very large margin.
And this is what I was talking about earlier. If Satap didn't die twice, like it would be at 225 or even further beyond that. Now at least it's going to need, like, I think 1 more wave after this. So a bit rough in that regard, unless he can get some free stacks. And I don't think Perfect's going to give them to him.
Nope.
And that, like, you need to hit that. 55 seconds until the dragon is there, and I think he probably will be able to, but if not, like, that is a really, really big deal, Atlas, because that poke might be the difference between whether or not your dive attempt works.
And there's 2 items on both of these mid laners, but like you were saying, that evolution not quite there for the Smolder and BDD. Trinity Force and Manamune, we don't even talk about it anymore. We have 5 more assists for Beryl as well, ticking towards 4,000, so keep your eyes on that. When he moves up to 11, that's when we're going to be feeling pretty good about it. And he's starting to build masterwork items as well. His Fimbulwinter has been upgraded. And so KT, this is getting a little bit worrisome. Still, DRX looking for some angles here, as Beryl could be in a little bit of trouble. He sensed what was going on, as he's going to pull these minions back. And Rascal does have TP, Slicing Maelstrom, everything at the ready, but the flashes are back up again now. KT, they can just go for it.
Man.
No.
Wow. Absolutely unfazed. There's like 4 flank wards. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Beryl's not afraid. Maybe should be.
Yeah, he could decide to be afraid, but also maybe he just doesn't need to, because he's got Warmogs, upgraded Fimbulwinter, and some like extra items.
Yeah, he's getting close to his Jack shows. He's not afraid.
No.
Satap again. Doesn't have the burn yet. Look at the poke coming through here.
Yeah, Teddy taking a fair bit of damage here. Banana Brush control here is king, as Deft looking for some angles, and Beryl's the one flanking. Okay, Perfect still just trying to look out for a cannon. Rascal trying to find a window here, as the Ram is going to get a knock up into the back line. As it sponges what? The dragon just melted. It is going to be the Drake secured by DRX, but can they keep themselves alive in the fight? That's the question. Sponge gets out of there, but he's not going to be out for long. It's a double kill for Pyoshik. Somehow, Beryl does go down because he was 1v3. KT win the fight, but DRX crucially deny the soul point. Rascal, no! Oh dear, he's going to flash in, looking for depth here, but the exhaust is too good. And Rascal's going to be taking a nap. Oh, it could have just been that, and DRX might have been okay with it.
Yeah, but it wasn't, and now they're going to get the Baron. And
yeah.
all that DRX got was a dragon. Sponge will be able to make it probably. You know what? They might be able to make at least a little bit of chaos here. Satap's going to TP in. There are gates. They're not going to get the Baron, but maybe they can get some exit kills.
Yep, teleport going to come in from Beryl, so it is going to be all 5 members of KT here. Rascal is still dead. And so Beryl on this flank angle, they are trying to get Sponge into the pit. Can he actually make it in time? Beryl says no, because I'm going to block him, and he might die, but they still managed to get this Baron. Grand entrance, flash out there from Beryl, but I think he's still going to die. Getting 4 members out with this would be important, but they're going to turn onto Satab again. This time he's able to flash his way out.
Wait, Sponge?
Wait, Beryl's still alive.
Yeah, Sponge is behind enemy lines.
Oh dear, Owen Wilson. Let's see what Beryl is just going to say. I don't care about the Ram. Oh,
okay,
cue the yakety sacks. All right.
Pressure R.
They do get the vision. Valkyrie is available to get over this wall, but there is also this blast cone. And now BDD is going to be able to take a base gate. The Hextech gate. Perfect's teleporting in. Sponge, they know where he is because BDD just soared over him. The equalizer is going to go down. Sponge, I think, might be dead. However, the wild goose chase has never been so wild in the history of League of Legends. There's only 2 minutes left on the Baron, guys. You're going to lose a turret for this. Oh, never mind. They're going to take an inner turret here on this bottom side. They're going to taxi it in. It's A-OK. Look at that Red Bull Baron power play. It is still ticking up.
They're just having a giggle. That's what that was.
Having a laugh.
They're out on a lark.
Yep.
They're having a grand old time, just running around the map. Could have just been pushing.
Oh God!
Let's not kid ourselves.
Satab is not very tanky. Arctic Assault going to come down, Dawning Shadow, and everything the kitchen sink onto Satab, and he's going to get taken out. Perfect. Gifted the kill. They're going to break open the base here on this bottom side. True Shot Barrage wanting to take down BDD. Perfect is going to go golden to block it, and they'll lose the inhibitor. The base race, though, is on as Rascal takes an inner turret on the top side.
I applaud you for making that sound close.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, dear viewers, if we look at the top half of the scoreboard.
don't look at that. Don't look. It's misleading, guys. It's misleading. Gold is like, you just use that to buy stuff.
I actually love the fake out from Pleta there, faking like he was going to take it, but then that combo from Beryl, Pioshik, and Perfect just wins in the fight straight up.
Yep.
Satab, unfortunately, not at the best of times. And then Rascal doesn't actually have a great flank ward, so he just kind of TPs in and doesn't do anything. It's just a bit unfortunate. And then here...
Oh, no.
Makes the miss. I think this is understandable. You think they're just going to cross immediately. Like, credits to Pioshik and Deft for looking for the rotation here. Like, I think that is actually nicely done. But if Deft has exhaust, that play doesn't work. Like, it's just never going to. And then here, Pioshik, easiest, literally just walks up and Qs Satab who doesn't have flash.
Yeah.
It's a rough one, Atlas. It's not a, it's a take it away Chronicler situation where I kind of scramble and try to make it look good.
Yeah,
well,
well,
I mean, not looking good.
You don't need to worry about that. We can just talk about the Infinity Force that BDD has picked up here.
That's not real anymore.
Yes, it is.
If we want it to be.
Well, I mean, it was never, wasn't it never called the Infinity Force? I thought it was called something else. It was Trinity Fusion, wasn't it?
So we're just gonna.
Yeah, I've always just like called things whatever the heck.
Oh. One
right.
time.
Here we go.
One time.
Looking for that angle. Let's see whether he can get it here. Jonah Strong turning the lights out. We'll see whether Sponge is going to do the same. True Shot Barrage doesn't really do anything at all.
It does not work.
And the cannon is just going to sadly walk towards this inner turret.
It's just another red herring, Atlas.
Oh, no.
Where we think it's going to be cool.
What is the color of herring that we need for it to be a fun time? Like a golden herring?
I don't know if that exists. You know, in the Netherlands, a very popular snack is a raw herring on a bun.
Really?
Onion, yeah.
Wow, that doesn't sound that appetizing.
Maybe
it's delicious. It's all right, Beryl going to find an attempted knock up onto Sponge. He spell shields it. The equalizer comes down, and he's going to get smacked in the back by the searing charge. KT are extremely far ahead. Beryl has got too many health bars. It is kind of absurd. It's an 806 Sejuani here as well, who has just a luxury abyssal mask because why not?
Hey, there it is.
Yeah. Woo! This is kind of ridiculous. Nexus turret's now taking damage. As Perfect can move up, doesn't have the equalizer, but he does have a flash. Grand Entrance going to be used onto BDD, but it doesn't really do anything at all. This Nexus turret to go down first. Only one remains as DRX are trying to hold on, and Rascal is going to get punished. That is going to be another kill going over to Pioshik. Dawning Shadow just for the shields. And Satab, he just wants some stacks, ladies and gentlemen. But instead he's going to get permafrosted. He's on the fountain. There's the paranoia, as maybe the health bars are low enough. Well, maybe they're not. As, yeah, Deft can just heal people if he would like to, if he stops trying to kill people with his piercing darkness. And that's going to be the shutdown onto Pioshik. And Teddy is able to take down Deft as well. Mom gets KT, this is this is a little bit too happy on the gaming side. And DRX are going to be able to clean this one up. We only need 2 more assists here for Beryl, and so we're fishing for those.
I apologize. I was thinking of my closing line, which was clean 2-0, nothing to see here. And I think me thinking that...
Now it's a bit more relevant.
Yeah, they could have really just killed the Nexus here as soon as they got Rascal, but I think KT having a little bit of fun with it. Again, I don't think it's really going to matter for the outcome of the game. Again, could have just focused the turret. There's a might. Could have waited for the wave, but they don't. They don't do any of that. They just kind of bash aggressive. That's going to be a Hextech Drake and a Bounty.
Yep, there we go.
They also have Smolder.
There is some scaling opportunity.
Okay, no, it's not.
But their base is a lot exposed. You know?
Yeah, it really feels like they could have just ended the game there and then opted not to.
Yeah.
If you just focus...
It's like, for morale. You stay in the game for morale.
Their front line is so beefy.
BDD just went from not having a shield bow to now having a shield bow.
Well, that's nice. They're also going to get Nash and then pushed up and end, so it's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
They just travel on over here. I think DRX know that this is happening. However, they just have 0 information whatsoever. There is a blue trinket up and available. True Shot Barrage spots out the Baron. And Sponge...
It's okay.
I'm not going to go for it.
Just pull a Geo, you know? Just keep clearing those Baron waves.
Yeah.
That was when Smolder was a little bit different from what he is now. But, hey.
Oh, Def just finished a GA. He's a bit strong.
Yeah, it's still a clean 2-0, nothing to see here, Atlas. Like, I'm not...
But DRX did manage to get Soul Point.
They did.
So there's that. There is a gigantic... Look at that conga line. As you can see, question mark ping is like, what the heck is that wave? That is absolutely enormous. There's a tsunami.
Player.
Yeah.
Atlas right there.
100%. Whoa. It's like some of the peak Hawaiian waves,
yeah.
You know, those ones that people travel miles for.
Cork is like,
and
oh my god.
Look at BDD. He's like, let me build another
that
item
would have
outright.
that might with the cannon might have actually gotten the turret.
I think it probably would have. Especially 32 minutes into the game. But instead, it's just money for BDD. So
okay, but that does take the bite out of their
Rebel Baron power play.
I
mean, last time they were just chasing Sponge around the map, so it's still probably going to be a bit better than the last one. That's my copium for you.
They'll be fine. I'm not worried. If they throw another fight in front of the Nexus, then we can worry, Atlas. But right now, we have multiple Masterwork items completed. We have an insane front-to-back team fight. Deft has hit his third item. BDD sitting on 4 items as well.
Look at the amount of health bars on Yoshik and Beryl. It is ridiculous. Flash has to be used defensively here by Rascal. Still gets himself out of there as the rockets are raining in. And yeah, BDD can afford to take a whole bunch of damage because he's theoretically got Def to just heal him up for forever.
Oh!
And Beryl is just going to look for a knock-up onto Sponge. Okay, they are just going to get towards this exposed Nexus. Dawning Shadow comes in. The Smolder can do nothing! And KT are just going to say goodbye to this game. Yeah, we were saying that things were pseudo up in the air. They were not. And that is going to be Beryl hitting 4,001 assists at the end of this series. They're going to go for the dive as just kill the Nexus, guys. There we go. KT, one step closer to the playoffs.
Little silly towards the end, but no one is going to hold that against KT. They were very clearly going to end that game in a very decisive fashion. As you are saying, Atlas, this means KT right now, perfect 0 on that game score, but they are unfortunately 9-8. So I don't think they're beating DK at the end of the week because we gotta.
Yeah, 9-9 is how it's going to end.
Yeah, but to be fair, if they go 9-9, they also won't keep the 0. So maybe it's the 0, but you can't. I don't know. KT can find a way. As Beryl, very silly game, gets his.
That was
LCK 8.
He got 24 assists today. That's a lot of assists. As you can see here, this is everyone. Beryl certainly working his way up that list, trying to catch up with Lahens, who certainly did a great job getting so many assists over his career, already 1,000 ahead. As Deft going to give us a little bit of a bow here and knows that they're not out of the woods yet. There's still another series to play. That Saturday Showdown going to be a huge one, depending on a lot of other things, a lot of other moving parts, but they may need to beat DK to guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs. And Pioshik, pretty phenomenal performance here today. I think died once on the Sejuani. And he's like, yeah, no, we're all right. And you know what? We're all right is probably the right way to think about it for KT.
That's the face of a man that just got kind of carried 2 games in a row. I think perfect.
He absorbed pressure 2 games in a row,
it was fine.
I'll have you know.
He didn't tilt. He kept using his R button. Sometimes as a top laner, you just have these games.
Yeah.
You need to not let it get to you. And I think that Barrel's Ornn is legitimately the best out of his supports, but you know how to go from Pioshik.
Yeah.
His ults were on point. He was everywhere all of the time. Some very timely arrivals. And DRX, there were some good moments in this game. They just weren't enough as KT has seemingly maintained the level of play that they showcased last week.
It's looking to me like a double barrel POG though. Looking at these highlights, and of course sometimes the highlights can be a little bit biased with all the cool things happening here, and Beryl, I mean right now is just standing in front of 3 people and will eventually die.
Okay, I think Beryl, solo POG for Beryl, I'll be okay with that as well.
Could be an angle, but we'll just have to see. Unfortunately, Satab not able to bring Smolder to 2-0 here in the LCK. A very respectable 50% win rate for the mid Smolder. And just weren't able to quite get off the ground. As this was where the funny business happened. This was where KT kind of thought that, yeah, it's now time to just kill them all before we kill the Nexus. And then they realized we can't kill the Nexus, so we're just going to have to kill another Baron first.
Yeah, a bit silly, but didn't really change anything in the grand scheme of things. Actually, really good awareness there on the Rascal catch. It's so Perfect was also in a position to try and keep him away. And then Satab, like, he needs to poke, but he also just kind of ends up going down as a result. So I kind of want to see how the CC chain started. So how did they catch Satab? Was it just a Pioshik? Oh,
yeah, it was a snipe.
Yeah, Pioshik with the ults, man. Very, very clean with it in this one.
Yeah, Pioshik actually having a bit of a day out here today. Certainly does tend to ramp up towards the end of the season, does that gentleman. Bit of a reminder on 2022 also, when he was on Team Liquid, was actually playing pretty well. As, yeah, KT were thinking about diving, and then BDD sort of just dies, and then they take down the Nexus. Yeah, and then Pioshik was like, why do I have 10 kills? Like, what's going on here? And we're also confused. Thank you so much for being alongside us there, Pioshik. And not a large amount of damage done by KT.
He did the same amount as his Rumble. He built Locket. Yeah, good enough.
It's KT. Do we have to explain it?
No. You can't explain KT, Atlas.
Exactly. But I know 3 people that are going to do their very best to do so. So let's throw it over to the space to see whether they can.
Thank you very much, Atlas and Chronicler. Great cast here in our first series of the day. KT do their job and now have a 90-something% chance of making it to playoffs as they 2-0 their opponents, DRX, who were hellbent on playing this dive composition to varying levels of success here, Ox.
Yeah, and clearly we're kind of seeing the issue again in the draft where I think the early priority on the Rakan ends up backfiring because, you know, the previous game we saw the Kalista and the Nico being like, okay, we have a lot of pressure into this lane, we can bully it out. This time it's okay, let's just pick super scaling. We have Senna on, the late game is going to be hard to compete with. That's why we end up getting this DRX Smolder that came out to try and answer that and be like, okay, well, if it does go late, we'll have something in our pocket. But I just think this early lock-in of the Rakan, yes, it's powerful in team fights, but I think Ezreal Rakan works so well if you're playing into like, you know, like an Alistar lane or a Rel lane. It's very hard to engage onto, and that's really where its strength lies. But, you know, you can pick a scaling lane into it, you can pick a lane that bullies it out, and I think DRX just tunnel visioned a bit too hard on trying to make this composition work. Not really paying respect to what KT were picking up in the other side, particularly in the bot lane.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that DRX came in today and they said, we have this thing practiced and we're going to do it. We don't care what the enemy has. We don't care that it's perfect playing Rumble. We're just going to take the Leon away. Barrel's really good at that. And we're just going to draft a dive comp. We're going to play the Smolder mid. We're going to try to tinker it a little bit. But it just didn't work. I mean, KT, credit to them. They played a great day, great game today, and I think that DRX, you know, credit to them as well. A team that's not in playoffs, they want to try something. They want to try to build upon what maybe worked in scrims, but didn't today.
Right, and there were moments where they were winning a team fight or had an early lead in a team fight and then would overextend, overstay. There was a flash that they didn't have. Let's take a look at some of these highlights here with both of them being at the Drake pit.
Yeah, brief moments where you see some really good execution from DRX, but then it ends up being an overstep and a misplay. You can see
so
Sponge
slick.
Gets the spell shield on the Sejuani ult, gets the smite, ults over to the Rumble to kill. This is fantastic. You got the dragon, you got what you want. This is great. Now all you need to do is just disengage and enjoy your rewards.
Yeah, just run away. It's that easy. Well, you got flash rooted by Daft, and then they just decide, okay, we're not going away. So we need to try to fight this, and it doesn't quite go their way either, as Rascal the first one to go down. They get the exhaust here on the Setab, and that was the first time that they killed Setab, or one of the first times at least. You know, Perfect got bullied a lot. Setab also got bullied a lot by all the CC on the side of KT.
I think ultimately when you have an Ezreal and a Smolder, Smolder's kind of waiting for his Q cooldown consistently to be doing damage, and Ezreal has never been that great at cutting through tanks. The front line was so bulky from KT, and you had the Senna healing on top of it. It just felt like a brick wall.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The replenishment there by Senna constantly made it very, very difficult to cut through. As we take a look at highlight number 2 here, also at the Drake pit.
Yeah, and this one, unfortunately, we see Planet trying to disengage the situation, but we see this great combo. Pyoshik gets this ult onto the Smolder, following up from the Ore knockup. Equalizer was on top, and just ends up going down. So immediately you've lost your kind of late game insurance in the composition. The rest of the team trying to disengage, but when there's so many CC engagers between like the Sejuani and the Ornn, there's also the sustain, it's very hard to disengage freely from a fight.
Yeah, DRX, you know, we saw highlight 1. We saw even earlier on in the game, they didn't have a great time. They were behind, and it's kind of difficult to make a dive comp work, but also, as Ox has been mentioning, you know, there's just so many reliable ways to get onto the squishy backline that it was rough for DRX. They're trying to set up, they're trying to get these Drakes, they're trying to fight in team fights, but they were just never given a fair fight to do that.
I also think part of the problem is you have this Ezreal Smolder who want to play kind of on the back line, but like the rest of your team wants to dive in, and they didn't pull the trigger there, right? It was KT who were leading the charge, and I think if you have a Nocturne, Ken, and Rakan, you have to be the ones going in, and if it backfires and it doesn't succeed, then that's unfortunate, but you've gone for this comp, you have to commit to it.
Yeah, and, you know, just was thinking about it. We saw Frog earlier this split here with DRX. This is now 22, not matches, games in a row that Rascal has lost on DRX. The last time he won a single game was March 16th. I wasn't even here in Korea yet the last time that Rascal had won. It's just been a very, very difficult split for this storied top laner.
Yeah, and I think this series was actually one of his better performances. I don't think it's necessarily on him. He had some good Kenneth moments, particularly in game 1. But I think something is not gelling, right? Rascal has had a lot of underperformances. We obviously know this is a player who's capable of really strong performances in the past. But in recent history, he just hasn't been there. Frog has also been struggling. We've seen him have some rough matchups. So, you know, DRX are coming towards the end of the season. Yeah. Some problem solving needs to be done in the off-season.
All right, well, let's take a look at the POG here for KT, who had the victory here in game number 2. And it does go to Pyoshik on the Sejuani, bumping up that Sejuani win rate that we were taking a look at the top of the pre-show.
Yeah, I mean, this just comes down to he basically had a homing missile on his ultimate abilities. Also, he was in the right place at the right time. Oftentimes, especially in the early game, he set up this extremely clean dive. It was kind of a 1-2 punch squad from the side of Pyoshik and Beryl, I would say, as the two guys that were always seemingly hitting those CC ultimates that really led to them winning those team fights.
And the follow-up always comes in. Sejuani ult, we get the Senna ult and the Rumble ult on top. And I think a big reason is also they didn't trade Sejuani with Maokai. You know, Maokai was banned, so they get the Sejuani pick, no contest. I think this is a decent spread. I think
cooking! Media's cooking! Based media? Especially after the last
I mean, if Sejuani gets 10 kills, I think even media can figure that one out.
Yeah.
Yeah, John is strong.
Most kills gets POGs, so media get it.
I think they were just trying to only hear from Beryl, right? The back-to-backs there, possibly. Because again, the interviews from the POG are the ones that win POG. So now we get to hear from both Pyoshik and Beryl, not just Beryl. And we'll have that interview with you in just a second with G-Sun. KT take care of business here. I feel like you just need these types of wins. You need to see KT win when they're supposed to win here as they move to playoffs.
I mean, it's the expected outcome, but now it puts them up to 9 wins. It means if Quantum Freaks loses against T1, KT are locked in the playoffs. That's all they need. So, I mean, it would also lock T1 in. So there's a lot sort of resting on that one. But this was the first step. This was the likely step that KT was going to win. Their later match is harder. But they could end up securing playoffs before that later match and feel a lot more comfortable about it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw them lose to Bro, and I think that
yes,
probably Hirai and the coaching staff was like, hey guys, this is not okay. I know you're KT, but like this is a little bit too far. And I'm just glad that, you know, DRX, I think they are a better team than Bro. Maybe that's part of the reason why KT were able to kind of focus in and dial in today, and they played really well. So I think that point, they deserve that praise, right? That KT didn't just go full KT today. They get the win. And now they're going to playoffs, basically.
Now we get to hear how they did it with the interview translations with Jisun. Jisun, take it away.
2024 LCK Summer
Thank you very
9주차
much,
오늘의 첫
guys.
매치
This is
KT와
Jisun for the
DRX의
PSC
대결에서
interview
KT가 2대0
translation, joined
승리를
by
거두고
Beryl and
플레이오프
PSC on the
진출
side of
확률을
KT Roster
끌어올렸습니다.
after their
오늘
2-0
경기
victory
승리의 주역
against
베릴
DRX.
선수, 표식 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Congratulations on the win, guys. Thank you very much.
네, 베릴 선수 연승을 만들어
Beryl,
KT입니다.
KT has started off a winning streak. How do you feel about the win today?
오랜만에 2대0으로 일단 이겨서 기분 좋고.
It feels great that we got a 2-0 win after a while, and also the fact that we are now one step closer to the playoffs makes me really happy. Same, I'm really happy to pick up the first 2-0 win of the second round. You know, losing today would be a disaster for KT, but I'm happy that we managed to get a clean 2-0. In the first game, the opponent picked Rakan very early on and built a dive comp, and you responded with a Nico on the support pick as the last pick. What was the intention behind this? So Nico, very strong in lane, and also her team fight is very strong. And also in both games, I think DRX kind of brought a very similar dive comp and even tried early lane swap strategies. How did you guys plan to counter their comp? Well, we had a lot of discussion around the laning swap and how to deal with it. I think game number 1, our execution was not clean, but I think game 2 was a lot better than for the first game. It was alright. And Beryl, your Nico was very impactful. You countered the enemy's dive attempt very effectively in teamfights. So let's take a look at this replay here. So it was a perfect counter move from your Nico. How did you kind of counter and calculate all the angles? I was looking for Kennen in his flank angle, and I saw him teleporting behind. So I was like, I missed his position, but still I had my ult, also Kalista ult, so we were able to still pull off a combo to kind of counter their action. Was that because you are the low guru, Beryl? I mean, no, actually it was just a call from my teammates. They had a very good read on the map, and they kind of pointed out where Kennen was teleporting. And also in game 2, Pyosik, DRX players tried another lane swap strategy, and Rakan was constantly roaming trying to spot you Sejuani in the jungle. So what were you focusing on when it comes to the early jungle pathing? We had the idea that they will go for the early lane swap, so I was placing wards in the jungle, and I was trying to kind of read it out, and then I kind of read their action that they're trying to go for another lane swap, so I could just take my blue. And now let's take a look at this clean bot dive execution. Well, Nocturne was not under your vision, but how did you kind of tell that he was on the top side of the map? I think like 40 seconds prior to this play, he was spotted on the bottom side of the map. So I was telling my teammates, if we kind of extend the situation, at that point Nocturne will be on the top side, so we can go for a turret dive on the bottom lane. Well, near the end of the second game, there was a moment when you were stopped after diving into the enemy base. Did that catch you guys off guard? hard. I mean, we definitely could have ended the game there if we just focused on Nexus, but it was a bummer that we kind of slipped on that. And Bro, you achieved 4,000 assists in the LCK, making you the first support to reach this milestone. You recorded 24 assists just today. I mean, yeah, it definitely feels amazing to, hit another milestone, but my personal record doesn't really matter. I'm so glad that I managed to win today's match together as a team with my teammates. Music, is there anything you want to say to Barrow as a celebration? Congrats. Now we're gonna have the global emotes that are being released soon. For all the LCK teams, and KT's emote will be this surprise alpaca. How do you guys like this emote? When I first saw it, I couldn't really tell if it were an alpaca or a ship. It kind of looked like a ship, right? So it's a ship looking like alpaca. I would like to name that. Every time when we have a new emote, I always want to have another alpaca emote because it's so cute, and this time around we got another cute one, so I'm so happy. And with this today's win, KT's playoff chances have increased to 97%. What are your thoughts on the playoffs race? I think with this win today, we are much closer to making it into the playoffs, and if we make it to the playoffs, I'm pretty sure we can beat anyone as long as we can keep the current form. So I'm not too worried about our final ranking. I want to focus more on the performance of our team. And if T1 wins the second match today, both you and T1 will secure a spot in the playoffs. Do you have anything to say to them? There are very high chances of us playing up against T1 in the playoffs later. So we are like a competitor. So it's gonna be a big competition between us, just as usual. And your final match of the regular season is the Saturday showdown up against D+ Kia. What are your resolutions going into this big match? We are not yet at the playoffs, but still, if we manage to beat D+ Kia, we will be able to advance to the playoffs with our own hands. So I want to make sure that we can bring our best performance in order to kind of show a promising performance right before the playoffs. Yeah, exactly. Like Beryl said, if we can beat DK, we can just define our own destiny. So also there are chances of playing up against TK at the playoffs as well. So I want to give it our all in the Saturday showdown. And this will be the end of the interview from Beryl Piozik, and back to the space. Thank you.
Huge win here for KT in terms of their playoff standings, and of course the global emotes will be available across everywhere across the client. So make sure to support your favorite team. Good to see the sheep alpaca there. And yeah.
Now going to the next series, T1 against Quantum Freaks. If T1 win, then it locks in playoffs for T1 and KT, and it also frees up pressure on DRX. So in that group of 4, everyone is against Quantum Freaks in this next series. They all want Quantum Freaks to lose.
Well, except Quantum Freaks. As one of the members of the 4, they do want to win so that they can make it into playoffs.
Why'd you go they? What did you just they?
Well, yeah,
Thank you for explaining that. That was clearly not very clear.
Freaks,
that was clearly not very clear.
And for DRX, they need to win one game if T1 wins. So, as you were saying, that's the pressure taken off of them, but still not an easy task.
Currently, 96% chance that T1 make it to playoffs, but if they win here, as Ox said, everything becomes very, very easy for both telecom teams. We are going to take a short break. When we come back, that very important match between Kwangdong Freaks and T1. See you in a little bit.
격투기야 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다. 아니 2위 잡고 연패 그 다음에 1위 잡고 다시 승리로 돌아온 이게 팬들을 극한의 활약과 상승으로 몰아넣는 짜릿한 승리를 만들어냈단 말이에요.
팀을 잡긴 했는데 또 다음 경기 위험하다고 생각해가지고
보성이 형 이번 마지막 경기도 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠다.
우리만 잘하면 못 이길 팀 없다고 생각해서 꼭 이기자.
오늘 꽉 가자.
I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
키님 바이텐대로 할 만한 게 있나?
탑정글이?
가다 치는 게 낫죠.
잘 싸우는 거.
시바나?
시바나 지린다.
시바나 사이온 이런 거 해도 되긴 해.
그러니까 싸움 지리겠는데.
화이팅! 화이팅!
화이팅.
애쉬공?
맞다 왔어.
아 맞아줘봐.
살살살살살살.
나 걸어갔어.
나를 갈 수 있어.
나이스. 얘 노프리만 해.
내가 볼게.
빼게. 그냥 싸움만 나면 유리하긴 하다. 방금처럼 싸우면.
나만 잘 봐주면 돼. 내가 다 잡을 수 있어.
아 그럴 것 같아. 나 볼수 있는데. 이거 마텔만 맞아. 나를 볼게. 길게 하면 얘네 먼저 간다. 짧게 해야 돼. 짧게.
일단 볼게. 위로 빼봐.
잡혔어. 터치야 맞아. 각도와. 터치 봐봐.
너무 빨리 좀 마.
세트 도고. 나 괜찮아. 맞아.
별로 안 좋아. 빼.
아 레아타 공 너무 잘 났네. 까비.
빨리진 말.
나쁘지 않다 그래도. 가가요.
영 보자 이거.
나 좋다. 얘네 빨리긴 했는데.
천천히 밟을게. 천천히 가줄게. 애쉬. W는 박아놨어. 애쉬.
애쉬 묶여있어. 할만해.
가봐. 여기 애쉬 노플. 내가 잡았어. 해볼게. 잡았어. 나이스. 나도 되게 세. 앞라인 내가 다 밀어줄게.
진이 혼자 다 하긴 한다. 천천히.
알아요. 나 미카엘 있어.
오케이.
내가 천천히 이거 잡아먹을게.
왼쪽만 감으면 돼. 왼쪽만.
천천히 볼게. 일단 LC한테 공 받았어.
빨리지 마.
아리 좋아. 그냥 하면 돼.
해봐.
야 잡았어. 미카엘 줄게.
뺐다.
아이고.
까비.
나이스.
까비. 너무 할수 있냐?
게르마야?
나이스.
자, 시바나 나와봐.
시바나로 할게.
야. 미워도 다시 한 판.
시바나 아이번은 뭐임?
아이본이 좋을 것 같은데? 잘 크지만 않으면 돼.
1대1은 일단 시바나가 개발을 듯?
No, 아이본이 이길 듯?
아 그래?
아, 모르겠어.
볼만해.
앞에 거부터. 시바나 묶었고.
야 시바나. 나 커버해줘.
이거
아토 빼봐. 잘 빼봐. 아토 노플 건데.
나이스.
야 어떻게 이렇게 대등했냐? 진이 W 잘 맞췄어. 아 이거 너무 아쉽네.
한타 살짝 좀 더 잘하면 질감 없겠다, 이거. 넘어가서 싸울 생각하자.
난 말해.
얘 노플이야.
야 미포 공 끊어줄게.
뒤에 봐줄 수 있는 사람?
가져. 나 죽냐? 살았다. 저게 안 죽네.
나이스.
끝낼 만한가? 아니지.
앞서서 끝내볼래? 가보자.
그래.
알리, 나랑 같이 와봐, 코르키. 알리 풀 없어.
여기 W. 오케이. 박는다 이번에.
괜찮아.
야 미포 공 끊었다.
내가 아트.
오케이 앞에부터 봐봐. 다 버려. 미포 노스펠이야.
나이스.
실패해버렸네.
대보성 승리 잘했다 나를.
안녕하세요. 제이스 성우 남도형입니다. 23년 월드 챔피언 T1 팀의 우승 스킨이 드디어 출시됐습니다. 우승 스킨 속 11가지의 재미있는 사실 함께 보시죠. 1. 사방신. 한국에서 치러진 월즈에서 타지역 리그에 맞서 극적으로 LCK를 지켜낸 순간이 있었죠. 그때 극적인 스토리를 LCK를 수호하는 사방신으로서 표현했다고 합니다.
저는 제이스 좋아합니다.
2. 제우스는 제이스가 좋아. 제우스 선수의 1픽은 늘 제이스였다고 합니다. 다양한 옵션이 있었지만 선수의 매우 강력한 요청에 의해 스킨의 주인공은 제이스가 되었습니다. 제우스의 힘을 느껴봐라. 3. 제우스의 늦잠. 제우스 선수는 마지막 스킨 미팅에 늦잠을 자서 참석하지 못하는 해프닝이 있었습니다. 하지만 이후에 따로 추가 미팅을 통해 전달했다고. 4. 정말 내가 쓰려고 만드는 스킨.
깔끔 앤 심플? 심플 앤 깔끔.
제우스 선수는 스킨의 화려함보다는 실용성을 추구했습니다. 디벨롭하는 과정 속에서 너무 복잡하거나 화려한 이펙트들을 줄여달라고 요청했다고 하네요. 나는 더 나은 스킨을 위해 싸운다. 5. 이 세계에서 월즈를 우승한 내 리신이 다른 세계선의 S급 리신을 만남. 오너 선수는 귀환 모션에서 뱅기 선수의 리신과 마주치고 홀로그램으로 부서지는 초안이 있었는데 서로 힘겨루기를 하는 모습으로 최종 결정되었다고 합니다. 6. 오너와 백호랑이.
오너 선수님은 팬님 없나요? 호랑이단으로.
오너 선수는 리신 스킨의 사방신 중 백호의 상징을 넣고자 했습니다. 궁극기의 호랑이 이펙트, 가슴의 호랑이 발톱 자국 모두 오너 선수의 의견이었다고 합니다. 오너 선수의 호랑이 사랑은 유명하죠. 7. Simple is the best. 페이커. 평소 AI 같은 이미지인 페이커 선수이지만 의외로 스킨 피드백에선 오리아나의 기계적인 면과 화려한 부분을 덜어달라고 했다고 합니다. 8. 불타오르네. 페이커 선수는 우승 직후 첫 스킨 미팅 때 우리에게 익숙한 진한 빨간색보다 좀 더 빛나는 불의 색으로 표현해달라고 했습니다. 9. 우리 귀여운 둥이. 구마유시 선수는 징크스의 귀환 모션에 반려견 둥이의 등장을 강력히 희망했습니다. 둥이를 담기까지 많은 피드백이 있었고 결국 이렇게 귀엽게 완성되었네요. 둥이는 스플래시 아트에도 깨알같이 들어가 있습니다. 10. 뉴진스 나와!
여기 나와!
캐리아 선수는 바드의 모션에 뉴진스의 춤을 넣길 희망했습니다만 여러 차례 미팅 후 바드의 얼굴과 정령들에게 토끼를 가득 담는 것으로 캐리아 선수의 팬심을 담았습니다. 11. 2022년의 아쉬움 그리고 극복. 바드의 귀환 모션에는 특별한 스토리가 있습니다. 눈물을 흘리던 당시 캐리아 선수를 1년 뒤에 캐리아 선수가 다독이는 것 같아 저도 덩달아 찡하네요. 자, 지금까지 알고 보면 더 재미있는 11가지 사실들을 살펴보았습니다. T1의 스토리가 가득 담겨있는 스킨, 많은 기대 부탁드립니다.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we cold hands, the shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here, where the stakes daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here, with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still I'm still chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on my life. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure, charged up, my fuse igniting, a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake, cause you can't contain me. Voltage bursts through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'm shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
노브리 파이팅! 완전 프린스 진짜 파이팅! 완전 프린스 프로 가자! 야 파이팅! 마요시 페이커 여행 파이팅! 지원 프로 가자 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. This is the first day of the final week, and we now have Quantum Freaks taking on T1. For both of these teams, this is a massive one. This is actually huge. For the standings in general, for playoffs in general, T1 can pick up a win, they can secure their spot. Quantum Freaks need some sort of victory.
Yeah, I'm just reeling at the thought of Summer 2024 almost being over.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty.
Yeah, no, it always goes by in the blink of an eye. Now, I did also kind of miss a week, so that's also somewhat on me. This series matters so much. After Kwangdong's defeat, as you highlighted, this is basically a must-win for not mathematically, but realistically.
Yeah.
And you know the pressure is on T1 to have a good ending to the split as we ramp into the playoffs.
And they're not qualified yet either, so it is definitely all business here for T1. As you can see, not playoff qualified just yet, and in fact, there are only 3 teams that are. 2 of them are already qualified for the second round in Humble Life Esports.
It's
and
weird,
GNG.
Atlas.
It is kind of nutty. Quantum Freaks, you can see, in 7th place, but their road looks a lot better than BNK's at the moment, and that is the battle that we're going to be focusing on throughout this week, because Quantum Freaks and BNK, which one of them is going to make it to the playoffs? T1 with a victory here will be able to secure their spot in the playoffs, but of course, it is not with that round 1 bye, and then we're going to have all these conversations about where does T1 actually land when it comes to
who do we pick, Atlas?
picking who and what and all that sort of stuff. It's I don't really want to have that conversation yet. We're just not going to.
KT's there as well, Atlas. What do you do with them as a matchup of the 2 teams here amidst a playoff race that is indeed feisty? And Kwangdong, again, yeah, I know.
I miss that.
Kwangdong are playing against DRX, which that is an expected win, but
Yes.
that alone is not enough because T1 is basically the gatekeeper this week. If T1 beats Kwangdong here and then beat BNK, most likely it's going to be Kwangdong that makes it. And as you can see, upon a win, T1 and KT both qualify because, again, Kwangdong needs to win this to have the best odds of making it in.
Yep, I really like the little hairpin there for Gumayushi. He's been
Very
doing some
cute.
experimenting when it comes to his hair. That is absolutely true. Leaper and Andal, definitely looking like they're improved. There are a couple of you know, missed opportunities, I think, in their last series. We saw a very animated CV Max in that one. But let's talk about Owner. Very, very close to 1,000 kills. Kind of unprecedented for how little time he spent in the LCK.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the pays the Nepo baby narrative. For Owner, that doesn't really apply as much as jungler. Obviously, a very different role. But also, this guy was, I'd argue, over the course of specifically Worlds 2023, probably the player with the biggest impact. If you look at some of the most iconic plays, obviously was outshone by Faker, as many often are. But that Rel flash over the arrow, that's one that I think people are never going to forget.
If you watched the LoL Esports video, you would have seen like the really cool effects on that Rel flash. Actually, incredibly sexy. And I think that Owner has actually been a big part of what has made them good so far this season as well. As Quantum Freaks, they're going to be making their way out first. This one is all about trying to get towards those 8 wins. They still don't have that just yet. Wanting to make sure that they shore up their match score because honestly, you know, there's 0 right now as far as the game score is concerned, but they do really need to catch up to teams, especially like KT, who actually have more losses in games than Quantum Freaks do. It's kind of weird how it all works.
It is indeed weird. They're both KT now are on, what is it, 9-8 with a 0 game score after 2-0 win.
Currently 21-21. KT, they've reached the equilibrium. They can go up or down from here. They're up against D+ in their last match. That'll be hilarious. But T1 now going to make their way out to face off against the Kwangdong Freaks. Kwangdong do have side selection. They have elected to jump onto the blue side this time around. It's going to have to be a red side win here for T1. But in this last week, I imagine that it's going to be a different T1 that we see. This is a ramping to playoffs T1, and I'm hoping that they're going to bring out the best League of Legends from their practice after last week, because things were, you know, they managed to beat Bro, right? But otherwise, I don't think it was a week that T1 were super psyched with, and I think they're going to need to really show us something if they want to be a top contender moving towards the playoffs.
Yeah, they got 2-0'd by Nongshim. That did happen. We were all there. That was witnessed by many a person. Still kind of insane, as we see as well. No more masks for T1.
Yep, glad everyone is feeling healthy as Power Rangers. That is absolutely awesome. You saw the GOAT1 T1 emote, by the way. Before that, we also saw the Bulldog Fish emote as well. And these are the men in uniform that we have been promoting here in the LCK, and the guy on the left there, the Egg King himself, very famous Korean YouTuber that is here as well alongside them. And of course, there is Prey, as you can see, in a beautiful white shirt there as well, looking extremely handsome, as Prey always does.
Yeah, Prey has unfortunately been part of the Replay Files team. We've been going through a lot of struggles, but he's looking good, Atlas.
That is a dope team, though. You know, like I'm still all about it. The fact that they have a Jin-Air player and Wraith in the bottom lane as well. I mean, it's phenomenal. Okay, key player matchup going to be Cuz versus Owner, as it absolutely should be. The only debatable one, I guess, is Dudu versus Zeus. But this is it.
This is the main one, the main attraction here today, because you might look at these stats and go, huh, interesting choice. Owner is kind of self-explanatory, but everyone with eyes that has watched Kwangdong matches know that this guy is the key. If they are going to make playoffs, it's going to be because of him. An absolutely insane streak on the Nidalee. And Owner, as you were saying earlier, in my opinion, in a lot of past years, it was Guma was the hallmark of consistency. I think this split, it's been Owner. I agree. He's been the guy that, out of T1, has had the most consistent high-level performance. There's been a lot of ups and downs for many of the players on T1, but Owner, I think, can be trusted, and he needs to perform because if he can run the game, if he can get the early tempo rolling in favor of Kwangdong, and Kwangdong play to their strengths, there is no reason why they can't beat T1 here today, given that, again, yes, they 2-0'd Brion, they looked a lot better, but that loss to Nongshim, even taking into account the circumstances, kind of tied into just how all over the place T1 have looked. So it makes this series really hard because Kwangdong also came off of one of the roughest games that we've seen of them. That game 3 against game 1 and 2, wonderful. But that game 3, Atlas, that wasn't pretty.
It wasn't pretty, and we saw just how, you know, emotionally drained the team were as well. So let's hope that they can bounce back from that one. I'm looking at the top side of the map exclusively. That includes the Cuz owner matchup, but if Zeus continues to have a little bit of a rough time here in the LCK, Dudu is a player that could just run away with the game.
Yep.
And I think a whole lot hinges on whether Zeus can keep this man down and keep him down. Because honestly, there's been a lot of lanes that Dudu has lost, and then he's just won late game.
Yeah, one Jace game, as good as it was, is obviously not going to convince us. I think Zeus has been, together with Carrier, the player on T1 that has struggled the most.
Yep.
This split, when it comes to delivering consistent performances. And Dudu, with every week, he awakens further from his slumber.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a great setup here as we go into this pivotal series. Every single game matters, Atlas.
It really does. Let's dive into it. Pick and ban here for game number 1. What are the bans going to be? The mandatory ones against the Quandong Freaks are Tristana.
That's
and
one.
That's a tick off. Italy is another big one, as Cuz is ridiculously good at that champion. That's a tree. Maybe there's a cat in the tree, and so therefore we're going to have the ban on the cat after the tree.
We can't even call the firefighter because Tristana is also banned. So that's a little tough.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, man. They've really covered their bases.
Yeah, really well done here. Good draft prep. And when we look at the draft on the flip side, it's actually going to leave the Lily open, which I imagine is the initial pick here. But the Lily has really risen in priority in the LCK, has been a top-tier pick in the LPL as well. And obviously, there is a pretty big divergence in playstyles, but the relative strength of picks often holds. And then Ashe and Kalista, neither of which should be a big surprise. Particularly the Ashe, to me, is I truly believe that Barrel has brought it back to everyone's attention, that that's a thing that you can do, as it is going to be at a Aurora that did make it through. We don't know if this is going to go to mid or top, most likely to Bulldog. We'll see if they actually stick with that.
Yeah, Bulldog was the first one to play it, the first one to get a win with it, and looked pretty good on it last week, as Faker also played this last week as well, and that is a Diana. Imagine if it was both of the Wind Bros and Diana. That would be really funny. Sejuani going to be the lock-in here. That is a lot of synergy in a 1-2 package here for T1. Of course, the Yone could be going towards the top side, but I'm scared, Chronicler, because that is Cuz's Nidalee. And do you know how many times he's lost on Nidalee?
I do. It's
many?
0.
Yeah, not many.
It's 0 times,
if any.
Split.
Yeah, it's a rough time.
When it comes to the 2v2, not the best combo here. Aurora, as strong as she is, doesn't necessarily have the most amazing setup for Nidalee. I gotta say though, Nidalee Azrael, that feels like a great one too. For T1 though, having the Yone and Sejuani combination I think is strong because one, it's a flex. I think that Faker has looked better in terms of where he was on the map, but I think mechanically his Yone, couple of Q misses that didn't end up working out. Ults were kind of all over the place. But I am happy to see a Sejuani picked specifically with a really strong melee laner. And it can go towards top, it can go towards mid. I think it's most likely going to go towards Faker, but we'll see what ends up happening. As the MF pick here, I think is actually really solid. Thus far, the only downside of that is that you are going to be playing into Aurora as MF, which doesn't sound fun. But the combo with the Yone specifically, I think, is quite strong. And Azrael was already picked. Like, Azrael's kind of my go-to when it comes to playing into an Aurora. So I don't think a lot of your other options would have been great. And the laning pressure from MF is still a very real threat.
It's true. I am getting flashbacks to when KT tried to beat Quandong Freaks, and they also picked MF, and then MF died a million times with absolutely no possible way of answering. Sort of just got 100-0'd, and that was a shame. All right, the Braum going to be the final ban here. Not wanting to allow Andil to pick that one up. Allowed for a little bit more of that phalanx composition. Get those pokes happening.
Is Andil going to get Rakan as well?
It might just be that they passed the Tristana test and unfortunately failed the Nidalee and Rakan test. But it could be Carrier on the Rakan as well.
Yeah, can R4 it here. Also, to be fair, I think the Cuz Nidalee to me is a much bigger deal than Andil's Rakan. I think Andil has been solid. And his Rakan is great, but it's not to the same extent that we have seen Cuz take over games. Is Carrier going to lock in a support here? Because obviously counterpick would be available to Andil. And he has been pretty happy to go for some of these more creative picks. Something like the Leona is still available. And I think this is a really good call. This is a blind Gnar, right? There is going to be the counterpick opportunity unless they want to flex the Aurora at the top. But I think T1 has also made the call that's not the case with the Cassante ban. And using Carrier's champion pool is a really solid call, because there is a lot of champions that Ondo could have played that could have made it really hard if you look like a Leona, for example.
Well, the Karma is being considered. Ezreal Karma is something that they have looked very good on, but Leona is still up, and they're going to go with that one instead. Now, Renekton is available and could theoretically be an option here, but instead it looks like they are going to move the Aurora towards the top side of the map.
No, you can't.
I love this.
This is
IP. This has got to be it. Or
Don't
something
mind
like
that.
this. This is fine too. Pick your poison there, Dudu. He's got a lot of pretty good options, but I mean, Nidalee Renekton on Dudu and Cuz, like these two have been the backbone of this team, and they can really get them off on the right foot. They managed to layer things correctly. Now, Keria with counter pick, thinking about a Rel angle, just needs some engage. Rakan, I think, would be fine too.
Either work. There is not necessarily as much AoE outside of, I think, specifically the Aurora we saw in the previous game. What can happen if you pick a Rakan into too much AoE damage? The Rel, very, very obvious as well. Goes together really well with MF specifically, because you have so much AoE CC to set up for these big plays. And for the Kwangdong Freaks, I do think the Renekton can struggle in the 1v1 if he does get set behind. But this is basically what amounts to a pick, or at least a very upfront burst comp. You can slot a little bit into poke with the Nidalee and the Ezreal, depending on how the game plays out. But if you look at the engage that's available in T1, I don't think you're going to be allowed to do a whole lot of poking. So getting the Nidalee and the Renekton specifically ahead as much as possible, which you hopefully can leave the Ezreal in a lane alone, is going to be key here for Kwangdong. Because if you just go on even footing into 5v5s against the T1 comp, that's going to be a tough one, even with the Aurora.
It's absolutely true. And you might be looking at the tier 1 composition and seeing that there is not a lot of magic damage. Doesn't really matter. There's not a lot of true tanks on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. I guess theoretically Leona, but she's not going to be building items, so it doesn't really matter too much. And we'll see whether T1 can just start snowballing this game relatively early. I have a feeling that that is going to be the game plan, but Kwangdong Freaks thinking very similarly, as they have a lot of power in these lanes. And then if they just let Bulldog do his thing, we've seen that this guy knows the combos in and out. He's very, very good at just eliminating a key target. You blink, and then they're gone. And we'll see whether Gumayusi is going to be able to play around that, because that's going to be the biggest difficulty here for T1 against this Kwangdong Freaks comp. Dangerous, dangerous drops. Let's jump into the Rift for game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for game number 1, Kwangdong Freaks versus T1. And I'm remembering back, and I'm thinking maybe the reason why T1 didn't take away Cuz's Nidalee is because they're like, well, you weren't that great when you were on T1, so like it should be fine. But I don't even know whether that was true. And they should probably have known that maybe this pick could get ran over. Ona very, very good at Nidalee himself, so we'll see how he can actually mitigate some of the power here that Cuz will have in this early game. Because he is just like, I don't know, he's a different beast when he's on the Nidalee compared to any other jungler, I swear. Like, Cuz is just, he sometimes just has that pick. Last year it was Viego, this year it's Nidalee.
Really is. I'd argue that Canyon, his Nidalee feels like it's... What's the best way to put this? Canyon's Nidalee is very smooth, you know, it feels strong at any point in the game.
Yep.
But I think that Cuz is like, he's an actual animal that will invade your jungle, that will put you behind, and that will take over the game. And he kind of needs to, because Canyon is playing with perma-winning lanes, so just outpacing your opponent is enough. Whereas that's not the case, very obviously, for Cuz. If anything, we saw with Bulldog playing the Aurora earlier on very explicitly. He went, what, like 30, 40 CS behind?
Yep.
Was getting completely boomed in lane. And then the team fight started, and things got very dire. And unfortunately, Faker is not having the best of time here in the early laning phase. And I think the previous time was into a Corki, which definitely is a whole lot stronger than the Yone. But Faker taking a lot of free harass here as well.
He is just doing his very best to try and sit back, collect the experience that he can find. A lot of awkward health bars on these minions, so we'll probably miss a couple of them underneath this turret. You can see already Bulldog feeling very, very happy with how the lane state is going. And I think you know, Cuz probably going to be glued towards the top side of the map, I would assume. Started on his red buff, is going to end up there. And Leaper needs to be a little careful. Going to get hit by a double up as Faker continuing to go down lower and lower here. This Bulldog having a pretty good time. Zaya's going to hit Mega. Level 3 there as well. And that's Andal going in. Does find that Zenith Blade onto Gumayusi, but Leaper not a lot of follow-up through the minions. Of course, can't hit that Mystic Shot. So T1 are going to be able to weather that storm very comfortably.
Yeah, pre-Ezreal nerfs, you would have won that trade.
Yeah. A little bit of danger here as Jonah Strong turns the lights off. There's the spear connecting onto Ona. Cuz looking to push him out and will successfully do so. Now he has free reign on this top side. Ona actually having to go back, and Cuz is going to pull the wave to make sure that Dudu is going to get this crash. Is the spear going to land? And is it even possible for it to miss? As, nope, that's going to be the setup, but it's going to get pounced on. They try to do it, and Ona is there to save him.
I thought that was a done deal, Atlas.
Me too.
But Owner, that is a game-altering play. Like, if Cuz gets that kill, early TP is forced, that alone can be enough. Like, that's what you want to do. You want to get the early lead on the Nidalee, and it doesn't matter if it's Cuz, who in this case would have picked up the kill, or if it's Dudu. As long as you snowball that top side, you can get so much control, set up the early grubs, and outpace the Sejuani. But Owner showing up like a superhero is like, you think he's out of the picture.
Yeah, exactly.
It just comes in. We were distracted, I think, both of us, by Zaya's trying his best to live, and
the hop was actually really good, being able to eat the CC. But ultimately, just worked out, bought enough time for Owner to come over. And I thought that he was backing. I thought that Cuz had done his job. I think Cuz thought exactly the same thing. Still going to be ahead by a camp, as we can see. Still has a mid lane with a lot of control here as well. So T1 not out of the woods, but you can see here in the gold, it's up 100 here for T1. That first blood going over to Owner probably would have been nice if it was on Zeus. The important thing is that Quantum Freeze didn't blow any flashes, so they do have a little bit of extra power when it comes to a few more of these skirmishes. And we'll see whether Cuz does head back up towards the top side of the map to try and capitalize on the lack of summoner spells. Sleeper comes back towards this bottom lane. Does have his tier now stacking up, as well as a cheeky longsword. And Gumayusi probably going to take an opportunity to try and match some items here, as he does have a decent CS lead of about 4. So I say decent, not really much of a lead at all, just going to be trading waves.
Yeah, that alone obviously not going to be enough, but definitely an impactful early moment that's going to give T1 a lot more leeway. Because if they are able to kill Zeus, then he TP's back on any return dive, especially without his flash. You can really start putting the Gnar behind. Not going to be the case, as now both Faker and Bulldog have gotten it back in.
Yep.
Good extension there by Faker. And as long as Bulldog doesn't proc the passive, should be a decent trade, as we are expecting Kwangdong to struggle with his bot lane as Zeus.
Yeah, he's going to hit Mini Gnar once again, so he can now harass Dudu out. Dudu does have his Call the Meek. That's going to help that health bar go back up again. Now Cuz with a spear is going to find Owner, steal away the dragon, and Andal's making his way in. They're looking to try and answer that first blood that Owner was able to take away, but the spear is going to miss, and Quantum Freak's going to have to settle with a free leash on a Drake.
Oh, if Cuz hits that spear with the flash, pretty sure that Owner is dead. As we take another look at this, yeah, do note, gets the stun, as you point out. Even though the spear hits, Zeus is also able to flash the damage of the swipe.
Yeah.
So that he barely stays alive.
Yeah. Faker giving them some kudos. Glad you live. Nicely done.
Generally, what you'd expect to get out is a 1 versus 1. Like, Cuz will die as Owner comes in, but that's though, as mentioned, really nicely done by Cuz, not losing his mental, as we know. Guy is very resilient, so ends up getting the Drake steal and the triple grubs. So kind of back on track in that regard with the Nidalee into Sejuani.
Yep. 2.5 camps, the lead here for him, as Faker going to be snapping back. Bulldog just happily clearing out minions. Faker has been very, very good at staying up in CS. Doesn't have a whole lot of pressure in the lane or anything like that, but is at least last hitting very, very well. And is now level 7. So has the ulti. He's ready to start affecting some of these skirmishes. Can play alongside Owner very, very well. could utilize some of that extra gold from that first blood that was picked up, as Leaper doesn't quite find a few of these skill shots.
Ow.
As the double up is looking real nice. If that was a serrated Dirk, would have hurt it even more.
Yeah. Interesting that we haven't seen Bulldog go towards bot side too much. They get the Dragon. Does have good setup, but with both sums available, it's really hard to lock down the MF. She obviously is relatively slippery with those sums, and particularly when she has the Strut available as well.
All right. I think Gumiushi wants her back, as Leaper is going to part the Red Sea. And they're just going to deal with the minion wave themselves. Bit of free time given over to Carrier and Gumiushi here as Andal moves up.
Cancel.
Yeah, we'll be able to find the ward. Very nicely done.
No.
Just going to wander in and now look for a bit of a reset themselves, perhaps, unless they are able to get this shoved into the outer turret. Looks like the answer's no. So Leaper going to agree. He's going to head home, see what he can actually purchase for himself. A very even game state right now, as Owner looking for an opportunity. Faker going to unbind the soul for a second. Bulldog was already out of there. Does now have his Fiendish Codex completed, as Cuz looking to start off his blue buff, whilst also finishing the puppies. So Owner not any opportunity there. But Deuce does spot exactly where Cuz is. Keeping your eye on the Nidalee will be important. He's on the top side. That means that Zeus has to play a little bit carefully here. Cuz hopping on over, will be able to get in here. Yeah, knows. There is no vision around here as Dudu is going to set up for it. Owner in here. The spear not really connecting. There is the Mega Gnar to come through, and Zeus just picks up the kill, and now Cuz going to be in a whole lot of trouble, looking to try and pounce his way out, but Permafrost is there. They throw down the boulder. He does get the Primal Surge, but it doesn't matter. Now Bulldog's in trouble as well because Kerry is ganking the mid lane. T1's just sort of everywhere right now, and they're going to extend that gold lead to 1,000 now. At about 10 minutes is all right. Bulldog's going to see what he can do here as the flash out from Faker gets him out of the circle of doom. And Bulldog not going to find any joy outside of the summoner spell.
Good enough trade there, found by the mid laner of Kwangdong, but let's be honest, Owner, man, his positioning, his movement has been impeccable. Reads the play, and that's the one downside of this Nidalee and Renekton combo. It is pretty predictable that you're going to go to it. And as you point out, Owner, he sees Cuz. Zeus sets up the bait, and Dudu goes in early. There isn't a guarantee for the spear. The Mega Gnar is hit, and even with the flash, Cuz isn't able to make it out, so that's flash invested, that's a lot of time, and that's a double kill for the Gnar in a matchup where, again, if the Gnar does find the lead, it becomes so much harder to play. As the Renekton, Dudu was actually doing, even with the early play not working out, a really good job. Like, he had, what, like a 15-20 CS lead, still applying a lot of pressure in lane. After that, though, I think it's going to be harder, and then Bulldog picking up, you know, an ult for flash trade, like that's nice, but alone not going to be enough. As Dudu, he doesn't have TP, so that's going to be a lot of plate gold here towards the bottom half of the map.
Yep, you can see Guma just throwing his ulti into the wave once again. It's all about macro control here for T1. And they are just accelerating, exactly right. This wave is going to go down. Cuz still going to be able to look for some grubs here. That is going to be 6 on the docket if he's able to take these. It looks like there's going to be no Sejuani in the area. T1 will be able to collect themselves a dragon. Doesn't feel great. Just grabbing a Chemtech. Still, it's not bad. And Cuz actually, yeah, wanting to come over and contest this one.
They're down a member here. They should know. Yeah, they have enough wards, so they do know that they're down.
Yeah,
one person. Leaper's on his way.
All right, so they do just give this one up. And Leaper in the mid lane will be able to just push this wave in. So Andal looking for Faker, Solar Flare, and the Zenith Blade are going to go completely wide. And Faker's just going to continue wandering towards the lane.
Yeah, Leaper trying, or Andal rather, trying to set up the preemptive ult there so that when you go in, you CC, but Faker very unimpressed by all of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to catch him. Should be the Dragon going over. And good rotation as well here, actually, from Bulldog to catch that bot side wave without giving up too many resources, catch the wave, and get the Dragon as well. Now Cloud, it's solid, but really, if you're Kwangdong, I think you were looking for Hextech. Hextech could have been really, really big here, given the amount of poke that you have available. Obviously, we're always going to appreciate Cloud, but there are teams where I feel like you get a lot more value out of the ultimate part specifically than is the case with Kwangdong.
Yep, I do think that Dudu's going to be pretty happy about pressing Dominus and then running really fast.
That is
makes
true.
Renekton a little bit less mega kiteable. It's kind of what he is most of the time, as Zeus throwing these boomerangs around, and Dudu well and truly being kept down here as Ona moving on in once again. And this isn't a counter gank. This is just a straight up dive opportunity. Dudu knows that he's coming, but what's he going to actually be able to do about it? That's the question. Zeus will stack up this wave.
Oh, the Narbar
towards his turret, exactly.
Level 11.
Andal needs to get here as soon as he possibly can. There is a teleport from Bulldog, so I don't think they're actually going to opt into it. They just wanted to get the crash, get themselves out of there. Trinity Force now done for Zeus. In this side lane, he is going to be so scary. And Gumyushi is just being quietly farming this entire time. Looking to try and grab some more plates here as well. Got a couple on the bottom side of the map. He's going to grab one here in mid.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of money that T1 are putting together, and Kwangdong Freaks haven't quite been able to find as much of it on this map.
What we are going to look towards as we get towards these fights is how well can Kwangdong isolate a target. That is a power that the composition still very much has, and a lot of that is going to rely on Bulldog and the ultimates that he can find, or, as mentioned, Dudu, who...
Carrier going to crash into Andal. Meganar is going to be activated here by Zeus as Ona moving on in.
All right, this is going to be big. It's going to be the ultimate of Guma versus that of Bulldog. Can he channel it? Can Bulldog get backline access?
Yep, Dudu just going to shove this wave in. Teleport at the ready. Can actually be there at a moment's notice. This fight for the Herald could be a thing or could be not. Spear going to connect onto Carrier. Faker going to look for an option onto Andal, but he just presses the Eclipse button. He should be okay. Bulldog just trying to bounce around. There's him mini Nas, kind of susceptible. As Spear once again connects, but this Rift Herald will belong to T1. True Shot Barrage a little bit late. Is going to do a bit of damage, but otherwise not too much. And Dudu looking to try and grab some local gold, taking down this outer turret. And that is going to be first turret blood going over to the Renekton as well. Actually kind of a big deal, trying to get him back into this game.
Yeah, I don't mind the call here. You see Kwangdong, they were really playing that with 1 foot basically already out the door, going like, we're gonna put a little bit of pressure. If we see a really good angle, maybe we go for it. But we had Leaper also pressuring mid. Guma caught that wave. And then Dudu just continually pushing as does get his back cancel. There's been a lot of back cancels.
Yeah, that's been the aim of the game, is who can be on the map in the right places more often. And it's been mainly T1, but that was Leaper finding a bit of an advantage himself. Nicely done.
Seek's now done for Owner. Has fallen pretty substantially behind, as you would expect in this matchup when it comes to the CS. Sejuani just can't really keep up with the middle clear. Mid lane basically even. Top lane, Zeus definitely with a good advantage. As we can see, Strikebreaker isn't done for Dudu, which is going to help a lot both in the 1v1 and also with maybe setting up play on someone like Guma down the line.
Ooh, the cannon. The cannon is going to stay alive for Dudu to collect. Faker really wanted that one to go down. You can actually see just wasn't able to do it in time. Does clear out that wave quite nicely. As there is another back coming in. Cuz going to be going back home after taking down the Rift Scuttler. And this game has really slowed down, somewhat stagnated here at about a 1,400 gold lead for T1. And I think the slower this game is, the better it is for T1. Just because Kwangdong really wanted to get out to that good start. And I feel like as this game goes on, the 1-3-1 power of T1 in this mid to late game is going to be difficult for Kwangdong Freaks to answer.
Is it stagnant or is it just build up?
Biding its time. Well, I mean, that's what stagnant is.
Well, I feel like stagnant has a more negative connotation as a Bulldog.
Yeah, he is going to collect an ulti here. Bulldog is going to be able to bounce into stealth, though, as he gets over to the other side of his circle. Kwangdong Freaks just going to eat a few abilities, and they should be okay.
A lot of damage to come down. Leaper is pushing in mid, as Azrael feels relatively safe. Owner looks to be answering that, but do note, they did get 4 grubs. So at least going to have a little bit of additional pushing power. That's some ultimates gone, though. We'll see. Guma just going to pick this up, and particularly when you have your summoners available and when you have the BT, MF just feels like she rules the map, which for thematic consistency, I really appreciate.
Yep, I think it kind of works out as T1 wanted to get the first Cloud Drake here. we're setting up for it. The spear is going to go wide. Cuz certainly has been pretty good at making sure the Dragons go over to Quantum Freaks thus far.
Banana Brush.
Yeah, Banana Brush control comes in. As Faker actually winning out in this these trades against Dudu. Really nice. As, okay, Spear going to connect onto Gamushi into the backline, but that's a great Magnet Storm onto Bulldog. Unable to actually finish him off as Faker ults in, doesn't quite find the ulti, and in fact will just go down. Leaper was right there and grabs himself the kill. That should be Soul Point going over to the Kwangdong Freaks, but they'll have to sacrifice their outer turret in mid lane in order to get there. So Cuz will go on over, collect that dragon. And is it going to be another charge? It's not. As Leaper gets to the other side, we'll be able to poke her in the eye. So, Owner is clearing out vision, that Banana Brush, but there are a lot of waves that need help, and so Quantum Freaks should be able to get this.
Wave needs to be caught. And there, the fact that Amdil makes it out and Faker overextends, and we saw this in the previous game as well, those ults, if he hits it, look at the kill on Bulldog, but instead ends up backfiring immensely, and I think T1 could have definitely played that a little bit slower. So this setup, this is great, right? Right from the get-go, 2 health bars are low, but then Faker ends up going for the Flash ultimate way too much. If he still has his Flash, maybe he gets out on the tail end of that. Not the case, and as mentioned, Amdil gets out as well. So Bulldog can just back, TP back towards that dragon. And now Soul Point here for Kwangdong. The gold lead's still there for T1. But as long as Kwangdong keeps stringing these Drakes together, they're going to be so mobile on the Rift.
Yeah, and this dragon was probably the most important one, right? Because this gives you inherent map pressure whenever the Baron is up and available. That's going to be there in about 40 seconds time. So I think Cuz kind of doing his job for this early game outside of being able to get an advantage for Dudu. That would have made the game very, very difficult for T1. And so a lot of this hinges on how much Owner and Zeus can get with the advantages that they've picked up. Because I think that Zeus in teamfights, I mean, he's already scary. In side lanes, the team fighting Gnar, if he's able to get that Gnar bar into position like we know he can, it's going to be very, very scary. True Shot Barrage is going to just sail by Owner, but still the W will be activated.
Yeah, and it was the Gnar that got a lot of people, me included, super excited about Zeus. Back when we saw some glimpses of him already in 2021.
It was his debut champion, wasn't it, that year?
It was, yeah. And his spacing, which he is obviously still a fan of on the range champion specifically, back then, absolutely exceptional. This split, it's been hit or miss. And I think mostly towards the miss column as Guma is...
Solar Flare coming in. It's a lot of damage from Leaper as the Glacial Prison comes down. Bullet time is decent. Leaper actually having to get out of the way of that one. Andal's really dead. As Cuz realizing he's not going to be able to find an avenue in, and Leaper is still on the run. Zeus gets in there with a teleport. Does have to invest that one, but this is an inner turret that they could theoretically be taking down. But instead, Ezreal says no. That is going to be that one locked up. Faker now once again going to be ulting forward, not quite doing anything, and Bulldog is just going to take out the minions.
Yeah, T1 is really, again, as they did in the previous series, putting a really high priority on Yone. Fishing for these ults, not really hitting thus far.
Yep. But, you know, if you land one of them, then that's dinner. Or something.
I mean,
do they say that when you're fishing?
Have you ever fished?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was really boring. I didn't like it.
Oh, you shouldn't ask me. I've never fished.
You've never been fishing before?
No, I've been like crab hunting in the beach.
Have you ever like waited on a park bench before?
Yes.
That's basically fishing.
As we see here, Kumayushi, he's just waiting as well. He's living his best life, not using the cleanse until necessary, knows how tanky he is with that BT, so just stands there, and then, you know, when he does have to cleanse, just walks it up. TP comes in, T1 turn to play. I think Kwangdong really got to count themselves lucky that they ended up trading Andil for a TP, which isn't the worst trade, I'd argue, if they can put Dudu in the side lane and try to leverage this. Because one thing that I do want to note is that Bulldog has been playing super defensively on this Aurora. He's mostly been catching waves, not necessarily been able to push, which is why the top side outer still standing, mid lane outer also still standing, and those must be on the mind of Kwangdong right now. Want to push those down, get at least a good amount of gold, and in case of mid, also some very valuable map control, because right now, Kwangdong are not going to really be able to threaten Baron whatsoever, because it's so easy for T1 to contest the mid wave.
I think it all comes down to whether Bulldog can string together this Cosmic Drive as he's going to hop into stealth. I think Owner actually spotted him just there. We did see the vision, but still not enough to actually save this outer turret in mid lane. That is going to be collected by Leaper. Zeus moving towards the Dragon Pit. That one's going to be up in 50 seconds time. Owner with some vision now of it. And Faker will be able to clear out this outer turret. That will answer. And Cuz on a ward here, as we can see. Gets a trap down as Dudu will be able to pick up this wave. But already, Team 1 able to answer that mid lane push and get themselves even further ahead when it comes to this gold. But that is that Cosmic Drive that we were talking about done for Bulldog. Large amount of AP for this Aurora right now at level 14.
Yeah, between the passive, I think it's called Spirit Hopper, I want to say.
I'm not entirely sure about what
as well as the Cosmic Drive. Bulldog going to be very mobile in these fights, and there is still enough power. Really big there. Sterix done for Dudu. Zeus already had his. Not having that Sterix available means that the Renekton cannot go nearly as aggressive when it comes to the backline dive, and he is, I think, someone that's going to have to threaten Guma together with Bulldog, and we can see already attempted flanks. Zeus does have his Mega Nard that's about to time out, but with Faker also pushing. I'll have to see if Kwangdong, I think they need to pull the trigger and just start this Dragon, force Faker to TP, and otherwise they're going to lose an inner.
Well, Quantum Freaks, they have started it up.
There we go.
Just throwing a lot of abilities into it. Owner is going to get pushed back. He can wrap around in time, though, to go for a bit of a 50-50 as there's the teleport from Faker. Carrier going to get slowed down here. As in position is Owner. There's the Magnus Storm, not exactly getting the most value, as now Leaper is looking to push Faker away. Carrier is going to be taken down, and Zeus, he will hit the Mega Nard, but he's not going to be able to stop this soul from going down. Faker is going to have to rebind his soul, and now he's 1v1ing against Sleeper. Meanwhile, Zeus is going to fall down, and the Kwangdong Freaks are going to win the fight. Oh, Faker taken down, can't unbind the soul in time. And is that just Baron as well?
Yeah, Atlas, that's Soul and Baron to come through here for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Oh, Gumiushi. Have to face check Bulldog here. Doesn't have his ulti, but can still do a lot of damage on this Aurora. Look at how fast he is. It's kind of nutty. True Shot Barrage not really going to do anything at all.
Owner has flash.
Yeah, Owner is still here. This is still really, really risky for the Kwangdong Freaks. They do have vision now.
Oh, Atlas.
T1, can they save this? That's the question. Bullet time comes in. They're going to try and take it down. It's Luma that takes it. Of course it is. They have to sacrifice themselves. None of the Barons stay up. But if we can't have Baron, you can't have Baron, says T1.
That's still not great. They lost Soul, Atlas, but it's something. They at least deny the certain loss. As we take a look here, the engage of Carrier just so disjointed from the rest of the team. And Dudu, man, keep Zeus out of the... So Zeus did TP back in.
He did. He might kill Cuz. That Primal Surge was pretty good. That is going to save him. Yep, don't have a lot of context for that whole situation there. Dudu is going to be taking an outer turret here on the top side of the map, and the splits continue with Aurora in the bottom line.
As you're saying, there is actually no Red Bull Baron power. It's not real.
Oh, yeah, it just cancels. If everyone dies, then sorry, Red Bull, you don't get your little shout out. As
we see here, look at, oh my god, the timing on that. It never went below, what, like 1300? Yeah. So really nicely done. And then, so Zeus TP'd here, I imagine, because he thought that everyone on Kwangdong would take a tempo back. But then they spotted him, and Cuz just went straight for him. Bulldog got the TP behind him, and just end up taking him down, which doesn't matter in terms of objective, but it does kind of solidify that T1 seemed to be all over the place. Like, particularly when you look at how that team fight played out. So Zeus wasn't able to get onto the backline. Guma was completely zoned, did basically no damage in that fight, right? Not really able to get anything going. And then Faker wasn't able to find an impact either. Did a lot of damage, as did Zeus, but the backline on Kwangdong wasn't threatened.
Arcane Shift is going to get buffered as Leaper actually able to just get out of that. Doesn't even press the cleanse button.
What?
Nerves of steel, man.
Oh, Leaper and Guma, they're doing the stare down, you know? It's like, whoever breaks first.
Yeah, exactly.
Loses. Not allowed.
Come on, Andil, throw a Soul Flare at Gumiushi. Let's see.
He's just going to take it, man. I want to repeat. Every individual game matters. We are in an insanely close playoffs run.
Leaper is playing real hard. It's okay. Gumayusi gonna get taken down really, really low. This is 3 items on the Ezreal. He is a big deal. And that is going to be in a turret taken. No Baron, but yeah, still a whole lot of sieging power.
And the rotations, Atlas. Like, look at how quick they are.
It's called the Swift Rift for a reason, baby. And Zeus going to be taking a fair bit of damage, make it rain, but Andal very, very happy to tank that one up. Warmog's already in hand. And so this inner turret is going to survive a little longer. Kwangdong Freaks really have just taken tempo of this game and are not giving it up, though.
Really aren't. And we're seeing the issue, even with Gumayusi like staying alive in the previous fight. Like, we just keep going back to the fact that Bulldog ulting alone is such a big threat. And I think they kind of got to embrace that someone is going to die on T1. Because you have Yone, you have MF, you have Zeus. One of those hopefully should be enough to carry you through, because when you look at Kwangdong, there's a lot of bursts, and Andil is like relatively tanky. Dudu can obviously take a beating, but in a long fight, should have the sustained damage to chew through nonetheless. And we might be looking at an Elder Flip in about 1.5 minutes, Atlas. And
get your spatulas ready!
Yeah, summoners are going to be up. Thus far, when it comes to the objectives, we're, what, like, Kuz's gotten 1 steal, and then Guma's gotten the other.
Was Kuz's really a steal, or was it like a bully him away? I guess it was a steal.
No, the first one was the
that was
first dragon.
Yeah,
Ocean. That was, and the second one they did just bully them away. Yeah.
All right, True Shot Barrage not going to find Gumayusi there. Just scoping out what the options are.
If Guma can get Mortar Reminder, that'd be huge. Mortar Reminder is going to get a ton of value into the combination of Nidalee and Renekton specifically. Gleeper hasn't actually gone for BT, which is usually what we see come out next.
Yeah, he's got a Brutalizer. So not going to be going towards the BT anytime soon. As Bulldog
3 items. Crit Bloom done.
Yeah, no Leandries on this particular Aurora, but I think that, yeah, Crit Bloom was what he kind of needed. Oh, Zenithblade just barely going to go wide, I think. Andal probably thinking his lucky stars for that one.
16 stacks on the Dark Seal in total here for Kwangdong as well, Atlas.
Yep, and Leaper is extraordinarily big, you can see, doing some aiming things here on this Ezreal. Gets over the wall, and Bulldog just wanting to blow someone up. We'll see who he decides he wants to take down. As Gumayusi's been pretty good at keeping his distance from this Aurora, and T1 know that this is a fight that they have to win if they want to stay in this game, because the Elder is going to be so incredibly difficult to deal with. 50 seconds on the Baron as well, so whoever gets the Elder probably gets the Baron.
It's so hard to walk up to mid-wave into an Aurora.
Well, Owner is just going to go in. Glacial Prison does go wide as Faker eats a fair bit of damage there, but the Primal Surge is going to keep Bulldog so healthy. And now he's able to dash forward, finds the circle. Gumayusi is going to immediately flash out of it, and Owner, he cannot press Q to get out of that one. Still, Kuz will be eliminated. They trade junglers, but Faker's going to be taken down, and Dudu is an absolute monster. And that is into the backline. Bulldog, he's looking for Gumayusi, but he stays alive. And he's got the Bloodthirster, but I don't think he's got Crocodile protection. That is not covered in his insurance policy, and there's a reason for it. True Shot Barrage not going to work out. Dudu is underneath a turret, so apparently he'll enter your home as well. Crocodile's extremely dangerous, and Zeus, he's the last man standing.
Oh, I thought that maybe that was going to be enough, but they do waste enough time to at least stave off the game for now. But realistically, this is going to be both the Elder and the Baron going over to Kwangdong. So T1 going to have to find a miraculous hold, and Kwangdong, the last game against the Freaks was a disaster. But man, have they bounced back. As we take a look here, they absorb the initial blow, and then this ultimate from Bulldog gets Guma's flash, gets Owner low, and yeah, Owner doesn't die immediately, but Andil with the ultimate, yet immediately cancelling Guma's damage. Faker goes in very, very deep together with Zeus, but Leaper is able to stay alive. And then Bulldog, together with Andil, tries to kill Guma, and it ends up working out. It takes a little bit of time. Dudu has to, I think, invest his flash. Yeah, there you go. Gets the Stride Breaker proc just on the edge. And that's going to be the Elder buff going over. Imagine Baron is soon to follow, Atlas. And again, even just a game for Kwangdong would make their chances of making playoffs so much better.
Well, Zeus has been put into a circle with a bunny girl who is favored by the Dragon Lord. And Zeus is just going to have to try and kite it out as best he can. Andel's going to be here as well. The Baron is going to go down in the meantime. So Wallop coming on through doesn't really matter too much at all. And so Zeus will be falling. Cuz should be able to activate it with the red buff. And there it goes. Owner now out of position as well, as Dudu should be able to lock him down. There's Zenith Blade for the setup, and Leaper grabs that kill himself. Faker is in the bottom lane though. Gumayushi was setting up this inner turret in the mid lane. True Shot Barrage looking to try and cancel some of these backs though. You can see he's going to sail past where Gumayushi was and not going to be able to hit Faker. So he gets back home. But now you've got an inhibitor down on the top side of the map, an exposed inhibitor here in mid lane as well. And Kwangdong Freaks, they are all business today. It's all about taking this one down. It's into the circle. They go Faker. It's going to be eaten by a dragon. That's 3 on the floor in the blink of an eye. And in the same amount of time, Kwangdong Freaks finish off the Nexus. They're 1-0 in this series, and playoffs looking like it's in their sights.
And everyone on Kwangdong got their moment in that one. Cuz with the steal, Bulldog with the ultimates, Dudu with the backline threat, Leaper playing like an absolute maniac on the front foot, and Ondale, after what was again such a rough final game, the Nautilus hooks against BNK just never seemed to hit. But in this one, that Solar Flare might have been the difference maker.
Yeah.
As Kwangdong go up 1-0.
And there is so many positives to take away from Kwangdong in this game, because they're a team that's also, when they're sort of pushed off their rhythm, they can really struggle to get back into gear. And you could imagine at the very beginning, with Cuz and Dudu not being able to line up that gank, and then giving Owner that first blood, giving the Sejuani the extra power, the bounce back afterwards, and just how massive Dudu was, irrespective of the fact that Zeus did get that early lead.
And not at any point did we see that combo of the Yone, the MF really come together. T1, they look disjointed. They got to fix that. They want to bring us to game number 3.
Exactly. They will have side selection moving into game number 2, though, so we'll see what they can do with it. Time for us to go to a short break, then the Space going to break it down, and we'll have game number 2. See you there.
끝내자. 압박 주자. 그냥 미프한테 공 받고 야, 요네 집 내가 한번 끊을게. 집 가자. 내가 집이래. 한번 끊어. 탐매자. 아무것도 없어. 나 10초, 공 10초. 얘 다이브다 이거 다이브야. 이거 요네만 뿌린다. 요네만 풀 요네만 있어. 나 원거리 한 마리 살릴까? 야, 이거 밖에 나 10초, 7초. 얘들아 이거 레이공 조심. 레이공 떨어져 있어. 레이 노플. 레이공만 조심해봐. 야, 한 볼게. 나이스. 한판 잘하자. 나이스, 잘했다.
put the 07s in the chat for the perfect 2-0 for T1 because Kwangdong Freaks have other ideas. They go up 1-0 with the Elder Dragon, with the Baron. They get the job done. And again, if T1 win this series, they're in playoffs. Things are great. Same thing with KT. They're great. But now in the alternate timeline, the Avengers Endgame 1 opportunity is still alive where T1 doesn't make it on in. But that's further ahead. Let's take a look at the draft here, Ox.
Yeah, I had some concerns for T1 in this situation because they ended up taking the Gnar into the Renekton Nidalee, which is obviously very dangerous. In mini Gnar, you can be dove in a tower. They also ended up taking the MF and not banning Leona. Leona's been so good in MF because whenever she ults, you just ult on top. We saw that happen in the game. The one sort of strong point I'd say for T1 is they had this Yone Sejuani into the Aurora Nidalee. So a potential 2v2 that in skirmishes you could maybe outvalue, but we didn't really see them come together at all. So, you know, it was kind of weird how things played out. I didn't expect the Gnar Sejuani to win out against Renekton Nidalee, but I had some concerns coming out from draft for minute 1.
Yeah, and those concerns made a lot of sense, I think, eventually, especially once Quantum Freaks got into a place where they could win team fights. They had a lot of ability to just get fights going with Leona, with the Renekton to push forward, and also Bulldog on the Aurora is just getting better and better. So I really love that they first picked that for him here.
Yeah, we're seeing teams learn how to play around the Aurora and really haven't solved how to play against it. Lots of highlights here for you because this was a great, great game. As the early game plan for Cuz on his undefeated Nidalee is to get ahead early. T1 stopped that early on in this game.
Yeah, so it ends up being a pretty nice counter there from Oner. And, you know, for this to happen, it's a rough start for the Nidalee. For them to then lose this 2v2 on the top side, it's an absolute disaster. And what ends up happening is Oner kind of surprises them. They get so much damage down the Renekton before the Nidalee really does anything. It just turns into immediate 2v1, and then the CC layering is really effective so that we see Cuz die too. And at this point, you should be like, right, well, we disarmed the Renekton Nidalee. It's a one game, right?
Yeah, should have been, probably. I mean, I feel like T1 were really good in that early game and shutting down what they knew Quantum Freaks wanted to do. Oner was in the right place at the right time, and he has been a very consistent member of T1, and it should have been enough to get them across the line.
However, yeah, the game stalled out a little bit here, and a big Aurora ult and just kind of uncoordinated attack here by T1 gets punished.
Yeah, Keria kind of misses the key targets with his ultimate and just gets focused down by Cuz. Faker was kind of banking on the engage from his teammates connecting, so he's like, well, I'll just beat up on Renekton. But really, T1 already know they've lost the fight. Like, Zeus didn't have his Mega ready. He had to stack it up over the course of it. And it just felt like a very disjointed engage. And when you have an MF in particular, when you have a composition like this playing into Ezreal, into Nidalee, your engages need to be crisp, and it just wasn't there.
Yeah, it was just very messy, and I think Quantum Freaks immediately were able to take advantage of that. I love the positioning of Bulldog Zul just to kind of zone everybody away and really break up the fight, already noticing that T1 were broken up in their positioning.
And then they got Baron, right? And then they, well,
all right, must have been stolen by Oner, right?
Oh, they did win the fight.
Yeah. A little bit close. Yeah, kind of hard in that situation when it sort of dies at the same tick, but ultimately it's still overall good play for the side of the Quantum Freaks. But it kind of shows, right? We had the Miracle Steal there. We had the strong early game when the Nidalee Renekton got shut down. And T1 still lost the game, even with all those things in their favor.
Yeah, here's the final highlight. Sitting in front of the Elder Dragon, Kwangdong Freaks take control of it. T1 need to execute. They need to engage. They need to find it. And Oner misses the Aurora there, and things fall apart after that.
Yeah, and then immediately Bulldog, just fantastic sidestep, and then watch this follow-up, immediately just going to lock two of these guys down, and unfortunately, Oner's just, desperate to get out of there. Guma at least is able to flash, but Oner flashes into the wall, dashes into the wall, and eventually just dies.
Yeah, and we see the Leona MF interaction. Ult starts getting channeled, immediately shut down. The fight was already going in a terrible spot from this point, but it just, goes from bad to worse. And it just feels like the coordination from T1 was a bit lacking. We've seen dive compositions be really piloted well by teams like BNK FavorX, by D+. Just felt like they weren't on the same page with some of these, so a bit of a worrying one. Maybe need to shift things up. Maybe a more reliable engager, because it felt like once one person missed, everyone did. And also, Ezreal and Nidalee are notoriously hard to get on top of.
Yeah, opportunities for T1 to engage and find their way on in. They just weren't able to execute in game number 1. Obviously not over on yet, but let's take a look at the POG here for the Kwangdong Freaks. And it is Bulldog stepping up in a very, very big game here for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, you know, we thought about it for a while, a little bit, and eventually we just settled on the guy that didn't die at all and had some really nice ults. And like I said,
Aurora.
Yeah, he picked Aurora. Like I said in the draft, I feel like Bulldog is one of the guys that, you know, hasn't been perfect, but I feel like especially in this game, he really showcased what this champion is capable of.
And also had a strong laning phase, you know, was up in farm against Faker. And this champion, we've seen it be powerful at a deficit. So when it has a lead, able to have so much impact with these big ults, the burst potential is just a bit absurd as well.
Yeah, Bulldog taking that one there. 7 out of 12, but still pretty good. Right Media awake today. Just a quick anecdote for you here. I was walking outside of Lowell Park because all the tickets are sold out, so you can watch the matches outside. It's filled with T1 fans, and there were 3 Kwangdong Freak fans screaming at the top of their lungs here. Because again, they need this win. They need this victory to really solidify their chances. Their chances go on up to, I think it's like 68%. T1's only drops down to 93% instead of 98%. Just a win here is huge for them. How do you feel like they stepped up here in this very crucial game?
I think it was a good game. There were still some mistakes, but it was a pretty solid one. I'd be interested to see if the draft changes, if things like the Nidalee and the Aurora are denied. I could see it going differently. T1 now have side selection as well, so they can't rest on their laurels yet, but it's definitely a good start.
Surely they don't pick red side like DRX did. Again, that would not be a good idea. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to help T1 as they do, in fact, move over to the blue side. Just to make sure you take the Aurora out of Bulldog's hands. I think that's the first start, and then maybe you get something going. But really, I think something needs to change within the comms, within the team, because as a team, they did not look like a unit.
Another place to look, that Nidalee still undefeated in the hands of Cuz. Like the caster said, something owner can play. Let's send it on over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. Yes, I would agree that there are some concerns for how T1 played that one out, as Cool Mom here in the crowd once again. And oftentimes, when she gets... So, it said, let's get an upset on her fan side. Thank you very much to G-Sun for the translation. But whenever we see her on camera, I often feel like it gives extra power to the Kwangdong Freaks. And
to
T1...
the dog.
Yep. They're going to move over to the blue side. I don't know whether this necessarily gets them out of the woods, because this is the time for CVMAX to cook, right? I imagine that on the red side, these bans are going to look weird. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, no, Atlas.
Yeah.
That's not good cooking. Okay?
I feel like stuff is going to get through. Let's just say that.
Events will transpire. And whether or not we'll like them remains to be seen. My main thing is denying Cuz the Nidalee. We saw another example, and I think those jungle votes were very warranted.
Oh,
because despite the fact that he was substantially foiled in the early game, still found a decent lead, it didn't matter, right? Like, he got to the mid to late game, still with an impact, still was able to show his presence in the team fights. And man, this Yone priority by T1 going to be maintained. And I do think it's a really strong pick right now. And I like this more than picking it. I think that T1 are clearly have a specific read, but Faker on Yone just hasn't had the impact that he needs to for this pick to work. So they're going to ban it instead. Is it going to be Nidalee B1 here? Aurora is open.
Now they get Aurora Nidalee on red side.
Aurora Nidalee again.
Huh. But you do have to give up Rumble, and Rumble is extraordinarily powerful. But this is what happens, and this is what I was saying. They actually just banned the same champions that they did on blue side and said, yeah, that's fine. You just have whatever's left, and we'll pick all the other cool stuff. And I think that they may as well. And Aurora is a possibility for the top side as well, guys, obviously. But it's likely that that's going to go once again into the hands of Bulldog. They really maximize the amount of time to have a discussion.
Even in the game that Bulldog got a substantial deficit in laning phase, he still carried in team fights. I think this guy right now is looking like just straight up our best Aurora. And giving it to him again when the pick is so clearly, so insanely valuable is a gigantic gambit. And as we have repeated many a time, T1, if they end up losing here, not going to be eliminated or anything crazy like that. But it is going to make their life harder. And if they lose here against Kwangdong, then that series against BNK gets even more pressure added on top of it. And there are a lot of other factors, but...
yeah.
Cuz has got a Nidalee again, Atlas.
Yeah, he's 9-0 currently on the Nidalee. We were talking a lot about
the
Rakan that was also very, very good for Andal, and the Tristana for Bulldog. Those, like the Tristana was banned. That is certainly good news.
Okay.
The Vi is going to get through. That will be the answer. Because this time around, I think gives them a bit more firepower and also holds people on equalizers, which is going to feel fantastic.
Or like Vi Ari, Vi LeBlanc.
Yeah, I feel like either of those options don't sound too bad to me. Or they could just lock down a high priority AD carry, like a Kai'Sa fits into this composition very well.
I would love an Ezreal personally, just for being playable into Aurora. Not going to be the case. It's going to be the Azir. Not going to make me super excited when it comes to pure pick power, but obviously the comfort for Faker. Azir buffs are going to hit on the next patch.
That's a Lucian.
We don't really know. There is, of course, an opportunity here for the Aurora to go towards Dudu. We have seen that played in that matchup, but it looks like Dusante making an appearance again. And what this does, compared to the Renekton we saw in the previous game, is that it frees up Cuz to go to other lanes. Last time around, that wasn't the case. You basically want to play towards the top side, want to play towards the Renekton. We saw that predictability get punished as well. Does mean you're going to take a colossal beating. Even our best Cassantes, Keen and Dudu, have taken like really, really rough laning phases when they get picked into the Rumble. And the Ezreal ban to come out here. I do think that Kwangdong would have probably picked it up on R4 here, so I think it makes sense. But again, what is going to be the answer? And you just so badly want something with a blink, just so that the Aurora doesn't completely invalidate your AD carry. Might be Xayah, which I know how all of us feel about that one.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too psyched about the Xayah option. I imagine that it could certainly be a possibility. Good carrier. They have really liked it. I wouldn't mind the Kai'Sa just in the composition, but maybe not as much with the Azir.
Yeah.
Let's just see what Leaper is going to take away. It looks like it might just be MF for him. And that is going to deny what Gumushi played in the last game. He doesn't have to worry about being put in a circle. And he can actually layer a cone on top of it. That's going to feel pretty good. Guma just thinks maybe I just stand really, really far away.
That works.
Yeah.
Like that's honestly not too bad of a solution. So you can either try to go mega aggressive, right? Try to go and dive together with the Vi, or you can take the up.
Whoa!
So what? That's
Varus.
We have not seen a Varus in a good amount of time, everyone. That champion has not been at the forefront of the meta. Is also receiving some pretty. I think it's on the next patch that he receives buff. Might have been on this one, because they basically did like a kind of a mini rework.
Yeah, the little mini rework did happen on this patch, where they just changed around where a bunch of his numbers went. I don't exactly know where that kind of left the Varus, because we just haven't seen it, guys. Andal is thinking about the horse pants, and of course we do know that Bullet Time and the Magnet Storm are very powerful. It is exactly what Gumi Ishikaria played in the last game. And Kwangdong Freaks, pretty well-rounded draft here, I have to say. But T1, this time around with a lot more power picks under their belt. I also really like Equalizer and the Chains of Corruption, because you can really lock someone down. And with the fact that they have a Vi for guaranteed lockdown and a Nautilus for guaranteed lockdown, beginning these wombo combos is not going to look nearly as hard as it did in the first game. And that was something that the space brought up as well.
I do agree with that, but I also think that a lot of that CC, carry notwithstanding, unless Faker gets a big sweep, is going to be mostly single target. And I find it hard to see how the damage dealers on tier 1 are going to live when Aurora puts them in the basket with MF standing outside, throwing an ult on top of everyone.
Throwing apples in the basket?
Oh yeah.
As it were? Yeah, could certainly be a very, very dangerous situation here, as we're looking for some Teemo. The Antara Teemo. But we're not, I don't think we're going to get it. And just remember, guys, the T1 skins are releasing today. The World skins are going to be coming out, and so that is extraordinarily exciting. None of them being represented in this particular game.
Yeah, between that and the emotes,
yeah,
you know, the Bulldog Bite It, the T1 GOAT, it's a good day.
Yeah. It is definitely a good day.
Being creative.
Precisely. Time for us now, though, to get onto the Rift for game number 2. See whether T1 can shore things up, utilize the blue side effectively, and bring us to the final game of the series. Let's do it. Top of the Rift right now.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'd like to take you on a journey, because what we were going to say is we were getting ready to celebrate T1 qualifying for the playoffs. With a victory here in this series, that is precisely what would happen. However, we are now heading down a darker timeline. So, in order for T1 to not make playoffs, a certain amount of things has to happen. A, they have to lose this next game.
Okay.
That will keep them on 9 match wins.
Yes, and with
they will move up to 8 losses.
1 game score.
Indeed. We then require Humble Life Esports to lose to BNK.
Okay, that one's a bit of a stretch, but
we might need to talk to Peanut about Shyvana and things like this.
Nerfed Shyvana?
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing that has to happen is KT needs to beat DK in our Saturday Showdown this week. So
that's a 50-50. We know that one.
That is a 50-50. BNK then needs to also beat T1.
So
T1 needs to go 0-2.
Yeah, have their fate in their own control, even if they end up losing here. And
yeah.
Okay.
So, and basically everything bad has to happen for T1 not to make playoffs. They are almost just there.
And then on the flip side for Kwangdong, just to put it in perspective for everyone, if they get a 2-0 here, realistically, if Humble Life beat BNK and T1 beat BNK, all they need to do is win against DRX.
Yep, they don't even need T1 to beat BNK in that instance.
Yeah, because if they beat DRX, then they will still end up pulling out, because the Kwangdong game score is actually pretty good, which is why the previous game matters so much. Also, I took another closer look. So the mini rework, where they kind of try to tune down the fact that he was, just meta for 2 years as either an AD carry or as a lethality carry or as a
top
laner. Very safe, or oh god, I don't want to with that. Or a good on-hit champion. So that was on this patch, or a previous patch. He got changed as
Leaper taking a lot of damage here as Gumayushi getting a little bit aggressive.
Do you want to note Leaper actually going for the
nailed
cleanse
it
here?
The double up though, did you see that? That was pretty sick. Yeah, the cleanse is an odd one, but he did actually just utilize it.
Oh, it was actually really so getting the cleanse into the ignite obviously feels great. You can also use it for the root on Guma's ultimate specifically. It's just because there's also Vi and there is the Nautilus ult, which obviously are uncleansable. But so Varus did get buffed on this patch. Also, Witsand got a pretty decent buff. So I'm like, is Guma just cooking, and are we going to see a crazy high MR build so he can just stand and take all the hits that Bulldog and Cuz are going to throw at him?
Like the Terminus Wit's End that we saw Deft pull out in our first series. It could be a thing.
Oh, Owner looking for an early dive here.
Yeah, Leaper is somewhat in danger. Gumayushi also in a fair bit of danger, but it might be that they're just not going to do it. May as well sort of test the waters here as Andal just scoping on out, seeing what's going on. Doesn't really spot too much there as Carrier pulls the wave for a moment. We'll now just go for that reset. Leaper already back in base, going to be able to buy a cull and a refillable and head himself back towards the bottom lane. So not looking to win lane at any point here. That's Bulldog's job, apparently. He is finding a fair bit of harassment here onto Faker in the early game. As Dudu, I mean, this is what happens in this matchup. You just get cooked. You just get barbecued. And that's how it goes. It's not fun times for the Cassante in the laning phase. You just convince yourself that you're going to be way more useful late game.
Which isn't even necessarily true because it's Rumble, but that is what you do, yeah.
Yep.
We do have Dudu with the, mega sustained setup, has his cookies, has a, Leaper, he doesn't know, does have flash.
Well, let's see. Andal very far away from this one as Make It Rain does connect. They get the flash out, but there's the crash down. That's going to get the flash as well out of Gumayushi. So an even trade there. Squanong Freaks retain, some control on this wave. There is... I feel like First Blood is going to happen so soon.
Yeah, so you can see as well, both junglers paying a lot of attention towards this bot side, because it does feel like whichever AD carry gets ahead, because this is engage versus engage, you can just bash your heads into each other, and whoever has an item lead is going to be feeling really good about that extended all-in.
Oh, Dudu has already teleported back. That's why this health trade is looking a bit aggressive here from players.
He's got a rejuve bead.
Yeah, there we go. Equalizer is going to go down. And now he's going to really need that rejuve bead.
He still got 2 cookies. He's fine.
True. And now it is going to be a little bit of respite as Owner.
Wait, Cuz?
Going to get spotted here. Cuz, oh god. We've seen this timeline before. As Cuz gets in, he's not able to steal it away, but Owner is now in trouble. Carrier inside the pit. Gumayusi trying to get rid of Leaper here. The spear is going to miss. Bulldog comes down, puts them in a circle, and that is going to be 2 swift kills. Faker going to go down as well, though, and the Aurora is on the board.
And that's kills going to Leaper and Bulldog, Atlas.
Oh god.
That's gonna feel amazing for Kwangdong. This time around, Owner denies the steal, gets it, but it's just not enough. Really cute interaction there, by the way, where Faker like swoops Aurora to the other end of the pit. So this time around, just a little bit too late is Cuz Carrier does a good job of keeping him out of the pit until it's too late. Owner, though, takes so much damage, so he has to flash. And then Guma just gets flashed on, ends up going down immediately. And the ultimate from Bulldog keeps Faker around the rest of the team for long enough. So that's going to be a bunch of flashes gone. Whereas Bulldog still has his, Andil still has his. And yes, the Dragon went over. But unlike the previous game, I don't really feel like there is a very pressing need for Kwangdong to snowball early and get to that soul point very quickly.
I would agree. I think that this composition is looking a little bit cleaner as far as how it's going to navigate the later stages. Sort of one of those things where you don't see a Renekton and you're like, late game good, is kind of how my mind works. And we're going to be cantering over, or is that more of a trot? Looks like more, that's a canter, there we go. That's going to be Carrier connecting to the wall. There's bullet time, and is he just dead? He is. Cuz going to come on over, pounces on down. Now looking for Gumayusi. Spear not going to connect, but they've got a huge minion wave. Guma has to get out of here. He's going to miss all of that CS. Oh no, is he going to miss his life? No, he's not.
Will, fortunately for him, hold on to that. But Kwangdong, that's what we said. The moment you start falling behind in this bot lane, continued attention towards it. Carrier doesn't have flash, that's an easy punish, and the goal goes down to that previous fight at the Drake. Don't even need Bulldog to come over, just Cuz alone, following up on the setup from Andil. And I just want to reiterate, Leaper is also sitting on a call.
Yeah.
He is just naturally going to get even further ahead in this lane. Didn't get the kill, but the kill went to Cuz. He's undefeated in Italy.
Yeah, he's looking for 10-0.
And meanwhile, Dudu, this is what if you're playing a top laner that is losing lane, and you know that going into the game, like this is the dream. You just sit there and you hear an enemy has been slain. And you're like, oh!
Yeah, he's just wishing he was playing Nasus instead, you know, so he could just sit there and continue.
Man, I wish
just
we saw more Nasus. Oh boy.
Oh dear, okay. There's the all-out into the wall. Andil's going to come on over. Doesn't even need to press any buttons yet as the equalizer goes down and doesn't do too much. And Gumayusi had almost gotten here.
Wait.
Oh, does have Chains of Corruption, and Dudu might actually stick around. Oh, there it is. Is going to charge this one up as Dudu, he gets the shield, he flashes. Is the Ignite going to be enough? Cuz is going to turn up in the Primal Surge. Oh, Andil's also going to survive this one as crashes to get the shield. Kwangdong Freaks can do no wrong this game. What is going on?
Oh, Atlas, that is a tilter right there.
Oh, they're still looking for more, though. Not out of the woods just yet, as there is Owner making his way in with that Vault Breaker. Cease and Desist is going to connect it. Andil goes down, and T1 not standing for these shenanigans.
All right, till averted. Everything's okay again.
Oh, yeah, it's all fine.
That was a little dicey there for a second.
Oh, Faker's in the circle. Bulldog doesn't find the Q, does manage to get some of the other abilities, but the Q's the most important one.
If he gets the Q with the execute, that would have been the end of Faker. Not going to be the case here. Faker also holding on to his ultimate. Yeah, no. The fact that they actually were able to convert on that, pretty big, Atlas. Because if that topside play is just a complete disaster, that might have just been it. for T1, at least in this series, as it would have meant that, and even further out, as we're taking a look at this, crucial here.
We're back a long way.
Yeah, this is a long way. Like, Carrier doesn't have flash, so going in the first place there is a big risk. Cuz finds a wonderful punish, and then here, Sayas doesn't have the damage to actually turn this around by himself, as Dudu immediately leaves the equalizer. And then this is where the T1 secret plan comes into place. Look at that.
Oh.
The shield, and then Cuz comes in with the heal, even through the ignite. That is just barely enough. And then fortunately, Owner ends up showing up. Really big as well, if you look at the mid-wave, is that Faker just pushes in a giant wave. So if that's not the case and Aurora can roam up, there might be an opportunity for a turnaround. That's not the case. Libra can't join this. So good on T1 to further push and make sure that they actually get something towards the top side now. A kill for Guma, kill for Owner. And they're still behind in gold, but without it, I think the game would not have been technically over, but would have been in a really rough spot. They still are going to have to find a way to deal with Bulldog, though, because he is, again, getting plates, Malignant is ready, and that early kill has really accelerated him.
Yep, Owner looking to try and pay Dudu a visit, and then
OTP.
possibly head over for some grubs as Carrier's turning up as well. That is going to be the CC layering. Dudu is very tanky, though, as Owner gets himself out from underneath the turret. Carrier not going to get pulled back by that Q3, and Dudu is still here. Still thriving, feeling all right. Does have his Spectre's Cowl, so he's going to have a bit of that health back as well. Zayas down towards his bottom side, just clearing out some minions. Cuz wants to be able to deny the 6 stack of the grubs, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to. I don't think he's going to risk it.
So the big thing here is that Dudu has to TP bot to catch this wave, otherwise Zayas is just going to get free plates. But Zayas still has TP, so now there's the threat. If Kwangnak over-invest into a attempt to deny these grubs, they might get punished. You see Zayas as well, look at his positioning. And the moment they get them, they're like, okay, they're not going to engage, everything's fine. I think Zayas definitely making the right call there, because as long as Dudu doesn't see him, doesn't know where he is, should be able to get the TP off, as another trap is being set here, and Leaper and Nando are having absolutely none of it.
Yeah.
Unless...
Well, we'll see whether they can actually clear something out. As Leaper and Nando are going to move up. That's Carrier going in, finds the knock-up onto Leaper. Cease and Assist comes in as well. It's decent layering as the bullet time comes through as well. But Gumiushi's going to survive it. Cuz throws a spear to Narnia, and he's not going to be able to pick up anything. That is just the bottom lane dead.
Oh, Owner with a beautiful read there at the ready, was setting up a trap of themselves, and not only do Leaper and Ondil walk in, but with Cuz they feel a lot more confident. Heavy investment. It works out amazingly. Guma, that is going to be one juicy back.
Oh yeah.
Topside turret, 2 more kills into him. And T1 now with a gold lead. Not enough by itself, but as long as Guma has flash, should be able to do a decent job of staying alive in these team fights. Later Rune King now going to be done. And we'll see what ends up. I imagine it's just going to be like Blade, Ginsu's, like the old kind of on-hit build, and then what, Wits End Terminus, or Terminus Wits End. I don't mind an early Wits End in this specific game. We'll see what he ends up going. It is a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'd really like to see sort of the double defensive choices. As we have a look at this one more time, Carrier just immediately, as soon as he sees Leaper, he's like, I have an anchor for you.
It's actually really nicely done there by Owner. So what he does is he goes in with the Q onto Ondil, and then while Carrier is setting up the damage onto Leaper, Owner then uses his ultimate to also knock Ondil away. So Ondil can't actually go for the re-engage and deny all that damage until it's already too late. As Zayas, I think... You are dead.
He might be in trouble unless he does some pretty extraordinarily cool alcove things, as he's going to try and use the equalize, but unfortunately he is in a circle and he is not getting out. Did do a lot of damage there to Cuz, but he has the ability to heal himself back up, as Owner is going to return the favor by taking down Shelly on the top side of the map.
How does Rel get that kill?
Well, you see...
Ondil didn't ignite, like it's Rel of all the champions.
Hooves.
The power of hooves.
Yep, just trampled, you know, as Leaper is going to stand his ground and will be able to destroy that minion wave. Faker getting to work here on this bottom side, just clearing out those minions that are heading forward. Remember, 6 grubs are there, so if ever T1 has some spare time in a side lane, these turrets will evaporate. And gold, 1,000 in it. Not really a whole lot, and it's a Mountain Soul this game as well. I have a feeling T1 probably pretty happy about that. Really creates a lot of corridors on the map and allows you to find some pretty nice equalizer positions if you can push your opposition into them. Still, I guess Misfortune probably likes that as well. You can create a lot of artificial terrain with Bulldog's ultimate as well. That can certainly work out.
This is going to be a really important dragon fight here, because the gold, it's a slight lead for T1, but I don't think it means that much in the grand scheme of things. Like, looking at the item finishes, no one is particularly far ahead. Obviously, Guma is accelerated, but if you look at what Leaper has, still a lot of combat power there between the BF sword, and I think the finished Cole being a really big factor in that, as well as the BT. So now it's going to come down to who finds the better setup around this dragon. And crucially, like, Guma's flash to me is the biggest thing here. The fact that he's able to flash out of an engage of a Bulldog is absolutely huge. Keria thus far has been on point with these engages. We'll have to see how Kwangdong pilot this, because Leaper doesn't have his flash. Not up yet. Cleanse, as mentioned, help a little bit, but I don't think that alone is going to be enough.
Well, only
on the ward.
Yeah, waiting. Not actually starting up this dragon just yet. And on Vision, Kwangdong Freaks don't really need to worry about it as they're going to go in. Circle does go down. Bulldog immediately turned on and exploded. Andal finds a decent Magnet Storm, but they're still not able to find any kills at all. T1 will wipe them out in this fight. And Dudu is just trying to flash for his life. There is an outer turret here because Leaper are out of this one, and T1 can go for a dragon if they'd like one.
That is going to be the dragon, and I think T1 might be looking for a dive as well. Faker's pushing the wave.
Yep, Dudu is going to turn up, trying to push them back in here. There's the all-out onto Zeus, and Harpoon, with the help of Piercing Arrow, is going to be able to take him down. Faker is finally going to turn up, find some Sand Soldiers to deal with this Misfortune, and because he knows that he's dead, he's going to see whether he can take Zeus with him. The answer is no, but at least he gets a flash. But T1, they'll also get a turret and the first Mountain Drake of the game.
And it looks like Kwangdong get the jump onto T1, but that's not what happens here, Atlas. They're more than ready. Look at this, the flash from Owner there is the crucial thing. If they can kill the Vi, that alone might be enough. That and the wall from Faker to get the initial CC down, deny Bulldog the ability to get out, even if he's taking a big chunk of damage. And I gotta say, if they kill Owner there, like, also the ability to then immediately just keep the Aurora in place could have been taken away. And then obviously this is
fish in a barrel.
This is it's apple picking. You know, it's not. Well, I mean, you can either really.
I guess they're either trapped in a. I guess they can move around in the barrel. And Kwangdong Freaks players were moving around underneath their turret, so.
Sure, whichever metaphor you prefer. Yeah, I'm fine with either. Really big win there for T1. Now building up a 4.5 or almost 4.5k gold lead. We also have the Mountain Drake going to Demazeus.
He is going to get crashed into. Nice spear is going to connect there from Cuz, who does make his way down. Gumayushi is also dead because Bulldog has the ability to put him in a circle, and immediately Kwangdong Freaks are going to fire back against T1. They might even be able to get some good damage on this outer turret.
Yeah, I'm like, go to Nash. There's no Nash. We're 80 minutes in the game. This is an absolute bloodbath. And just, I think, like us with our conversation about apples, felt like there was a moment of respite in this. There is no respite. There was only the fight. There was only blood.
Only kills.
There will be blood, Atlas. On Summoner's Rift, as Andil Ice Cold just goes for the Hex Flash. And that is a very big set of kills, because that means that Guma, his bounty gets picked up. Says didn't have a bounty because he's been doing a good amount of dying. But it means that the gold lead immediately brought back to about 2k as we take another look here. It's very straightforward. Zeus just gets engaged on, and then Guma just gets Aurora. Unfortunately, I think makes the right call not to flash. Actually really like that, because there is no Baron. If there's a Baron, I think you need to flash that and hope that the team can bail you out. But keeping your flash, absolutely pivotal. Looks like he will be going for that Wit's End next. Mid lane turret's still going to fall, so that alone not enough to bring Kwangdong fully back into the game, but it does show. Can't underestimate this team, Atlas. They're still looking.
Yeah, you definitely can't. 3 turrets now picked up for T1. It's a large reason why they still have that 3,000 gold lead, or 2.5k, something like that. Still not the end of the world for Kwangdong Freaks, so T1 going to need to do a little bit more try and get this one in the bag, or in the barrel, or on the tree, or wherever you want to put your apples, which I think is the theme of this game. Baron has now just spawned.
There's so many different types.
There are. There's
so
a lot of variety.
Applications. It's just wonderful.
What is your favorite version of an apple-based dish?
Probably just Dutch apple pie.
Really? You're an apple pie fan? I like apple crumble, but I guess it's kind of just apple pie.
So in Dutch, you have something called, which it just translates to like butter cake, which is just, it's like 70% butter. It's delicious. And
oh, heck yeah.
My mom made a version of that with apples on top, like slightly tart.
Ooh.
So it's just, it's great. It's basically
incredible.
Just a crumble with a different texture and more butter.
It's a slightly tart.
It is a slightly tart.
Oh, that's amazing.
Tartatan is also banger, by the way. As Guma has somehow ended up with the most gold in this game, which is pretty remarkable.
I mean, he does have 5 kills.
Helps a lot. So coming into the next fight, there is a possibility for T1 to just do an Ashe. I know that this is a meme, but I want to draw everyone's attention to the champions that they have. So they have percentage health damage on Vi, they have Leandris on Rumble, they have Azir with Nashers, and then they have on-hit Varus. So
that's a fair bit of DPS.
Yeah, no, that Baron is going to go down second. Actually, one of the big advantages I think they do have over the Kwangdong comp. Kwangdong need a good amount of time. Their Baron damage isn't really something that at this point in the game I think is going to be that big a threat, and neither team is sitting at soul point, or in case of Kwangdong, they're not even close to it. So you see as well with the wards already being set up towards the top side of the map, I wouldn't be surprised if T1 just pulled the trigger with just the 2 of them, right? Even just Owner and Faker,
oh yeah,
go for this objective in a very short amount of time.
Well, Kwangdong Freaks wanting to set up around this Drake, 20 seconds until the next mountain is on the table. They do know that there is a Rumble on the bottom side, so he's not going to be helping with any sort of Baron or anything like that.
Oh, look at the sums as well.
Yeah.
Basically, everything's going to be up here. Again, Guma's flash to me, probably the most important summoner, but Leaper having his available. We saw in the previous fight, tried to ult, immediate equalizer on top of him.
Well, that is going to be some vision taken out here. Shattering Strike going to be avoided with that Vault Breaker as T1 gets some Banana Brush control. Spear almost connecting onto one of the wings of the dragon here as Bulldog.
He needs to make his way over. I don't know if he's going to be in time. I think this dragon is gone. It's more about can they find the fight.
Yeah, they do manage to get on top of Bulldog, who just puts a circle in the wrong direction. Equalizer also just sitting in the middle of nowhere as the Drake is still getting amongst it. But that is just going to be the kill onto Andal. It was in no man's land, unable to do anything. Still somehow Kwangdong Freaks are the ones with control of this Drake. And Cuz is over the wall, so he's not going to be able to get a smite in there. It is going to be the dragon secured here by T1, but can Kwangdong Freaks keep themselves alive in the fight? As Spear connects on Gumayushi, but there is no follow-up. And Kwangdong just couldn't really decide what to do. They will be able to find that little hit onto Owner, who goes down exceptionally low. Same can be said for Bulldog as Gumayushi gets in there. He is going to sacrifice himself as Empress Divide will take down Dudu, and Owner is still alive. That's an ace, because Andal was already dead from before.
And T1, colossal win, get the Mountain Drake, set up soul point, and then win the fight. Crucial there, and love this from Owner. So what happens is he goes in, smites the spell shield off, and Bulldog is forced to use his ult defensively. So he uses the dash to get over the wall so that he doesn't die, which I think is the right call. But it also makes this Andal engage very questionable. I understand if you have like Leaper basically pre-firing, that can work, but you can't have that play and not be coordinated. And then from that point on, Zeus is just roasting them on the other end of the fight. Baron in the picture-in-picture has been taken, and it's yet another apple orchard for the taking here for T1. They just have to play this slow, and you see there's no problem. Ward comes down, TP comes in. Even with a kill on Guma going over, everyone on T1 got what they wanted. Baron has been taken, and I think Atlas, in this final week of playoffs, we are going on day 1 to a game number 3.
Yep.
Final week of layup to playoffs.
Yep. It's also going to be possibly the first loss for Cuz's Nidalee so far this season, which is a kind of crazy thing to think about because, of course, Kwangdong Freaks are sitting at a very even game score. So there's been quite a few losses in that column, just none of them have been the kitty cat lady. So only going to make it to 9 in a row, not quite going to get it to 10 as Dudu, he's going to clear out this top wave. But this is a 7,000 gold lead for T1. They have Soul Point up and available. They have Baron still for another 2 minutes time.
Yeah.
They've just got to cleanly move towards the enemy base and take them down.
Want to draw attention as well to how hard it is to actually turn onto someone of T1. So we have Stopwatch for Zeus. We have the Banshees as Guma.
Bulldog is going to put Bulldog into a circle and just take him down. Emperor's Divide is going to come on through, but Faker is also dead. That is Leaper falling as well, though, and you cannot cross the veil when there is an anchor coming from Carrier still. Spear's not going to connect. Andal not tanky enough. And T1 just have enough firepower with the members that they had left. That's Equalizer to help them take down Bulldog, and Owner is just a carry in his own right. He's 6-0-4 on this buy, and so I guess they don't need their damage dealers, I'm doing air quotes right now, because they've got Owner. They've got this Rumble as well, who does so much work, and Carrier can keep them in place. That is one heck of a way to reach 1,000 kills, as Owner is just going to come in and take the team fight into his own hands.
I really thought that I was going to talk about all the defensive itemization on T1, that I had put a powerful curse on as immediately both Faker and Guma die. Fortunately, Owner has my back and ensures that that alone is not enough to end this one. Again, the power of stealth coming in huge, but Faker crucially buys so much time here with this setup, and without Leaper gone, there just isn't enough damage. I also feel like Guangdong knew, like, we probably shouldn't try to fight this without Leaper, but they still kind of index into it just a little bit, right? They hold up, you see some hesitation, and then there's that combo you were talking about earlier. The Equalizer, the long distance support for Owner is ultimate, ends up being huge, and those kills, I don't think they're going to amount to too much, and I want to draw attention to the Flash Charmer of Guma. That's going to be up. And really, outside of Zeus, who will just press Sonya's if you and you know, put the fire underneath you if you try to get anything done, it's most likely that T1 is going to be able to pick up the Mountain Soul here.
Yeah, Spear is going to break the shield on Faker. He's standing on a ward. Doesn't really matter. They're going to be able to take this inner turret. And the rotations should be pretty comfortable if they'd like to just make sure that mid wave is shoved in, get the Kwangdong Freaks as far away from this Drake Pit as possible, get themselves a Mountain Soul, and that would be absurd. That is going to be the Chains of Corruption absorbed, and now Bulldog's going to do it again. He bounces to the other side and the other side, and then Kumushi's going to get out of there. Does use both of his summoners, though, as now Dudu thinks he may have found an opportunity as Owner. He goes in, they're going to turn the fight on its head, but Owner's the first one to go down. There is the T1 follow-up, as Zeus, the walking barbecue, is going to be able to clear them all out. And so Owner's dead, but then he's got the rest of his mates to take care of it.
Gumayushi also staying alive in that one, making great use of his flash, and we are going to a game number 3 here, Atlas.
Yeah, we definitely are. That is going to be the first Nexus turret going down. Carrier is going to also bring Nautilus out of his losing streak. The man was definitely underwater when it comes to being able to win, and is finally going to pop his way out on the shores of Bilgewater today and bring T1 to game number 3 against the Kwangdong Freaks.
Very, very important game win here for T1. Yes, mathematically, it might not have meant too much if they got eliminated here, but I truly believe if you lose this game, that has ripple-on effects as you set up your prep for playoffs, as you try and get ready, get into the mindset of, as we all keep joking about, the inevitability of another T1 Gen.G final. But if you see the struggle that even this game was, I think we're still going to be mostly just believing and not really, you know, being able to provide a lot of evidence. And because his win streak unfortunately comes to an end, this guy has been absolutely insane on the Nidalee. This game just didn't end up being enough.
Yeah, it didn't quite work. I actually would have liked maybe not the Cassante towards the top side if they were going to be going for it. Dudu just felt like he wasn't able to do enough towards the later stages, but also this game was kind of crazy, got out of their control. We'll see whether they can take more control in game number 3. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down. We'll have the last game of the night. We'll see you there.
나오는 거 좀 해도 되고.
나오는 거 좀 해도 되고.
나 이거 뒤질 수도 있어 일단은.
와드 좀 이거 지우자.
공각 보고 있어 나. 렐. W 빠졌다.
빨리 가. 나쁘진 않아.
천천히 먹게. 오래 갑시다.
오른쪽
따라
뒤에
붙어.
있어. 뒤에 있어.
뭐야 돼?
아니 뺐어. 이로 뺐어.
빠졌어. 나 미포 공대 일단. 찍긴 했어.
할만해.
나 죽긴 했어.
나도 죽었다 근데.
위로.
네 좋은데. 끌었어.
위로 가면 끝날 것 같아.
미드 갈게.
미드. 너 같이 아니다.
이게 하나밖에 없어?
끝나긴 해.
파란 팀의
About it, and now the gold basically equalized that LCK. If they can get this Drake though, at least they can get soul points.
Yeah, soul point going to be very important. Extended beam not quite going to find KT here.
I think it's looking good. Yeah, they should be able to get this, although Andale.
Yeah, he can possibly get in here. Nature's Grasp is going to be tanked by Beryl. Everyone sort of lines up for it. The extended beam not really working out as they do get the ulti down. But Perfect is now looking to barbecue them. The Aurora goes down, but she does kill Deft as well as Quandong Freaks just get full control. And you can understand exactly why. Teleport's going to come in. That ultimate still not up for Dudu as the stun's going to come down, but the ulti is buffered from Bulldog. The ulti goes to Narnia from Pyochik, and down goes the Corki, and so much of the damage it does is just Battle Kitty tearing them apart and Bulldog.
Go for the dive. Don't have too much damage as
that's
awesome.
angle. See coming in for Rascal here. Pretty telegraphed on the gang. He's just going to try and hold these things as best he can. Does find the barrel. Flashes underneath and Rascal is dead once again. We just need to see some patience from Doran. Right now in the banana brush, but he can move on over. There's the curtain call. That might be the time for Doran to come over as Splitter. He gets flashed over the top of the exhaust, still comes in, but Rascal's dead. Somehow Fun dies to the lightning rat as well. With his control of the dragon area going over to B&K, just flash back, they're the ones to manage to pick up the grubs. The flash forward from Andal, he sees Raptor, and he puts down the crescent guard. Bulldog puts him into a circle, but he's the one that builds it first. The knock-up gorgeous Laz goes down, and the dragon is going to get distracted. Andal falls into disaster. The Quandong Freaks are on the floor, and B&K are on the board.
And normally, you get grubs, they get dragons. That's how it goes, that's the trade. But DRX are tired of trading.
Huge play from Mihail, who now has his Narbar set. Kingan's out of the fight for now.
Yeah, he could just, zone Kingan away. They do not really have Kingan for now, but now the Maokai ultimate is going to be coming in. Sylvie does dodge it. He is on top of this. It is just a flip, and he goes to Lucid. That's the fight out there for Sylvie once again. We get a big sweep on the disengage, but this two-shot barrage into the Aurora is just disgusting. And now the damage is coming through. Fisher will fall. Sevilla will fall. And DK are looking for more Kingan.
T1 come roaring back in game number 2 here against the Kwangdong Freaks to tie it all up. Percentages, they don't matter anymore. You win, you're in for T1. For Kwangdong Freaks, you win and you are in control of your destiny. Very, very important stuff here on the line as T1 battle their way on back here, Ox.
Yeah, and I feel like we said in game 1, you know, the dives wouldn't all come together. It felt like they wouldn't be able to connect on the right targets. Maybe a more reliable source of engage. They picked 2 in this one. They ended up drafting both the Vi and the Nautilus. The Nautilus I was a little bit concerned about, just because, you know, I thought they were going to go towards Leona. Leona is great into MF at cancelling the ult. There's also a lot of AoE again that you can get melted by, and Nautilus on a big loss streak. But they were really determined. We're like, look, we know we're playing in the Nidalee again. We want to make sure that Cuz can't jump around. We want to make sure that if we see a target and want them dead, they're going to get locked up. And that's what Vi Nautilus does. There's no cleanse option against them. There's no way to outplay it unless you get like a Zhonya's.
Yeah, it's definitely very rough for the carries on the side of Kwangdong Freaks to play the game from there on out. It was pretty even for a while, and even Kwangdong Freaks had a decent early game. Also, this Maokai ban on the blue side, we were a little bit iffy about. Like, why don't they just go for that for owner? But at the end of the day, they got Rumble, and they also got Vi, and then they've got Faker on Comfort, so it felt pretty good. We were a little bit surprised about that bottom lane, especially with the Nautilus, and also to see Varus after so long, but they played it really well, and Kerry has also always said, like, I don't want to play all these weird things, I'll just play Nautilus, and, well, he did it in this game.
It felt like they wanted a strong lane. They were hovering Jhin first, but maybe concerned about playing Jhin into, like, Cassante and potentially a tank support, so went for the Varus instead, who obviously is better at cutting through bulkier targets.
All right, let's take a look at how it all happened here with our highlights. Highlight number 1 on the top side of the map. Again, this is where T1 took control of the early game, like they did in game 1.
Yeah, and in this situation, you know, this skirmish ends up going in favor of T1 because they get that initial engage onto the MF. The follow-up's there, and how are you ever supposed to ult in this scenario where you get Nautilus hooked into double ulted, you finally get the shot, oh, and you're dead. Well, at least you got a little bit of damage, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much playability in this one. It's like, okay, you got hooked by Keria. That was the biggest issue, right? And Leaper, he felt safe. He's playing MF. You're very fast. You're moving around. But Keria was on his game, and he hit that hook, and that was basically the end of him. That's kind of the beginning of the snowball for T1 winning this game.
Right, and that was something that they weren't doing in game number 1. They were missing many opportunities for engages, able to do so here on the Nautilus. Now, in highlight number 2, bottom side of the map, Kwangdong Freaks try to work their way on in. Eventually they do, but they get cornered by Zeus and get melted.
Yeah, unfortunately, a bit of a whoopsie there from Bulldog on the ult, so it doesn't get huge value. The MF ult as well. You know, a lot of these things burn to not much value, and at this point, the Rumble's trapping in, they're corralled, they know they have to get out, but there's no easy route. The engage comes through with that Nautilus ult, and this just means that T1 can keep collapsing down on them. With that turret gone, they get cut off by the engages from T1.
Yeah, a lot of long, drawn-out fights in this game, actually. This wasn't the last fight of the game either, as there were multiple that Kwangdong Freaks, it almost looked like they were going to come back, but eventually, you know, you get the back coming in, the TP from the Rumble, and he's full health, and everybody else on the side of Kwangdong Freaks is super low, and yeah, just enough for T1 to get across the line, and after that, it wasn't as clean as you would like it still. I think there were a couple of times where people were getting caught out, and Kwangdong Freaks were really utilizing that Aurora pretty well once again, but just wasn't enough to come back in game 2.
Yeah, first loss of the split here for Cuz on Nidalee. First loss for Aurora in a little bit after, I think it was like, there was 2 and 4 earlier, and then I think it rifled off like 4 or 5 wins now. But now Kwangdong Freaks on the back foot. Again, if T1 find the victory here, T1 and KT are in, and they're just sitting back watching B&K and Kwangdong Freaks fight for the last spot. What do you want to see here by T1, Ox, to close this one out, given the fact that they had to change the draft a little bit here?
Well, I think going for stuff like the Vi, having that reliable engage element is really valuable, but I think you're undoubtedly going to be going to the red side now. Be really cautious about what you're leaving up open and available. Yes, the Aurora didn't manage to carry the game here, but we know it can. Same thing with the Nidalee. You're not going to be able to trade as well. You're not going to be able to get Rumble Vi necessarily in return for those, so I think maybe a bit of a rethinking on the bans.
Valdes, I'll get your thoughts in just a second as we take a look at the POG here for T1 in game number 2, and its owner on the Vi, the surefire lockdown that you said was missing from this T1 squad, gets him the POG.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it was going to be Owner or it was going to be Keria, right? I think that Owner was very proactive with some of his plays. This one was the big one for Keria for sure, especially because it felt like this one was the beginning of the snowball, as I said before, right? But Owner just extremely consistent, and even through the thick and thin of T1, I feel like Owner has been the most consistent player, and here he is once again. I don't think you can really give him Vi. I would love to see that banned on Blue's side for Quantum Freaks going into Game 3.
Yeah, I feel like especially when we've seen these dive compositions played by, T1 teams. Whoa.
Ox?
Make the face. Do the sausage. Spam the chat. You know what to do.
I thought it was a fine vote.
I thought it was okay too.
I thought it was okay. Everyone went Owner? Everyone.
Daniel, Media.
Keria won on Nautilus. No one's done that for such a long time.
Daniel, Oxcast, Harrison. How dare you?
Sush.
Guangdong Freaks, what do they need to do here, Valdez, real quick?
Just ban the Vi. I think that's the big one. If you get Aurora again for Bulldog, I think that's a mistake as well. I would love to see T1 find a way to ban that, but it's not easy because if you ban that, maybe you give them Rumble, which is also an issue. So it's rough playing on red side, especially against a team that can utilize Aurora really well.
One more time. Can we do the close-up on Ox? Let's do the close-up on the guy that voted for the thing that wasn't popular.
I don't think it's a bad vote. I'll stand by it.
He says 1 out of 12.
He won on Nautilus when it was on like a 76,000 loss streak, right? I respect that. Keria did a good job, I stand by it.
All right, let's send it on over to some casters that voted correctly. Well, I guess one of them did. And the other one who would have voted correctly, let's send it on over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you very much, Digon. I want to pose a different question. What if 11 people voted incorrectly? They didn't. Owner definitely deserved a phenomenal performance.
Oh my god, I was like ready to spitball some arguments, Atlas. Those are fighting words.
Honestly, like Keria and Owner basically played the same game, right? You press R, someone definitely gets CC'd, and you win the team fight. And, they both did a great job. Orcs just misidentified which champion was the right one, and that's totally fine. We're going to dive into the draft here as Quantum Freaks back on the blue side once again, much like in game number 1. And this time, they're going to ban the same champions. It's going to be Ashe, Lilia, and Kalista, and we'll see what T1 are going to do as far as changing up what their bans are going to look like.
I don't like a high Owner priority. I think we have to let the one go. It just hasn't looked good for T1, as the Rumble is going to get taken away. I imagine Guangdong are still very much looking to just high cryo. The Aurora, the glimpses of hope in the previous game, still through that, and oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. There's a respect being paid to Owner. Owner can, of course, obviously still go towards the Lilia if it does end up making it through. It does mean that the AD mids are more likely. And I gotta say, that Azir game is one of the better games we've seen Faker play in I'd say a couple of weeks. I think, obviously, wasn't the main character, but was a very clean game with him having a lot of impact compared to the Yone of game 1, right? It's gonna be the Cassante instead.
Huh.
Wow, we are really throwing things. It's better than the Yone ban, so I'll take that.
I mean, the Tristana is now up and available, though. That's the dangerous thing. And it's something that I imagine the Guangdong Freaks aren't too worried about first picking, because I imagine that they'll probably still be able to get it. Aurora is an opportunity, but they could just lock away the Nidalee if they would like to.
Oh.
I think this is pretty smart. You can then go Nidalee, and then if they don't pick Renekton and Tristana, you can take Renekton and Tristana on 2-3. Which I feel would be quite powerful.
That's not bad.
Especially if you can then put a Ziggs in the bottom lane. But that might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Aurora is able to be picked away. But will it actually be able to win out? I do want to see the Buster Shot interactions if the Tristana is indeed picked up. Owner considering his Lilia here. Will be a lot of magic damage here for T1 if they do lock this one away. This would be less, and a lot of skirmishing power if the Viego does come in. Definitely a possibility.
It depends, because if it's Bulldog that ends up playing it, you can just have the Aurora bounce around like a
pinball. Actually just pinball the Aurora all the way around her little circle thing. That would be very, very funny. I want to see them do it. I want to see them just do Trist and Renekton and just call it a day.
Yeah, if the Aurora wasn't picked up, I'm pretty sure they would have just gone Aurora in Italy, Renekton.
Oh yeah.
And they would have been very happy with that. But given that that is not the case, I do expect Bulldog to go back. To remind everyone, he was the guy that started picking Tristana very early on. And in general, Bulldog, for all of his weaknesses, because I do think he is a very binary player. In like some performances he looks amazing, sometimes he looks rough, but his willingness to play new picks has been something that, even though it looks silly initially, he's often been, and his team has often been correct in identifying things that end up being absolutely huge. It's going to be Leaper with the Ezreal. Love this. I again want to reiterate, Ezreal is one of the few AD carries that has a surefire way to get out of Aurora's ultimate, meaning that it is a lot harder for her to reliably lock you down. This would give away what the setup is going to be.
This wouldn't.
That does not, no.
That would be interesting. Yone, a consideration once again, much like in game number 1.
I like that a lot more.
Azir will be the pivot. I like that. I agree with you a whole lot more.
It's not even because of the matchup, because I think one of the reasons why we started seeing Tristana in the first place, like way back, was because you could play it into Azir and you could buffer the ult.
Yeah.
And become a scaling menace. Now, obviously, the early laning phase has been substantially hit, but that late game and mid game or side lane threat that Tristana is 100% still viable. Renekton ban, absolute no-brainer on that one. The Varus, Guma gets to play it one game after it's not been meta and immediately gets it taken away. I imagine the Senna ban is next to deny Keria the opportunity to play a really high resource carry. And let's be honest, Guma Senna is notorious.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
And you can create a lot of safety with the Aurora as well. So it sort of does double duty, keeping people out and keeping people in. Gonna see what the final ban is here for the Quandong Freaks. They're taking some time. I think that the Senna could be a decent idea, and there it goes. So now, T1, what are we going to be locking away? I imagine an AD carry. Allow Carrier to have the counter pick option.
So there are two angles that you can go as a result to what most likely will be NMF. Here for Kwangdong, do you go for the Karma and just try to bully the lane as hard as possible and win from there? As this was banned last game, obviously one of Gumayushi's favorite picks.
Oh yeah, that would be a lot of power. There it is.
So this also creates a scenario where if you don't pick Karma and you end up playing into Caitlyn Karma, you're very sad. But if you pick the Karma and you end up playing into Caitlyn Lux and you make one mistake, you're also very sad.
Sounds like a lot of sad, Chronicler.
Oh, I'll have to see how they play it out. But the downside, obviously, of that is if you end up... Yeah, I was about to say. So if you end up going for Karma or Lux, or not Lux, but if you end up going for Karma, which is most likely, you have 0 engage. And you do need it. So this feels like kind of a always bad scenario for Kwangdong, where you're basically just going to sack the lane in the hope that the pressure that Leaper is going to have is going to be enough. That said, if Carry ends up going for... Because it could also just be Braum, right? Like that's still up. We've seen Caitlyn Braum.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on what you want to do, because if you do end up going for something like... oh, yeah. I was about to say the lack of engage. I do think Bard can struggle because there's a lot of mobile champions on the enemy team. As yeah, it will
going to be Braum.
End up being the Braum, which into the Nautilus obviously feels amazing. Does not solve your engage issue, but you have Aurora, so really, do you need engage when your opponents are all locked into a circle? I think not.
Yeah, you could also just get Faker on a flank angle. He could also maybe just find some sort of wall to set up and then throw everyone into a fight. That might be the way to do it.
It is hard into the as Tristana, though, to find that consistently.
I would agree. I do think that T1 are a little bit lacking when it comes to a little bit of those starting the fight options. I think Quandong Freaks plenty of ability to sit around and just poke you as well. So T1 kind of needing a bit of engage for this particular game. They do have a door that they can put up to try and stop some of the harass, but otherwise it could be a little bit dangerous, as I do like a little bit of the Dudu support here. I think that he had a rough one on the Cassante, but his Renekton was real good. We'll see what his Nara is going to look like in today's game. Something that he has played a heck of a lot in the past. Yeon Park, she is a famous Korean artist. here supporting T1. Does have her custom jersey as well, which is super cool. And she's hiding behind it.
Oh, this one match, Atlas, might end up deciding the playoffs' fate.
It could.
Of some of our teams. Can't wait to see what's going to happen here. This is going to be another volatile one. I imagine some level 1 shenanigans maybe with that Braum.
Ooh, true. And especially with Caitlyn as well, you can sort of just rain down hell. A possibility. T1 now with Zeus taking the Aurora towards the top side of the map as well. It is Viego for Ona. He could definitely carry on that. A lot of things here. Let's jump to the rift for game 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, T1 fans in full voice here, but the Kwangdong fans always louder than expected. And we are here in the deciding game. This could help Kwangdong Freaks' playoff chances immensely. Their only matchup after this is against DRX. They struggled to do too much of anything in their matchup against KT earlier on today. Should be a freebie for them in theory. And that would put them in phenomenal standing as far as getting towards the playoffs themselves. T1, they just want to win here and then secure their spot, not have to worry anymore. They will have to face BNK later in the week. And if they can do that with no worries, then that's going to feel way better than if they're doing it for their playoff hopes and dreams. You know?
Ooh, Andil. And again, their ward. This is also going to give away the situation at hand, which is that we are swapping lanes.
Yeah. Faker is now going to get jumped on here as Bulldog on his favorite champion. Is also Dragon training as well. I really like it. It's my favorite Tristana skin. So he's going to be able to use that Dragon to try and clear out these minions as Zeus hopping around the lane. And it is just top and mid laners hanging out in the same lane. Kind of weird. 8-0 here for Bulldog. That is definitely the big one. The 0-3 on the Nautilus. It's either a win for the Nautilus or the first loss for the Tristana in this game. Is Carrier just being frustrating here, trying to annoy Cuz. Going to successfully do that. Andal doing exactly the same thing on the other side. And he's going to get Conqueror, and Andal is not going to have his Aftershock anymore. The Ignite goes down, and Andal is finally going to be able to do what he wanted, which was just clearing out a ward. As that's a reset success here for Carrier. Really nicely done. Zeus is moving in. Cuz going to have to give up on his red buff. That's the power of level 1 Braum.
Really is. Faker also making sure that Bulldog can't leave the lane. He's getting pushed in now, but as long as Bulldog stays, isn't really an opportunity. Zeus making his impact shown, and now we will have the 3v3 towards the top half of the map. So this is going to be the possible triple buff here for Owner, thanks to the spirited defense of Carrier and Zeus. Cuz not able to take his own bot side camp, and yeah, Owner did take a bit of a beating, but that wasn't enough to dissuade him. And most crucially, he had already picked up the buff as, that is...
Yeah, his Caitlyn's been pretty good for quite some time. In fact, their Caitlyn Lux has been... I don't know whether it's lost, and if it has, then it's only a very few amount of times for the amount of times that they've played it. This
literally could only be once.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Caitlyn Braum, not quite as powerful. Carrier's Braum has been divisive in the past.
Divisive indeed, Atlas.
Yeah, to say the least. As Andal and Leaper are going to be moving up. They do have a minion wave here, but with Zeus still in the area, it's going to be hard for them to make it towards this turret as they do clear out the wave. Owner is moving down as well, 4 versus 2. Nidalee nowhere in sight.
So crucially, they are denying experience and money to the duo lane here, but they're also giving up a good amount of experience toward the top side. The thing is though, again, they are getting plate damage down.
Oh, that's the flash over from Ona, but doesn't find the stun. And Leaper just going to give them the old deft thumbs up and move his way over towards this turret.
So
finds also a bit of extra damage.
Zeus is going to have to TP. Will end up making it, obviously, no opportunity to cancel there for Andil unless he just walks in and blindly hooks, which most likely would have been into his death. Doesn't mean that there's a TP advantage here for Dudu. So actually, when it comes to CS, looks like it didn't end up going too poorly here for Leaper and Andil. experience seems relatively even, and an advantage for Dudu. The big thing is that obviously T1 was able to pick up more plates, but considering this Kwangdong that set up the lane swap, I think they're going to be decently happy with that, because again, you kind of take that as a given when you swap away from your bot lane.
True. And so with the fact that the gold is completely even, you're going to say that Quantum Freaks got what they wanted. Now, can they get everything else? Because I think Grub's going to be something that Quantum Freaks will need to pay a lot more attention to. I think getting the Grubs into the hands of a team with a Tristana has always been a very big thing.
Oh yeah.
Right now, still actually laning very effectively here, as Gumayusi on this Caitlyn going to be able to retain control of this lane, I could imagine.
Yeah, there you go. Carrier does now hit level 3, but there was a Andil was almost at 4. So pretty solid experience lead in the bot lane, and really in any lane. Gotta be really respectful of those. Early level ups are an insane extra amount of power. Andil looking for a hook. Not gonna be the case just yet, is because we'll be on the ward for this. But Owner, he's taken the bot side. Is not too surprising though, given that he has a Caitlyn on his team. But again, as you were saying, I do hope that Cuz will grab this opportunity. Faker now TP's back in. Bulldog does kind of still need to back, but at the very least gets this wave in. Cuz is going to start up the Grubs.
Yep, I believe full information going over to the Quantum Freaks, and they definitely have it now, as first Grub is going to be taken, and so top and bot side trade. And you can understand why both teams are aiming for the options that they went for. T1 trying to accelerate towards some dragons, and it's going to be a triple Grub start here, as well as Owner being able to set up for a potential dive.
Oh.
Perry going to find a Winter's Bite onto Andil here, and now Owner is going to make his attempt. Let's see whether they can lock them down, as he does pick up turret aggro. Owner's only level 5. There is the flash out from Andil. And now T1 looking for it once again. The teleport does come in. They're going to be able to kill Leaper, but can they get out? That's the question. The answer is absolutely no. The Gnar is going to clip Carrier, but he stands beside Gumayusi. He's going to see whether he can save him. Dudu and Andil trying to fight this one out. The flash comes out from Carrier, but it's not enough. It's Caitlyn! Gumayusi able to get the kill back, and it's a 2 for 2.
2 for 2, gold, dead even, but this top side wave is going to go into the turret. So a small win TP as well used by Dudu, but I gotta say, Dudu with a double kill as a clean with it is Cuz.
Yep.
He's going to continue getting to his jungle. Actually, that might not have been that good, because now the rest of the wave...
Yeah, now the rest of the wave is going to evaporate,
it's
but...
just going to get eaten. So this looks a little dicey initially, as Owner takes aggro thanks to a great hook. But Guma is able to do so much damage here, crucially. Like, gets a Q off on both Andil as well as Leaper, and then Leaper ends up getting CC'd going down. And then that flash from Guma ends up being the big difference maker, because if he doesn't flash that alone could have been enough. They get knocked into the wall, and that's the end of it. And then here, between the traps, this looks initially really bad, but because of the barrier, he's at least able to trade back. Probably still not. Yeah, probably still not ideal for Guma to get hooked instead there, but ends up working out not too badly. As my God, I kind of wonder what build Guma is going to go for, because we do see the early Dirk here.
Yeah, it looks like it's a possible collector, unless he's going for the fabled lethality Caitlyn.
Yeah, I feel like
I think
after
is even less of a thing.
All the lethality nerfs, not what you expect. As Andil is learning why playing Nautilus into Braum is not fun.
Yeah, especially Braum Caitlyn, because as soon as a Winter's Bite or concussive blows is going to go down, it means that you then get trapped. And yes, there is a delicious cupcake, but you also die. And so that's not good. As Andil's going in, whether he likes it or not, Cuz going to come on through, is able to heal him up, but it's not enough. Carrier shows them the door, and they're going to have to take it, unfortunately.
Owner on his way. Carrier says thank you very much, and Andil, those are some crucial missed hooks. Yeah, that is indeed an owie. Also do note Faker is roaming over, so are Bulldog and Andil, but I don't think they're going to make it in time here. Looks like Cuz is going to have to give this one up. Spear doesn't land.
Oh, Dudu inside the circle here. Zeus just going to press a bunch of buttons. Dudu not going to get hit by that Q. And therefore, Zeus going to let him live, at least for the moment. Flash still down here for Dudu. And Zeus still has his, so just going to put on that added pressure. Quantum Freaks, I mean, it's not over yet, but the amount of pressure that T1 have put on in this early game is pretty colossal. Let's see whether they can get anything back. As Bulldog and Cuz on a bit of an excursion towards the topside jungle of T1, trying to stay on the front foot, stay aggressive. But it's here in the bottom lane that we're really seeing some struggles.
Yeah, already have... Guma hasn't even based yet. So we are going to see a setup attempt at least. But I think, yeah, there's enough time for Zeus to just peace out here. They don't actually know where Owner is, but you see the moment that they spot Cuz towards the top side of the map, Cuz runs down. Demolish is going to do a good amount of damage to this turret.
Yeah, Andal, he has to get out of here. He is going to be able to hook the wall. But the turret is very much dead. And I don't think there's any way that they can actually get back there. So Caitlyn doing her job, rotating around, taking the turrets where she can. And this is where the gold is going to really start exploding for T1. Because Gumayusi is going to just do this with every lane. That's how it's going to go.
It's the Caitlyn game plan. Bulldog not been able to really make a mark in this mid lane matchup. I think really feeling the nerfs to the early game of the Tristana.
There's a collector done here for Gumayusi as well, so first item is completed. Leaper without a Trinity Force just yet. It's not going to stop the Quantum Freaks from being able to take all 6 of these grubs.
Ooh, okay, so this is the big thing now. What T1 need to avoid is take, like, usually it's the third dragon, but it can be the second dragon as well. So you're feeling great, right? You're ahead, and then you take, like, second or third Drake, and then Tristana gets, like, a turret and a half, because she has 6 grubs and she's Tristana.
Yeah.
Want to avoid that at all costs. So we do have a possible player. Undeal is still level 5, as is Keria, so these supports really been moving around a whole lot. Dragon is being taken right now.
Yeah, it's going to be Ona down there. He will announce the fact that that is what he's doing, but it's going to take a little bit of time to get through this one. And it looks like Quantum Freaks just going to call it off.
Oh, look at that. Faker was even on his way as well to respond to a possible play.
Yep.
Not going to be the case.
Drake going to be taken, and that is going to be T1 now evening things out. It's another Mountain Soul. So a Mountain Rift a couple of times here in this series. I feel like we haven't had that many Mountain Rifts so far this season, so kind of good that we have statistics just going back to equilibrium here today.
It is indeed Collector first here for Guma. So, big one-item spike. Outside of the Mega Gnar, also not too many threatening beefy boys on the enemy team. Nautilus is, of course, fake tanky, as we all know, unless he's paired with Senna.
Yeah. Might be tanky for a little bit, sort of, if he does an aftershock.
Yeah, actually hit the hook, and even then, sometimes not really.
Yeah. You can auto someone if you at least get in range of them, because you hit a wall with your hook.
Yeah, yeah.
That feels good.
Does it?
Well, I mean, it feels better than instantly dying. Oh, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Bulldog is utilizing some grubs here on this bottom side. Zeus is able to clear out the minion wave very effectively. And Caitlyn positioned in the top lane. Zeus in the hole will come down. And Dudu is going to collect that. And his boomerang.
That's Mini-Gnar getting hit by Collector Caitlyn.
Ow.
Not fun.
It's not feeling too good. Owner in the area is going to be able to sweep out some vision.
Also,
this is what they want to do. More plates.
So hurts even more. And the moment the Q hits, you just need to basically immediately peace out. I think Undo was happy that hook didn't hit.
Yeah,
I know that. Oh, Dudu does a flash. Kind of wonder, but both junglers seem to be very aware of each other's existence.
Yeah, I think Ona just cleared out a ward, and Cuz was standing on a ward, so there's a fair bit of information that is going around. It's going to mean that Faker has full news that he is very capable of just heading towards this mid lane and prying more plates out of this turret. It's going to be the first one picked up for this particular push. Going to be able to grab the next one as Leaper will be able to turn up, but he is behind him farm himself, does have a Trinity Force done. And there is Blade of the Ruined King completed here for Bulldog as well. He's in the bottom side, just farming things up against Zeus. Who's falling behind a little bit, 20 CS or something like that is the margin, but CS for an Aurora, who cares? She puts people in circles, that's her job. She can do that with as much or as little gold as you would like.
All right, now, objective being started. Both Bulldog and Zeus have their TP available. Both really want to back, particularly Zeus, because he is sitting on a good amount of gold. And I wouldn't be surprised if they just play this slow. As Andil is able to actually take that, gets the heal as well, so not too bothered.
Ooh, Mystic Shot going to connect. That's the Glacial Vision, not so lucky. Yep, Engage Braum is not really a thing.
Well, unfortunately, it is, but we don't want it to be.
No, well, I mean, it's not, though.
Oh, but they try.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, anything's a thing, you know? As Zeus is going to clear out some minions.
You're right, Atlas. In theory, everything's a thing.
Yeah. Because it's in the word.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a good joke.
Yep. All right, Cuz should be left alone for long enough in order to take this one down. It's getting late, okay? Get off me back, Chronicler.
No, you know, I'm happy to follow you into the abyss. I just don't know if right now is the time.
Yeah.
As Dudu is going to utilize these grubs. Do note, first turret has already been taken towards the bot side, as we did see Guma pick that one up very early as, a punish onto Zeus.
Oh, the Nara is going to be blocked by the ulti. Zeus going to be able to try and get himself out of here, but you can't dodge that one. The hook going to come through there as well. The wallop comes down. A lot of chain CC. He flashes the spear, and it's just enough to get him out of dodge. Bulldog trying to stand his ground and save this outer turret in the mid lane. But man, that escape from Zeus, I think he did everything he needed to do.
Yeah, that was actually so nuts. I'm pretty sure he used his ultimate not only as an escape tool, but also used the initial dash to cancel out Dudu's ultimate.
Yep.
So was able to, as a result, not only utilize the ult to, hippity hop to the other side and create some distance, but also the main thing, which was just slowing Zeus down, didn't end up mattering. There was a pretty heavy investment that came through there from Kwangdong. Didn't end up really making a big difference. And now all of a sudden, 25 seconds until this soul fight is going to go down.
Oh, man.
I don't know if Kwangdong can really do a whole lot here. If T1 is entrenched, you have to walk past soldiers, you have to walk past Braum.
And he can't really do that. He is a wall.
Yes.
As a champion. We do have the Tristana on the bottom side of the map, so should be able to come on over for a flank angle. But Andal is now going to have to tank yet another one, as there is the ace in the hole. Ona comes over. Bulldog wants to try and push him away, but there's a nice stun onto the Tristana, able to get himself out of there, but the Heartbreaker moves Ona forward. Still, Bulldog gets the heal, and is going to be able to keep himself alive. That hook was, almost good, but it did spell the death of Andal. And Dudu, look at that Naba. It is gorgeous, but it's not going to be necessary because they just can't use it.
He doesn't have flash. Oh, I don't know. They might try to TP Bulldog in. They did use a lot in that sequence. And some of the health bars are low, but they got to use this Maganar. And I don't know if they have the timing. I don't think a whole lot's going to come from this. They're going to try and bully them out. Bulldog is back.
Yeah, Bulldog's going to be able to make his way into this fight. They're not going to have Andal for this one.
Oh, it's not
happening.
happening.
Spears aren't really connecting. That's a headshot from Gumayushi as Cuz.
Right. Oh my god!
That was kind of cool. He's going to be annoying. They're going to be able to take down a turret, and now Cuz is trapped in a circle. Still, that is going to dissipate, and they are going to be all right. So they're going to be able to trade Soul Point for outer turret, and Andal's life also goes down as well. So still a trade down for Kwangdong Freaks. But getting that turret was kind of cool.
That was a cool play from Cuz. Yeah, I liked it. It was enjoyable. Do see Owner trying to maybe get... It doesn't even have Smite. Owner, you're not getting that one, unfortunately. Still, a very favorable trade here for T1, right? Setting up Soul Point into a composition that, yes, does have a lot of sustained damage. So you're going to eventually reach a point where I don't think the resistances matter too much. But... Poke is really going to be not nearly as effective as kind of shocked Bulldog didn't just W the initial stun setup. And then here, the heal comes in clutch, but Cuz misses the spear. Like, if he hits that spear, I actually think that at the very least they kill Owner. Doesn't end up happening. And then Dudu is like, guys, we can fight, right? My Narbar is in a perfect, I know I don't have flash, but I swear I can be useful.
He had the perfect, hop crush combo as well, at the ready.
Yeah.
It was just one boomerang and then he's there,
Didn't happen.
Yeah, it's a bit sad. Still, if he can replicate that and their setup is just that little bit better, could be an opportunity here. But I'm just hoping that Andal can hold himself together in this game. That is the main thing for me. We know that this guy does, take losses pretty hard. And once he starts spiraling, things can be a little bit of a problem. And I think that spiral has begun. He's going to have to just try and slow it down and get back on track here, make those smart plays.
In the opposite direction. Counteract the spiral.
Yeah, that's what we need to do.
And he can do it. Because again, neither team is eliminated upon loss in this series as Ondale. Oh, Guma knows the banana brush is dangerous. Carry does take a good amount of damage. Obviously, can't really engage onto a Braum, but this damage will stick.
Yeah. Play the Rune King to come through there as well, as the door is going to eat the True Shot Barrage. And Ace in the Hole is just going to annoy Bulldog. And by annoy, I mean halve his health bar. My goodness, it's really starting to hurt. He's got a Fidget Spinner, so 2 items are done now for the Tristana. Only going to become more and more of a problem as this game goes on. As Faker takes an explosive charge. Uses his shield quite nicely there, as Dudu going to come on over and see whether he can take down a blue buff. Don't know whether he can do that in front of Zeus, who's going to turn up and do the same thing. Now he's going to try on this Rift Scuttler. He might be able to get that.
Okay, can't get blue buff.
Yeah, exactly.
Attempt number 2. Let's get it crabby.
I
looks
just
like
want to get something.
As is going to be the case. 2 items spike, no hit for Guma. Has his IE done. Obviously, going to be feeling great in that regard. But we are getting to the point in the game where the gold lead that is here for T1 doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things. It's more so about, can they continuously get to these objectives first? Really, that's what it boils down to for me. Because I feel like both teams are so insanely strong when they are entrenched. But taking control of a zone is actually very hard. And we have one really hard winning matchup, which is Dudu into mostly Zeus, as we can see here, as he does actually hit the boomerang. And Zeus really has to respect. And then on the flip side, we have Bulldog that is getting bullied out by Faker, right? This Azir in the 1v1 has been a really, really big threat. Continuously has Prio as well. So it kind of depends, how can you utilize that silent pressure on either side and make sure you get to the objective first. And the problem for Leaper is that he just can't really walk up to Guma because Caitlyn in like 3 crits will just murder him. Which makes it very hard to actually get Prio. As Back should have to come in now, and you see as well, I think Dudu should be able to push in his wave, and it can also cheat tempo because he still have the TP available. But they don't really have any flank wards, and Dudu doesn't have Mega right now, so he needs to TP ASAP and then try and build that, because they are going to need to rely on him if they actually want to make this fight work. And they have to. Again, Mountain Soul is not immediate game over. It's no Axe deck, but man, is it going to make your game harder.
Yeah, feels really rough. It's going to turn Braum into a real tank and things like this, and they don't have many real tanks on the side of T1. But if they are sort of just tanky because of a Mountain Soul, then this composition is almost impossible to fight into with the amount of disengage, the amount of like just damage straight up that they'll have. It's kind of silly.
Tell me you played versus T1 before, as Dudu places a ward near barrels. Like, no, not allowed. Not letting them do it.
Not starting this time, as Faker's going to walk into that one, unfortunately.
Oh, Prio has been found here by Kwangdong. But Banana Brush control still hands of T1.
Well, Andil is going to stand on a trap, so they know exactly where they are. Zeus gives away his position. Both top laners with teleport in hand. They can come down for this fight if we do see anything actually erupting.
T1 also can gift this up, which we haven't really discussed yet. If they don't think they have a good opportunity, as never mind, TP coming in.
Yep, they're not going to be giving this one up. Teleport to come through from Zeus, looking for Bulldog on a flank angle. They will be able to find him there. Azona taking a bit of damage himself. Faker looks for Bulldog. There is the rocket jump out, and Bulldog with teleport available. His Buster Shot now on cooldown though. So Dudu, he's turned up. Looking for a few more stacks onto that Nava. Zeus hops forward, puts them in a circle. Now that is going to be the Drake, secured by the Kwangdong Freaks, but can they find the team fight? That's the question. Faker goes golden as the house just goes over his head. And Gumayushi takes down Leaper. Cuz is already dead as well. But they do at least save the soul. And Andil might even be able to get out. Oh, just barely. I think he deserved that. I think that was a bit of a mulligan from all those other times where he went in. And
I'm not sure. I think it was because I saw someone in the cam of Kwangdong go like, oh boy, because if they get him, that might be enough to then take up that bear. Because getting the dragon there, absolutely pivotal, because that's the only thing that stopped this from being a complete disaster. As the start of this fight, obviously great for T1 as they're able to get Bulldog out of the fight. So there's a lot of damage missing. And there we see, the ult comes in, there isn't Mega Gnar.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And Cuz also flashed out of the circle, but still into the dragon pit. And so then he could really not go anywhere.
Yeah, he really did just kind of die. The one benefit there that you saw for Leaper was that he was actually able to make it out because he's Ezreal. So that's something. And the end result is that nothing has really changed
Yeah,
In
the end
terms
result
of-
is Quantum Freaks has to do that again in 3.5 minutes.
Yes, but by then, they will probably have Bulldog with what I imagine will be a Mortal Reminder, but I think Mortal Reminder is just outright
It's just kind of better now, isn't it?
better now, yeah. Even if there's not that much healing. And there's Viego, you know.
Yep.
So I wouldn't mind it too much. So we do see control of this pit being taken here. We've seen this one before.
Yep, they are just going to do Baron. Carrier puts up the door. Quantum Freaks are in the area, but Dudu is not. And so this Baron going down lower and lower, but yeah, this is not exactly going the best. Still, can they get into the pit? The answer is no. They are taking down the Aurora though, and T1 need to get themselves out of here as quickly as they can. They'll sacrifice one, but they'll get themselves the Baron. And Cuz not going to be able to chase after them this time around. Might be able to see them in this brush, but they just have no information, so there's no chance. And so that's T1 doing a T1 of old move, which is just take Baron.
Zeus gives his life for the colony and will be able to see the rest of his team walk it off. I imagine this colony, they got apples.
Yeah, plenty of apples, yeah.
As we do see here, the crucial thing is that even though Dudu has teleport, him teleporting doesn't actually do anything here because he doesn't have Narbar. So this is a really rough scenario. Zeus, I think, just goes back in to try and draw attention. Either that or he mistimed and he just died for no reason. But I think in that scenario, going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Could have also cancelled his own ult if his original intention was to get out another Baron. Buff is there to actually have it this time around, which I do appreciate for T1 with this Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, it's only ticking up to 1,000 at this point in time, but as they settle in, start to take down some structures, that's when things can get really dangerous. A minute and a half on both the Baron timer and this Mountain Soul fight, round 2. And so Quantum Freaks gonna have to try and find some sort of pick or something to get some sort of tempo back. Yeah.
Sonya's here for Faker. Third item done.
Yeah, has
Dudu, he was looking.
Yeah, Carrier doesn't find the ulti though, and Ona gonna have to slink back into the mist. Takes a lot of damage here as the screw is gonna connect there as well. Heartbreaker out from Ona. That is a decent investment. Cuz over this wall, looking for some spears, doesn't get him.
Oh, inner, I imagine, is the goal here.
Yeah.
For T1, and I think they should be able to get at least that, but that's not the most insane power play in terms of Baron that we've seen. As, oh, look at that.
Yeah, that is Andal taking a whole lot of damage. This is 3 items, Rapid Fire Cannon, Collector, Infinity Edge for Gumayusi. We talk about troughs and stuff with Caitlyn. Haven't done that so much this game. She's not in it anymore as much. 3 items is about where things start feeling okay, especially when you're a bit accelerated, and he's a bit accelerated. 4 items is when it starts feeling real good, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be the fun times, and he's already got a Noon Quiver on his way there.
In general, I do feel like the item rework for AD carries did kind of take away, like the trough's still there technically, but...
I mean, with the Collector build, it feels a lot better.
Yeah, it really does. And now, this fight, last fight was basically a must-win. This fight, very much the same, as we do have sums available across the board. Yeah. Stopwatch here for Faker.
Andal has to be really careful, Dudu. Not a lot of Narbar, as that is a very short hook. Andal's going to have to flash. He does so to get himself out of here. Bulldog, this flank angle is very scary, as T1 all grouped up. And the health bars on Quantum Freaks are getting lower and lower. They're going to have to commit to something, as there's the hook. It's going to connect onto Zeus, but that is the kill onto Andal. Zeus down so incredibly low. The Mega Gnar comes in. Faker going to get walloped off to the side. Bulldog has to flash to get himself out of the way, and there is the Mountain Soul. Emperor's Divide doesn't do a whole lot, but that's because his targets are already dead. Leaper gets over the wall, and Gumayusi will wipe him out. T1 now just trying to get the stragglers here, as Dudu wanting to chase after Carrier, but Gumayusi going to protect his support this time around. And Cuz going to need to try and pounce his way over some walls, and it looks like Ona doesn't even really care, because Zeus is going to turn up, and Cuz's time is coming to a close here as he does pounce on over towards Zeus. Also keeps himself relatively healthy, but there's that burst that we were waiting for. There's going to be able to lock that one down, and it looks like T1 are marching towards the finish line here in this game number 3. A bit of a slow start after dropping game 1. This is looking all but over.
Oh, and it was the initial burst that came through. I'm pretty sure that Dudu there wasn't able to, and I think there were more things that went wrong in that fight, but Dudu, I think, looks to get the hop over the wall to kill Zeus, and it doesn't actually end up making it over. As we take another look, so obviously this, well played, but this is a pretty big investment. 2 ultimates already gone, and Andil still is available. So when he gets the hook on Zeus, this looks like it's playable. Like, look at this. Because Dudu has a full Narbar. If he makes it over,
oh, true,
that could be enough, but instead doesn't make it over. And instead, I think, makes the right call, tries to turn around the play onto Faker, and then Faker has the stopwatch, then it gets the shuffle flash off, and from that point on, there just isn't the consistent damage. If that Maganar gets over that wall,
yeah,
that play could have been completely different, Atlas. But
it's
now,
a bit of a shame.
I think that might be the end of it for Kwangdong. As look at that gold lead.
That is falling off a cliff just a little bit here. There was a little bit of a dip back as Kwangdong Freaks tried to salvage whatever they could, but 7,000 gold is no small amount of money here at 31 minutes into this game. And T1's composition doesn't exactly lack scaling either. As that is Lord Dom's now completed for Gumyushi. That's those 4 items that we were talking about. Feels pretty great, especially when you're staring down Leaper, who has only 3. That's like a full armor penetration item, just there in comparison to your opposition.
T1 looking good. Hard to imagine that from this point in the game, Kwangdong find a way back. We're talking like a colossal, barren disaster, which we haven't seen in a while. Andil, only level 10, this was highlighted there. Looking dire here, Atlas, for Kwangdong, and they are not eliminated upon this loss.
I mean, this was an assumed one, right?
It was, and they can still beat DRX, that's Braum.
Yep, that's a hook. That is a dead Andil. There is nothing you can do about that one. Gumyushi just walks up to point-blank range and shoots the Big Daddy in the face. That is going to be that. That might just be Baron here from this one as well. There are a lot of traps they're just not standing on, as Leaper trying to clear the way to get himself over here. Wanting to land some poke as Faker is hit by a spear. That's important, but the Baron is just going to go down. And now Leaper is inside a circle and destroyed. Yeah, he wasn't between worlds. He was just taken out of one. That is likely just it, because without their bottom lane, Kwangdong Freaks kind of don't have a defensive force to stop T1 from pushing down this mid lane unless the minions are eliminated. They could just tank up these turrets though, and that should be able to keep this siege minion alive, as Bulldog will be able to clear out that wave. Just don't know whether it's going to be enough here, as Nexus turrets might need to be tanked, and that could be a little bit of a stretch. But here in the top lane, they're going to be able to take down that inhibitor as well. And I don't think Bulldog has delayed for quite long enough. As you can see, Faker even getting to work. Bottom lane, this is going to only extend this gold advantage further. It's now ticking over to 10,000. And it's getting, you know, we use the word surmountable a lot. There's not a lot of surmounting that I think is going to happen in this game, Chronicler. That's what I'm going to say.
Anything can be a thing, Atlas. There is always a way. I don't know what the way is in this instance. As we take a look, unfortunately for Ando, his hook hits. And Braum has a lot of weaknesses. Getting engaged on is not one of them, so that's just the immediate setup here. I gotta say, you kind of gotta fish for hooks, but that, if you know the Braum is there...
Oh, he steps on the trap.
Yeah, steps on the trap, and otherwise...
That was immediately cleansed, but yeah, just can't really do anything.
Yeah, the damage is still gonna come through right from Guma, and to be fair, does he make it out? No, because he doesn't have his flash, or even if he gets the E, I'm pretty sure that he ends up going down as a... That's Guma's Caitlyn, all right?
Yeah.
We've seen that one before. There is... You know what the one mount is, okay?
Whoa.
It's getting an Elder Flip. We have seen many a game where if you just do that, maybe it's just playable again. You also need to, you know, get Elder and then not trade Elder for Nexus. That's an often made mistake. As that they do sniff this one out.
Yep. Dudu looking for a little bit of an angle, but he just goes, you know, through the veil. And he is going to be fine. So Quantum Freaks,
yeah, look,
trying to get what they can.
They're setting up the for Nexus part of the trade.
Yeah, that's the rough part. They didn't take the top inhib.
Okay,
well, they're big, and now T1, they are going to be pushing, but Quantum Freaks might have them where they want them. Leaper probably shouldn't be frontlining. You don't have a lot of other options. Oh god, okay. Bulldog almost just executed as Faker is going to look for him. Buster Shot gets him out of there as these Nexus turrets going down so fast. They're in between worlds as Owner is going to take Andal out of it. Dudu now in trouble, gets hooked up by the newly constructed Nautilus. And Bulldog goes down as well. The rest of T1, they get on top of Leaper. You can't flash that one, cuz. And that is the double kill for Gumayushi. The ace comes through and T1, they stomp Quantum Freaks into the ground at the very end there. And they will be able to further their chances and get themselves towards playoffs.
Big moment here as the 2-1 victory does come through. Dudu saying hello there. Had a really solid game of the Narc. Probably going to go back in the VOD review and be like, what if?
Yeah,
as
there's
T1,
a few of those.
It really does feel, as we have seen with BNK as well, like the solution to your troubles is look back. Look into your past, and as they punch their ticket to playoffs, T1 is just did it playing Varus, playing Azir,
yeah, I think
and playing Caitlyn.
Yep, the just go back to what works is a pretty worthwhile strategy. I think this guy had a fantastic series, to be perfectly honest. I think no notes for Owner, but I think T1 just going back to what works. And that is going to get you across the line. We'll see whether that's going to work against BNK a little bit later in the week.
Guess what, Atlas? Azir's getting buffs on the playoffs patch. Haha. Yeah. Well, oh no, I'm not. It's not a joke. That's how Orianna as well.
No, I know that. My haha wasn't like laughing at a joke. It was more just like, that's nifty.
It is.
It was. It was one of those.
It is nifty. T1. It's been a tumultuous summer, but I feel like, as in so many things this summer, it feels reminiscent of last summer. You know, Keen and Lahens are at the top of the table.
Oh, yeah.
T1 are really struggling and their form isn't looking as good.
And then Genji chooses T1. No, maybe that won't happen. As we're going to have a look at some of the highlights here, I think Quantum Freaks didn't really get off to the right start. This was it was sort of all right, but it never really felt like Quantum Freaks found any real foothold in this game.
Carriot saying peace.
Yep, I'm out.
Very funny. There were so many moments where it felt like it was doable for Kwangdong, and it just barely didn't end up making it happen. Especially going back into these team fights, I think the impact of Carry-As Braum can't be overstated. Actually having a wonderful time here.
I think Zeus actually having some pretty good moments on this Aurora as well. Really confusing a lot of people in the back of that Dragon Pit, but just the placement of these circles. This one, maybe not so much, but still guaranteeing the Baron for his teammates. Quantum Freaks unable to answer that one. And then this bit of a heartbreaker for Andal and a heartbreaker for Dudu as well. Imagine the parallel universe where he gets over that wall.
Yeah, because he had Flash. That's the big thing, right? Like, you don't want to flash over that wall because that takes away your engage opportunity. But those are the moments that, when all is said and done by the end of this week, could be the difference between Kwangdong making playoffs or not. And now Kwangdong, they still can make it, but their fate no longer in their own hands. Now reliant on BNK not getting a whole lot of wins.
Yeah, BNK has a bit of a rough time as that was half health with a headshot.
Yeah, Guma's getting POG.
Yeah, his Caitlyn is very good, as we know. And T1 here, it looked like Quantum Freaks was setting up for some sort of team fight, and then they just weren't allowed to team fight because they just died one after the other. And unfortunately, just didn't quite work out there. They were already circling the drain. This was some heavy wallets as T1 just dispatched them. And the back-to-back games. And once again, it's the Quantum Freaks thing, right? Where they win a game, then they lose a game, and then the series is over. And that's why, even though their match score doesn't look very good, they were still very even when it came to the game score.
And even this is a 2-1 loss, right? So they're only at -1.
Yep.
Which is, funnily enough, still better than BNK. who are above them.
Isn't it still better than KT as well?
No, because KT got the 2-0, so KT got a perfect
So they're at equilibrium.
0.
Yeah, so
As-
after
as-
they
as you-
lose 1-2 to DK,
Of course.
then they'll be at perfect equilibrium once again. But now it is time for us to throw it over to the space to break down the T1 victory and welcome them to the playoffs.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. Welcome to the playoffs, like Atlas said. T1, KT locked on in. One slot left with two teams. One of those teams being Kwangdong Freaks that dropped it there. And B&K DRX, they will do battle later on this week to try and solidify it. T1, they were in control in this one. This was in terms of the draft, this was a battle between each team's undefeated champions, where Cuz lost the first time on Nidalee last game. This time they pull out the Tristana, undefeated against the undefeated Caitlyn for Gumayusi, and T1 just really controlled throughout this one.
And I think with the composition that T1 had, you can see a world in which if Aurora didn't exist, you know, the Ezreal Nidalee poke could be a difficult thing to deal with for T1. They don't have that much engage in the rest of the team. They went the Braum as well. There are two major issues. One, Aurora does exist. It is great at closing the gap with her invisibility. And secondly, the fact that we have this Caitlyn Braum into Ezreal Nautilus, and it was such a weak lane. They lane swapped to try and avoid it. Didn't matter. Still end up in that 2v2. Lost out pretty heavily. And Guma became so fed. And I think it's risky, but honestly, maybe just once you see the Caitlyn go in Ezreal Karma and you expect like a Kate Lux and trying to fight that 2v2 might have fared better, because by picking the Nautilus, the Braum ends up coming in. I think even, you know, a pick like a Rakan could have been a bit of a safer one, but that might have gone into the Lux. I think they kind of just put themselves in a position where you were always going to have a bad lane matchup, and then Guma just gets to take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time that we've seen teams really utilize that red side counterpick for the support role, and T1 is one of the teams that does it very often, so I was kind of surprised to see Quantum Freak say, we're just going to let it happen, roll the dice, and see what happens. Hopefully they don't counter us here. Curry does go for his Braum, which, you know, he didn't level up his E, which made Ox a little bit angry, but ended up being pretty valuable regardless, and as you mentioned, just made the laning phase pretty much hell. You never got your Ezreal online, you never really got the comp going, and it kind of just left Quantum in a really rough spot.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how frustrated were you with the Braum leveling and a couple of those engage ults?
You know, it's just, it's because I've seen other supports playing Braum and they're like, you know, 3 points Q, let's put the points on the E. And I was like, well, Carrier, he's probably seen that by now. He's probably going to know he's still 5 points Q. Especially into double 80 carry Nidalee. I feel like the shield value is so big. Pretty frustrating. Maybe like a 6.
I've seen Ox be angry at this before. I was going to say like a 5 or a 6. He was pretty tame today, you know.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
He was freestyling, actually, throughout most of the day. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we had here. On the top side of the map, Baron going over to T1 side. You could see the setup here. It was just so difficult for Kwangdong Freaks to get in.
Yeah, and big note is that Na doesn't have TP. So as soon as this is seen, they move on to the Baron. Braum with 3 points in E blocks the Ezreal ult from coming in. And although there is poke from the side of Kwangdong Freaks, the Aurora tries to stop them from moving in with the ultimate, even bounces to the other side, so they focus here. And there just isn't enough time to get the poke down. You can see the members of T1 get low, but they all dip over the wall, and successful heist, they got the Baron. And I feel like this is just a lesson that against T1 in particular, you always have to be ready for that Baron rush, and if you're down a TP or something like that on your side laner, they will punish it.
Yeah, I mean, already it was kind of a rough spot in that game. It's T1, you have to know they're doing that, and I just feel like the more we see Aurora, I feel like we're just developing more and more strategies to get her even more strong, and I really feel like even though with Cuz so good on Nidalee, they should have picked Aurora first and just had it on their side. It wasn't the game breaker, but it's something I would have liked to see.
But you could just see how much area of control the ultimate provides in those key moments. And speaking of key moments, the broadcast highlighted it. The Gnar potentially getting over the wall at full Gnar bar would have been huge here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like Gnar bar management has been a bit here and there during today's games. And you start to see some of the poke coming out from the Kwangdong Freaks in this situation. And it starts to look maybe like it'll be more favorable. But Nork goes in, they don't manage to follow up, and the Nautilus is deleted pretty quickly. You can see the ult connects on a Guma, but the follow-up just isn't there. Unfortunately, the Gnar does end up failing that.
Playoff chances.
Perhaps should have committed the flash, honestly. Flash and then jump could have gone better, but either way, that fails. And then suddenly, everyone's low health on the side of the Kwangdong Freaks. Prime opportunity for some resets from a Viego. And even though they don't clean up all the kills, we do see, because they're on the wrong side of the map, Cuz dies much later. I'm not sure if we're going to show that in this clip, but he does end up going down.
Yeah. Challenge accepted. I guess we're going to watch him just run all the way through the jungle. I mean, yeah, eventually Cuz does die here. He tried his best. He actually did a nice little burst at the end. All he could do. I mean, it was pretty much a done fight after. The Gnar was just useless, and I mean, I shouldn't say useless, just in terms of what he would be able to do potentially, and then also the fact that Bulldog just jumped in and died super low on health already. It was just kind of a done deal. So T1, they get through, but Quantum Freaks, you know, they put up a good fight today, so props to them as well, but might really hurt their playoff chances here.
Yeah. So many times we've seen Kwangdong Freaks, you know, get to a game 3 and crumble. This wasn't the case here, despite the score being, I think it was like 17-4. That moment still had them the opportunity to win a fight, get into the back line, and potentially drag this one out. Didn't quite work out for them here. As we take a look at the POG for game number 3, it goes to Gumayushi on the Caitlyn, still undefeated and really dominating the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I feel like when T1 lean on these strong bot duos having a good matchup, they really excel. I think this was a play that really stood out to me. Sorry, they're not kind of short, but there was a really scrappy bot lane play where he just gets so much damage off consistently, does go down, but they trade kills as a result. And he got monster fed, sure, but I feel like his impact in this game was just consistent throughout. Strong laning phase, good in the skirmishes, got fed, relevant in team fights.
Yeah, also, if you look at the rest of the team, I mean, everybody's kind of doing their job, whereas Guma really stood out. I think that owner could have been a look, maybe Zeus for some of his ults, but it just really came down to Guma was always in the right place at the right time, utilized very well within the team, and seemed like the obvious vote. I don't even really mind the carry of votes. I know that the engaged Braum is kind of a meme, but he always put up the door at the right time. He did his job. I don't think he used the POG, obviously. I did go for
Imagine if his door would have been even stronger, you know?
He had it more often.
And he had it more often, significantly more often, you know? That would have been pretty cool.
Still got value, though. And that's why I think he got 2 POG votes.
Chef Right Media really...
You know what's the thing? 2 POG votes for someone that no one makes a big deal, right? And then if one person is different, everyone loses their minds, you know? I'm just saying... It's a bit rough to be the 1 out of 12.
Well, in this case, we understand why the 2 went for the 2 rather than that one time the 1 went for the 1.
Yeah, I get
that one didn't make sense.
You just don't understand. I get it.
Yeah,
you know, you could have just said that.
None of us did. All 11 of us.
Just not on the same level as
alone.
Me and Right Media, we understand. You know, you can't keep up.
All right, well, we'll have the interviews with the T1 players in just a little bit. With this loss, and I'm sure we'll have the graphic on up, Kwangdong Freaks' chances to make playoffs drops to about around 12%. In terms of math, again, they play DRX. BNK FearX have a much harder path with Hanwha Life Esports and T1.
If they equalize in series score, their game scores mean they're gonna get it. But the problem is, the expectation is that they're gonna beat DRX. Quantum Freaks, their fate isn't really in their hands. Yes, they'll probably beat DRX, but if there's an upset on the other end, if BNK FearX beat T1 or Hanwha Life Esports, then we see a situation where they're not making playoffs. And I just feel like Quantum Freaks, this upset would have meant so much if they could have taken down T1. It really would have felt like they were in control of their destiny. Now they're just hoping BNK FearX doesn't find an upset themselves.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I mean, Quantum Freaks, I would rate them slightly below BNK at this point in time. So if we look at the T1 versus BNK series, which is really going to be the kicker, because BNK, if they get an upset win against Hanwha Life Esports, congrats, like you probably belong in playoffs, right? But if they take down T1, I think maybe they should be in as well, because T1 is playing pretty well, and also I feel like today, though, BNK, their current form, probably better than what we saw from T1 today. So it could be a very close series, that one.
And maybe KT. Again, KT locking in their spot. There was a world where KT doesn't make playoffs, but we won't have to be there as T1 take care of business. And we have the interview translations standing by right now with Jisun. Jisun, take it away.
2024 LCK Summer 9주차 오늘의
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by the POGs on the side of T1 owner and Gumayushi.
오늘 경기 승리의 주역이죠. 오너 선수, 구마유시 선수 만나보겠습니다.
With this win up against Kwangdong Freaks, T1 has secured a spot in the playoffs. Congratulations on the win, guys. First up, owner. How do you feel about the match today? So I'm so glad that we managed to decide our own destiny So it means a lot.
구마유시 선수 최근 T1이
And
승리했을
Gumayushi,
때마다
recently
4회
you have
연속으로
received
POG를
POGs
받고
in
계십니다. 기분
T1's last 4
어떠실까요?
victories, so it's 4 in a row so far. How do you feel about that? I guess it's meaning that playoff is around the corner, and I'm slowly going back to my playoffs form. After a loss in the first game, there were some adjustments in the drafting. Was there feedback to go with more confident picks? Yeah, indeed. We wanted to kind of play the champions that we like, and also we wanted to think of what would actually suit our kind of direction best. Well, prior to the second game, Cousins Italy had a 9-0 record so far this season. So how did you approach the jungle matchup? I was not aware of the fact that Cuz was on an undefeated record, and I'm kind of relieved that I managed to stop his win streak. Yeah, I'm happy. And you are the first player to, you know, stop his streak. So what does that mean to you? I mean, you know, a lot of records means a lot to the league, but it has to be me, you know. It would be a lot better for me personally to be the one making all the records. So I'm so glad that I kind of resisted other people making some records, and I hope I can start off my own record here. Now let's take a look at this team fight replay. How did you manage to see the angle for a team fight? So yeah, we were following up after our mid and AD carry already died, but I was already pretty fed, and we had to kind of push the envelope in order to seal the deal. So I just went for the play, and we managed to win out the fight and also close out the game. And with the triple kill in the team fight, you managed to hit 1,000 kills in the LCK. How do you feel? I mean, time flies, you know. I'm pretty surprised that I already got my 1,000 kills, and I wish I can get more kills in the future. Anything you want to say over to Owner? I mean, to me, he is still a boy, but I'm so impressed that he's already on the leaderboard here in the LCK in terms of the milestones. So I wish he can keep breaking records. And Gumayushi in Game 3, Kwangdong Freaks picked Italy once again, and also Tristana, another undefeated pick for their lineup. Did you think it wouldn't be an issue to let them have those picks? So this is my personal thoughts, but I feel like the overall kind of comp synergy and kind of concept of the picks mean a lot, rather than focusing on the proficiency on individual picks. So yeah, because Gumayushi said it's his personal thought, I was so grateful that he was being really clear on that. And Gumayushi, actually, Caitlyn has not been a very popular pick in the current meta, yet you confidently picked her. So what gives you the confidence to use her? No one else can play Caitlyn like me, so I was just feeling the confidence to go for it. And your collector Caitlyn was very powerful, so could you break down the item build there? So Caitlyn already has the crit numbers on her passive already, so I wanted to keep building crit items, but statics or Kraken are the items that are recently nerfed, so I rather wanted to build collector, which has a better stat. Now let's take a look at this replay where T1 was able to kind of juggle out all of the aggro so well. How did you kind of position for this team fight? So I was not, to be honest, paying attention to other teammates' positioning. I was just like doing damage onto the dragon, and then I had the headshot proc up available. So I was like, as long as I survive the fight, we will still win the team fight. And Owner, would you like to add on to that? Well, looking at that situation, I think that was a little bit of a dicey team fight for us to take, to be honest, but I think we were still in a very good condition to kind of go for the fight, and I think everything kind of unfolded very well for us. And with this victory, Gumayushi, your Caitlyn now has an incredible LCK record of 17-1 total. Do you consider yourself as the king of Caitlyn? One day I will also get a Caitlyn skin. Speaking of royal skin, you know, T1's royal skin is being released in a couple of hours today. And in T1, your final opponent in the regular season is BNK Fear X. What are your thoughts on that? I think they're on a great momentum and we lost to them in the first round robin. So as that will be our last match of the regular season, I wish we can end the season on a strong performance. Yeah, that's gonna be the final checkup on our performance right before the playoffs. So it's gonna be a great chance for us to realize how strong we are, and we will make sure to get a win there. And this will be the end of the POG interview with Gumayushi owner, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisun Ayaya, as T1 lock in playoffs for themselves and KT with that victory. And you can see Kwangdong Freaks now still on the outside looking in, but looking more dire. Only one game remaining against 9th place DRX, as BNK Fearx have 2 shots to lock in their slot to playoffs.
And the hard shots, but BNK Fearx have been in fantastic form. You know, T1 still looking a little bit shaky. There's potential they could take them down. HLE is the harder opponent, but not impossible. We've seen upsets happen before, and Quantum Freak's expectation is they'll beat DRX, and then they just have to hope that BNK Fearx aren't able to find a win.
Yeah, the weird thing for BNK is that they've been in this situation many times where it feels like playoffs is just in reach. They just got to win one match. And sometimes they've been expected to win those matches in the past. As you mentioned, Nox, it does feel like these couple of matches that they have aren't really expected wins for them. Maybe the one against T1 they can nab, but they got to get through Helma Life Esports first. And I really hope for this org that maybe this time they can get the job done. And this time, it's different for sure.
I hope they just play like we've seen them play. I mean, maybe against Home Life Esports, if they play at that level, there's potential for it to happen. I'm just worried that if they lose that matchup, the harder opponent, they'll go in the T1 series, a lot of pressure on their backs, and maybe crumble there. But they've been playing so well. I think BNK Fearx really deserve a shot at making it to playoffs, so I hope we see that level from them again.
Also tomorrow, the Bros are back on in action. D+ do not have 3rd place locked in yet, but with a victory over the Bros, they could get that done. But until then, we'll see if the Bros can try to battle back tomorrow. Maybe I'll come watch it. Tomorrow's my off day. I'll watch it. It's been a great day of LCK action. Thank you so much for watching. Congrats to T1 and KT for locking playoffs. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
디플러스기야 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다. 아니 2위 잡고 연패 그 다음에 1위 잡고 다시 승리로 돌아온 이게 팬들을 극한의 혈압과 상승으로 몰아넣는 짜릿한 승리를 만들어냈단 말이에요.
강팀을 잡긴 했는데 또 다음 경기 위험하다고 생각해가지고
도성이야 오리건 마지막 경기도 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠다.
우리만 잘하면 못 이길 팀 없다고 생각해서 꼭 이기자.
오늘 꽉 가자!